तो फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच नहीं लग सकता है, हाँ? शर्त लगाओगे?
हाँ हाँ, लगी शर्त। मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
लग गया? देखा?
कहां?
हैं?
अरे मान जाइए सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा। स्क्रैच, वो भी फॉरएवर टाइल्स पे। इस जन्म में तो भूल ही जाइए। ओरिएंट वेल फॉरएवर टाइल्स, जो है एक्चुअली स्क्रैच फ्री। तो आइए डिजाइन पसंद कर लें।
हाँ, बिल्कुल।
People suffering. Hospitals crowded. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, helping the needy, staying distant but connected and caring. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. META Tubes limited supply, Mexflow copper pipes and accessories to more than 2,000 hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. We would like to express our gratitude learning from each other, frontline workers, helping the needy, hospitals, and staying distant but connected and caring. Selfless dedication. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. Wealth. META Tubes limited supply. Please visit us at www.mexflow.com hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. We would like to express our gratitude learning from each other, frontline workers, helping the needy, hospitals, and staying distant but connected and with selfless dedication. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. Wealth. META Tubes limited supply. Please visit us at www.mexflow.com hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Express our gratitude learning from each other, frontline workers, helping the needy, hospitals, staying distant but connected and with selfless dedication. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. Well, META Tubes limited supply. Please visit us at www.mexflow.com hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency crowded COVID-19 world. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, frontline workers, helping the hospitals, staying limited, but connected and with a selfless dedication, responsibility have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. Well, MEP taught to limited supply. Please visit us at www.morethanflow.com.
Across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 ward. Taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, frontline workers, helping the hospitals,
पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस, 12 करोड़ हैप्पी कस्टमर्स, मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की। लहर आती है, कश्ती डूब जाती है, पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस, 12 करोड़ हैप्पी कस्टमर्स, मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की। लहर आती है, कश्ती डूब जाती है, पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस,
फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच
मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की।
हाँ लगी सर।
ऑल इंडिया सर्विस,
फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच
मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर
फॉरएवर
प्रोडक्ट्स,
टाइल्स में स्क्रैच
लगी सर।
शर्त लगाओगे?
हाँ लगी सर।
मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
ऑल इंडिया सर्विस,
फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच
माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर
फॉरएवर
प्रोडक्ट्स,
टाइल्स में लगे। फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच नहीं लगता।
हाँ नहीं।
शर्त लगाओ?
हाँ लगी सर। मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
मैंने कहा था ना सर, नहीं लगेगा सर,
स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
फॉरएवर टाइल्स में लगे स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
स्क्रैच, वो भी फॉरएवर टाइल्स पे। इस जन्म में तो भूल ही जाइए।
नहीं सर,
ओरिएंट वेल फॉरएवर टाइल्स, जो है एक्चुअली स्क्रैच फ्री। तो आइए डिजाइन पसंद कर लें।
हाँ बिल्कुल। मैंने कहा था ना सर, नहीं लगेगा सर,
स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
Very good morning, everyone.
हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग आदर्श।
Good morning, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
गुड मॉर्निंग।
So, good morning, everyone, once again. So, we will start.
Good morning.
First of all, on behalf of Messages of India, and Advanced Media Group, we would like to invite all the panelists, speakers, and all the dignitaries on the second day. I welcome the second day of India's largest virtual healthcare infrastructure conference and expo, which is being held in background of ongoing pandemic, and thus has been applied title as healthcare infrastructure in post-pandemic era. So I begin by thanking all our colleagues, industry partners, medical and infrastructure experts who blazed the trail of sharing innovations during the pandemic discussion at the conference and demonstration of the same at the exhibition section. You all have made us the first day conference a big success. Of course, I would like to mention a few names here. I would like to make a special mention of our mentors, Dr. Professor Chandrasekhar, Architect Shamik Manchanda, who is the Chief Architect, Health Manchanda Associate, and Dr. Chandrasekhar, the Chairman, IGBC Green Healthcare Rating, for guiding us all through the challenging time curating this conference and expo, which has given a platform for the industry leaders, innovators, and best minds in medical and healthcare sector to put together a vision of state-of-the-art technology and knowledge for more inclusive health system that addresses need of the people who may be at the last mile of access of the health system. Futuristic as well tested ideas were shared here as part of the industry presentation by Philips Healthcare, Medica Bazaar, SOCOMEC yesterday, and the panel discussion on temporary COVID infrastructure, revisiting basics of hospital infrastructure for India to meet pandemics such as COVID, future facilities, technologies, and innovation in hospital and healthcare design, hospital management, lesson from the pandemic. We had very good speakers across the globe. and healthcare infrastructure in post-pandemic era. So these were a few discussions were made yesterday as part of day one. So just wanted to reiterate. The ideas generated and shared during this 2 days event will go a long way in contributing innovations in health infrastructure, national and globally. We also express our gratitude to all sponsors for this event. I would like to mention Macrotech as a presenting partner, KNAUF Sealing as a platinum partner, innovation partner Philips, registration partner Mehta Tube, flooring partner Orient Biotiles, IVD partner TransAsia, Medica Bazaar, SOCOMEC as a session partner, and institutional partner IIA, knowledge partner RAFA, and academic partner AHA. Then of course feature exhibitors we have Akhil Systems, Dispoline, Indiana, ZHL, and Sidara. And with this, I would like to, it's time to set the ball rolling for the second day of Healthcare Infrastructure Post-Pandemic Era Conference and Expo. I will take you to the through sessions and agenda of the day, which looks like from the beginning, we will have presentation from SOCOMEC. Industry presentation is going to be done by Mr. Pratik Gupte. The session would be, the first session after this will be on MEP Services, backbone from the healthcare project, IAQ and fire safety. Then second session will be on green and sustainable hospital architecture. And then third session would be from quality management and healthcare system. And then we will have presentation from KNAUF ceilings. And the last session would be for funding for healthcare infrastructure. So with this, I will invite the presentation, industry presentation, SOCOMEC, Mr. Pratik Gupte, who is a specific manager. Sir, welcome you. If you can switch on your video. And
yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Adarsh. A great opportunity here to showcase in a concise way the solutions, what we can, and some overview on the requirements of safety as aspect. So I share my screen. We begin with the permission of the panel. The first presentation.
To introduce a few lines about you, your background, your profile. Meanwhile, you can share your screen. Yeah. So Mr. Pratik Gupte, with an overall 20-year experience, rich experience in design, manufacturing, and pre-sale support, Mr. Pratik Gupte has been associated with SOCOMEC Innovative Power Solution as a specific manager for last 3 years, overseeing the company business goals, technical sales support, TSS, and market development. Beside, he is responsible for new product promoting and training. With this, sir, over to you, and your presentation will start. Thank you.
Great. So we will begin the first presentation of the day, ensuring patient safety through power availability and reliability. Power availability is vital to ensure care continuity and avoid failures, which lead to critical situations for patients. So SOCOMEC brings some solutions. We take an overview of certain standards and architectures and the way this should be ensured for good electrical power and for the services provided for the patient and the care. So medical standards, normally IEC 60364-7-710. All electrical installations in hospitals are regulated by these standards. They have to be complied. Similar standards are followed globally in various countries having their particular identifications. This particular standards ensures medical location classification to mitigate the risk of electric shocks, power supply classification as per level, normal and safety sources, protection against fire and explosion risks, protection against voltage perturbations and EMC effect. Of course, protection against lighting as well. So these standards are compulsorily. We see some small definitions here. So under these standards, to understand in a better way. So applied part, as they say, in this particular description of standard is that part of the medical electrical equipment, which in normal use, necessarily comes into physical contact with the patient for the equipment to perform its function, or can be brought into contact with the patient, or needs to be touched by the patient. So you can see here an illustration. So electrical equipment with applied part in a particular way for critical care. Gadgets need to be connected physically on the patient. Thereby, they have to be electrically safe. And also for equipment without an applied part, like in scanners, where there could be high intensity electromagnetic environment. So from interference point of view and the effect on the body, they have to be properly classified and under the particular standards. So ensuring patient safety, two areas where was essentially we have to understand in any medical facility, the location or the medical room gets classified into three distinct groups. So group 0, where there are no applied parts intended, it is basically physical care. Group 1, where the applied parts are intended but externally and invasively to any part of the body in a limited way. And group 2 is a location like operation theaters, where there will be invasive procedures and equipments can come into contact with the patient in an invasive way, and the discontinuity of the power may cause danger to the life of the patient. Similarly, the electrical part, the electrical power to these three groups also classified mainly in two categories which are important: the class 0 and class 0.5. Class 0 meaning the power supply should not break, no break in power supply, and class 0.5 meaning the power supply restoration should be done within 0.5 seconds. Okay. Just to have a quick understanding about these various medical rooms and the groups and the class, you can see here a magnetic MRI scanner. Typically, the magnetic resonance imaging room. This comes under category group 1 and group 2, and power supply requirements under class less than 0.5 seconds. You have the OT, where it again a group 2 medical location requiring the criticality of power for restoration in less than 0.5 seconds, or even at times seamlessly, even without break. A critical intensive care room, where there could be again invasive apparatus used for the patient for close monitoring. Again a group 2 example, where the requirements of power supply become critical as required for class 0.5. And the least, like a massage room, where you can, it's a group 0 example at times, and there a delay in restoration of power supply can be tolerated. So even greater than 0.5 seconds or less than 15 seconds, as is the maximum limit, is also acceptable. So group 2 location requirements is something which is very important from the safety of the patient and ensuring continuity of power. Generally, this would be designed for providing 2 independent power supply lines to the facility, so that redundancy is maintained. So 2 sources are selectable through a particular transfer switches, and the changeover time ensuring in less than 0.5 seconds only. So either 0.5 seconds less than that, or no break. And the power supply to the medical equipment is recommended under the standard to be a ITM type. So isolation transformer with a continuous monitoring device. This is the requirement. So monitoring of the transformer for its overload, also for its temperature, and yes, and of course the transfer switching equipment along with this in this setup also has to comply with IEC standard 60947-6-1. This is mandatory for the transfer switch to be used in a medical location. Okay. So for the transfer switch, we do have quite a wide range under the 80YS P series for ensuring this class of 0.5 seconds compatibility for the selecting of the available sources, source 1, source 2, and mandatorily they will be certified as a CE mark product and declaring the particular standard IEC 60947-6-1 as a compliance for this product. Okay. Now the transformer again for medical applications in this particular recommended setup under the standard has to comply for IEC 61558-2-15. This is a standard for the transformer to be used for a medical facility. This should be at least one transformer closer to the IT system. The ratings are recommended to be between 0.5 and 10 kV under the standard. So multiple rooms, multiple locations will be having their dedicated transformer source, so identified as an IT source, isolated transformer source for the particular setup. A cluster is not allowed under the standard. So for multiple transformers they use, they cannot be parallel as such. Okay. So proximity of the transformer to the equipment is also defined under the standard. The maximum, the ideal distance not exceeding 25 meters, but it could be the closer the better to mitigate the risk of any pickup or noise, or and a proper regulated supply to the medical equipment. The distribution boards also is an important, the terminal end. So after the transformer, the supply extended to the medical equipment via distribution board, also as a standard EN 61439. So under these standards, the distribution boards are also certified and made available for extending the supply to the medical equipment. Okay. Now, a typical IT unearth system will look like this. So you have the isolation transformer and the downstream equipments and a continuous insulation monitoring device. So to ensure continuity of service, there are four major four activities that you have to look at. That is, with the occurrence of the first fault, normally during this fault, the fault current is very low. There are no dangerous voltages applied. The installation still continues to work, but the defective circuit must be identified and repaired. Okay, this is mandatory. The mandatory highlighting of the first fault. So in a particular network downstream of the distribution, insulation monitoring device is recommended, so that the first level of fault where the leakage is high and the possibility of a subsequent failure is detected. Okay, so continuous monitoring of that. Then it is also recommended to use an insulation fault locator. So downstream the distribution board in each of the branch circuits, it is recommended to install an insulation fault locator device, which is again the data is captured and monitored to identify in the shortest possible way a particular branch fault for isolation. Because the second fault would create a fault between phase and short circuit. If this goes undetected, the first level of fault, it can subsequently lead to a major fault where it could be a catastrophic failure and also a possibility of endangering the safety of the patient who is being given a diagnosis or a care. Right. So under this same standard EN 61557-8, at least one medical IT system is recommended with insulation monitoring device in close proximity. Okay. This particular standards, the basic standard IEC 60364-7 also specifies the insulation monitoring device, so the minimum required specifications, which are normally referred to. So monitoring device and connected with the annunciator for giving the alarm. So this, as a set, gets installed as a permanent monitoring device for the isolation transformer or similar source where there is likely of insulation failure while administering the care for the patient. So as a typical, there have been year over year, subsequently there have been additions to the standard for improvising. The details are always available in open domain to look at. The last was known in 2019 when the standard was updated, all in the interest of the patient safety and continuity of service seamlessly. So in a medical IT system, it is recommended to have an insulation fault locating system. We have a composite insulation fault locating system, as you can see here, where it is centrally monitored for the electrical quality of the supplies, for the particular protection, and also for detecting the failures in the branch circuit for insulation faults. Standards also recommend that the fault should be located in less than typically 2 hours. So the time required to locating fault is also important for the type of setup that will install for locating and monitoring and isolation of the branch faults. So more than fault location, their anticipation. That is what was the idea of the standard, to quickly isolate. So continuous monitoring gives you a proper advance indication in a particular branch if the fault goes down. Now the general architectures for group 2 location. So we have 2 power sources. So with the ATS automatic transfer switch, with the automatic transfer switch, you can have selection done between source 1 and source 2 with the monitoring device and an alarm report. Then you have an isolation transformer for the isolation, and then the branch circuits. Now, if you need a changeover quickly without break, the ATS, the transfer switch, can be replaced with a static transfer switch as well in the similar setup. So for less than 0.5 seconds and for no break, we have options. So first one is the ATYS, which is a rapid electromechanical changeover, and the second option for no break, your STS, which is basically a static switches, SCR based for selection of the sources. Right. Now, in case you need a seamless no break supply, you can always introduce a UPS system here. in the particular setup. So the selection between source 1 and source 2, although the ATS does in the class of 0.5, the continuity of power is seamless without any break for the downstream medical equipment. That is the ultimate that you can done. But it had also other advantages, like in a typical installation with high-end equipment like MRI machine. The requirements of power, the kind of crest factors of the current, and the distortion that can be returned back on the common point of the utility supply can be damaging for the other parallel connected loads. So for that, we do have a solution which is type tested globally by large manufacturer of medical equipment in their high-end labs for compliance to manage such loads seamlessly, and also to absorb the particular support the particular load pattern requirements while maintaining a clean supply at the input side. So no distortion is transferred to the grid upstream, and the other parallel connect equipment, they remain safe, ensuring a good level of power availability more than filter. So this Masters GP4HC product is something adapted solution we have for managing such loads. These typical loads, as you can see, the demand for the current pattern from the source is very stringent, with a rapid rate of change of currents, peak values for the current, non-sinusoidal and inductive loads typically to be managed. So this grade of this UPS systems is something very typical and adaptive. Insulation fault locating system. So we have seen in the architecture as far as the selection of source, the clean power, the changeover time, etc., and also the monitoring. The downstream insulation fault in each branch as also recommended to be installed, and again collectively the data monitored for particular analysis. So solutions available for this is in a form of insulation mapping with home scanner. I'll go to the architecture quickly of this particular unit. So it's a centralized display connected with all other monitoring accessories on the existing network, and it will continuously monitor the particular resistance, capacitance, and the insulation levels of the various locations. It's a multi-point monitoring system with a central display and a central unit. It's quite a user-friendly and very easily collected data for monitoring the critical parameters, the status faults, and the insulation levels. This is a snapshot of the entire architecture of iZone DigiWare. The iZone DigiWare as a solution for this centralized monitoring, as a multi-point monitoring for in the architecture we discussed for the recommended ITM type power supply for medical equipments. Okay. So this is an intelligent system of insulation monitoring for all the branch faults connected with a communication port, and the data can be transferred for analytical purpose and preventive measures as well. So just to summarize, to ensure patient safety at medical locations, what do we have? We have automatic transfer switches, the ATYS series, to swiftly select alternate power sources in less than 0.5 seconds. The static transfer switches, that is the Statis series, to select alternate power source without break. The uninterrupted power supply systems, the Masters GP4HC series, which is an adapted solution for seamless continuity of power. And the iZone DigiWare system is a centralized monitoring of multi-point locations for power quality, insulation levels, temperature, and faults. So this is the basket we have, what solutions we can give, and way for ensuring a better care and safety of the patients. Thank you for your patient audience, and thank you so much. On behalf of my SOCOMEC team, I would like to thank the organizers here for the opportunity to showcase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupte. Thank you for sharing the insights about the latest innovations and technologies which SOCOMEC is doing currently, and how it's going to help. I will request if anybody has any question, the panel or the mentors would like to ask any question. Just quickly, we'll have to wrap up in next 2 minutes because we are running short of time. So if there is any question, I would request the panel developer. No, So there are no questions, sir. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. And
Thanks.
we will
Thank
look
you.
forward to seeing you in the program. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice day. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So with this, we end this presentation session, and we would like to invite the next panelists for the day two, session one, which is on MEP services, the backbone of any healthcare project, and IAQ and FIRE safety. For this session, we have session chair, Dr. Colonel Rakesh Verma, who's the CEO for Aeon Med Health and Hospital. Will be joined by speakers, Mr. Himanshu Agarwal, who's the CEO and founder, Magneto Cleantech. Architect Bikramjit Kukreja, who's a principal consultant, We Consulting. Mr. B. Gautam Balinga, who's the chairman for ISHR, ISHRE Institute of Excellence, II. I hope I have corrected the spell out ISHRE well. Okay, so now I leave it to the discussion to Dr. Colonel Rakesh Verma. Sir, I will request you if you can switch on your camera, unmute yourself, and a little bit about yourself before you start the session. Colonel Rakesh Verma is a retired, is a CEO of Aeon Med Health and Hospital, New Delhi, a consulting company specializing in hospital and healthcare quality accreditation, operating learning and development services, performance and productivity. He is also a consultant, speaker, teacher, trainer in hospital and healthcare systems, a veteran from Army, Medical Corporate Corps of Indian Army, and alumnus of prestigious AF, MC Pune and AIMS New Delhi. Sir, over to you, and I would request you if you can also invite other panelists and give a little bit about their introductory note. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Adarsh. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, it's loud and clear.
So thank you, Mr. Adarsh. Thank you for inviting me to this session, and also I welcome the panelists for this session. It's an important part of any hospital and healthcare project, and this session is MEP Services, and here we will be covering the IAQ, that is internal air quality and fire safety. So for this, we have Mr. Himanshu Agarwal, who's the CEO and founder of Magneto Cleantech. He's a veteran from the air conditioning industry, a huge experience behind him, nearly 38 years in the industry. He has also been the office bearer with ISHRE and a lecturer with the Indian Institute of Engineering and Delhi Institute of Polytechnic Studies. He is the active member, and with his experience, we hope to benefit when it comes to internal air quality, and his organization presently is doing great work in this line. The second panelist we have is architect Mr. Bikramjit Kukreja. Welcome, Mr. Bikramjit. He has over 20 years in the field of mechanical and electrical services design, and has been involved in super tall building engineering. Of course, I don't understand much of super tall building engineering, but I guess it must be a very, very complex task to really achieve those things. Then we have Mr. B. Gautam Balinga. He's the chairman of ISHRE Institute of Excellence. Mr. Balinga, we always knew what ISHRE does, but I think in last year's COVID pandemic, the ISHRE guidelines on air conditioning really, changed lots of perspectives in this field. And with your illustrious career as a mechanical engineer from IIT Kharagpur and so much of industry experience, we hope to benefit from your presentation today. So we have 3 speakers today, and I will request Mr. Himanshu Agarwal to begin.
So is my screen visible? So first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for your kind words, Colonel. And also good morning to my colleagues here. Is my voice visible, audible here?
Yes, it is.
Great. So since you already explained that I come from a long legacy within the HVAC and our industry, we already seen that the comfort has been there for more than 100 years. The air started to come more on our doorsteps in last 5 years, particularly in NCR. But in last 2 years, we have seen that the airborne infection has become a talk of the entire world. And in fact, in the last 2-3 months, the kind of developments that have taken place in specific context to the corona, it has already shook the world. Am I safe enough of breathing this air that I have? This is a question that everyone has, be it at home, office, space, and of course, healthcare is always the most challenging task. So here we are. I'm going to present to you some of the technologies that exist, some of the technologies that should be adopted, what are the way forward that are happening in this industry towards the infection control through the air. So our mission message is Corona Se Azad. I'm starting a small video, which is a video of WHO to talk about air.
What causes 1 in 9 deaths worldwide? Affects 80% of people living in cities, but is often invisible. What leads to more than 1/4 of deaths from heart disease, 34% of deaths from stroke, and kills almost as many people each year as the number of breaths you take? The answer, air pollution.
So friends, do we really take the air as serious as it should be? In the last 50 years, we have sanitized food, we have cleansed water. Now is the time to seriously look at the air. I'll keep my focus more towards the healthcare direction. We already have certain type of challenges in the healthcare, but if we look at our healthcare, due to our environmental and the other circumstances, it is even more intense. So if I look at Indian climatic conditions, they are very different from the rest of the world, and they are fertile for active microbial activity. Our infrastructure is already overburdened. Per square foot that you talk about in the healthcare today has shifted in context to India, people per square inch. We already have high healthcare acquired infection of a very highest level. Did we know that we already have a pandemic which was already existent before the corona? It was TB. Even today, if we pick up the number and deaths that are taking place, probably the media is not highlighting it. It is not becoming public. But the more number of people are dying because of TB in India, even than the corona at the current point in time. Yes, the corona has brought to the limelight the challenge that all of us are facing to a different proportion and magnitude. Also, one of the another important aspect is rapid increasing in the air pollution is risking not only the patients or the healthcare workers, but even the expensive assets. I'm sure many of you must have heard of dubious spaces where you have this healthcare and the corrosion in the expensive devices takes place. So this is a challenge that we have in the Indian healthcare in context to what we have at the moment. Airborne infection risks are all-time high. Do we know that in the healthcare, 80% is made up of air? And have we really observed that 20% of the critical areas only get the attention for safe and clear? But do we know that the 80% of the area leads to the highest amount of cross-infection due to the high amount of cross-infection that is taking place between the healthy and the unhealthy? Airborne cross-contamination risk are at peak due to pandemic. How to make our healthcare infrastructure ready for airborne corona or other hospital-acquired airborne risks? How do we do it? Let's try to explore. How to solve this problem overnight in a pandemic situation? Pandemic has hit us like never before. We require retrofit solutions, which should be high performance. We require modular systems, which can scale up or down, because pandemic is here. Maybe it is not there tomorrow, but we can't have fixed infrastructure or the fixed expenditures being done. It has to be a cost-effective, relocatable, reusable, movable kind of solutions. And of course, it should not add on to our energy or should not harm our environment. These are some of the thoughts that we have, that we should consider when we look at solving this kind of a challenge and problem in front of us. We all know we have traditional methods, which I would like to again highlight. We have been doing chemical sanitization of the space decontamination. But again, they are limited for a period of while. And again, when a contaminant person will come, the contaminant may again start to spread. There have been various type of high efficiency, HEPA, ELPA, all kind of various type of filters are being used. But have we really understood that sometimes they can be the fertile breeding grounds for infection? And if we look at really the retrofit due to their pressure drops, it's not easy. Even over the last couple of years, there have been alternative processes like PHI, PCO, which have been introduced for infection control. But remember, they were all designed for mild infection control because we never had these kind of pandemics and these kind of high intensity bioburdens happen. So they were not apt for pandemic or high acquired or high amount of infection that happens in the healthcare infrastructure. These were the traditional methods. What are the modern day approaches that we have now, which are available, proven right there on our doorstep? One is a filterless magnetic air purification, which is called FMAP. It's the Corona-19 ready product or a solution or a technology, which has not only nanoscale particles like 0.1 micron trap and kill capability. It is an electronic class of semi-HEPA air filtration with MEP 15 and with not just the high efficiency air filtration, but also with the killing capability, with the antimicrobial capability. So FMAP, filterless magnetic air purification, is one way. Another very interesting approach is, until now, if you look at the isolation wards, they were isolation wards designed for any kind of infection that may erupt from the part of the body. And they were designed as a space. But today, with the number of cases and with a very localized, say, air or the breath coming out and then the huge amount of infection coming out, have we thought out of the box? We at Magneto, we thought that we should be solving this problem the way we have done it. So what we designed is a bioaerosol air protection unit, which is called BAP. It's a very simple system engineering. That's how it has been done in the industrial designs also. Why it can't be done for the healthcare? We wonder. So it's a very simple ventilated headboard, which can be very regional collection over the source of contaminant generation. And you can convert any space to a patient isolation space. It is easily mass scalable. You can create, you can attach it to individual negative pressure units, or you can connect it to a centralized negative pressure unit. It's economical, replicable, scalable. And of course, it's a DIY system. As a conscious enterprise, as an entrepreneur, we filed for Indian patent for this and we made it open source. Today, even if you see the CDC has picked this up and recognized the need for such kind of a system engineering and design for isolation spaces. This is another simple and very cost-effective way. As we all know, UVGI is proven to have antimicrobial capability. We also have a lot of infrastructure which does not have any kind of air conditioning or closed systems or spaces. How do we handle them? Or how do we scale up very quickly? So this is an upper room UVGI, which has already been recommended by TB, by CDC actively for TB, and now being recommended for coronavirus also. It's a globally proven UVGI technology. It eliminates airborne infection disease. It's safe, economical, and scalable. And of course, it can be applied both in aircon or non-aircon spaces. Another very important dynamic that has been there in the industry now is that you can see the air quality on the real-time basis. That means you can monitor particles, gases, CO2, temperature, and humidity. As we all know that today there are indicative methods of risk factor available, whereby you can create a logic between humidity, CO2, and particles. So you can have these systems. These systems have already been there, whereby you can ensure that the health is visible. But this has been until now. So this is where the enterprise is born, which I am a founder of. We are focused on large-scale air pollution and airborne risk problem solving. We invented magnetocentral air cleaner based on filterless magnetic system, and we made air quality visible through data display. So what we brought about into spaces was health, safety, and clean air also added saving benefits. We are a technology enterprise. We have, of course, filterless magnetic, we have UVGI, we have PHIO, we have plasma, we have all kind of technologies available, our umbrella, and we use one or the other technologies for solving complex problems right from odor to antimicrobial to particles. We are a startup company. We have filed for 3 Indian patents. We are a MSME and made in India enterprise. This is a unique offering that we have today, which is meeting the global guidelines for airborne corona protection. This is magnetocentral air cleaner, as I showed you, based on filterless magnetic air purification, co-powered with the UVC, because the CDC, ISHRE, everybody recommends high efficiency, semi-HEPA class of air filtration combined with the UVC. And that's the system we have. And this is very low pressure drop. This can be attached to all kind of aircon units. And in fact, it has already been tested for 99% of coronavirus inactivation capability as per FDA guidelines as well. And this is one system which you can apply for all and every type of aircon unit. These are some of the test reports and the results and data that we have, which is as per FDA GLP guidelines. And this is the way several tests have been conducted. So this is a unique process. I will not try to go more in detail, but simple process is that it kills. I would like to highlight something more on the microbiological inactivation capability. Fungal spores are most difficult to disintegrate. Viruses are easiest. So if you see the graph from fungal growth to bacterial to mycobacteria to vegetative bacteria to viruses, that's why if we look at the coronavirus, even with a simple washing of the hands, you can disintegrate this kind of virus. So viruses are not difficult to really handle. This is some of our patent that we filed for BAP unit, magnetic filterless technology. This is the way modular structure is, and it can be done up for all kind of machines. So this is the way you have a typical air handling system in any kind of spaces. And on my left-hand side of the screen, you can see conventional system. You can just remove and you can install this, and this will take a couple of hours before the system is ready to apply without any modification, because it's very, very low pressure drop. We also have UV systems, specially engineered and designed for all kind of aircon machines, because we believe the aircon handles the largest quantum of air and is a perfect place for you to provide that sanitized or sterilized air that you want in the infrastructure with the energy saving benefits and in a chemical free manner. We see a future, and this is already happening. Can we see the biosafety? Can I make it visible? Yes, the world is working towards that. And this is the way shortly you will start to see that you'll be able to see different viruses or bacteria that exist. Their disintegration in the air you'll be able to see. And these sensors are already happening, and they will be able to make you see the safety. So beyond health, you'll be able to see the safety, which has a value, because now you can bring about that safety because your guest, your performance, your system, your patient, everyone will be sure that what you are doing is performing. These are some of the case studies that we have. This is a large extension space that we did it with the PGI Chandigarh, whereby more than 300 units of magnetocentral air cleaners were installed and the performance was checked. This is the way they went out, and even they communicated that they are ready for the coronavirus attack. And this is the way they built up their defense system at a PGI Chandigarh. This is another case study that we have, that where in the real-time healthcare environment, less than 20 CFU counts of the microbials were tested after the installation of this system. We have some of the finest certifications from the globe. be it UL, ISO, ASHRAE 52.2, MERV 15, GreenPro, or NABL, or GRIHA, or intellectual property rights. Even we are following some of the most stringent standards from the globe. We have some of the finest names today in the country, right from Google's to even the large engineering enterprises like BMW, Boeing, Airbus, Siemens. You name one after another is adopting this and has seen the performance in the real-time basis. Media has been talking a lot about our innovation because our focus area is empower India with global technologies designed, optimized for India and at Indian economics. That's the way forward. So friends, all I would like to conclude and say, protecting people is also protecting assets, and especially in healthcare, protecting assets along with the protecting the health of the people and the healthcare workers and even the not healthy people is extremely important. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Himanshu. A great presentation. And also you highlighted lots of good work that is being done by your organization. I think we will take the questions if there are any towards the end of the session. So next we have architect Bikramjit Kukreja. He is the principal consultant with B Consulting. Over to you, Mr. Kukreja.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
I think I need Himanshu, you need to sort of take down your session. I need to share my screen.
Mr. Kukreja, you will have to reshare it. There is some problem with the screen, I believe. We can say screen sharing here.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen.
Himanshu, can you log out?
It should work now if you can.
Yes, I think.
Yes, we can see this.
Are you able to see that?
Better now. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Himanshu, for saving us from all the dreadful sort of airborne diseases. Thank you, everyone, for being here to listen to me. I would like to start by thanking God for his blessings and praying for the health of humanity. We are talking about healthcare. We are living in testing times. The response capacity to health systems is thoroughly challenged. Fire protection, this is the topic which has been given to me, the fire protection, safety. You can't see it. You just feel good. You just feel safe when you go into any hospital. Thank you, fire engineering. Now, fire engineering is a very, very wide topic, and I would not sort of get into the nitty-gritties of everything, but surely I would want here to get into the aspects of making the building safe. We would want to touch upon the points which most people would ideally sort of neglect or oversee, I would say, in the loss of and the absence of knowledge about these things. The modern construction that we see today, it is a catalyst of architectural activity and spatial expressions. Everybody wants to make their buildings look nice. Even healthcare facilities look like five-star hotels these days. And unfortunately, the fire risk has increased in direct proportion to these things. The new innovations that have come into the building design as such. I would not want to get into the aspects of fire because everybody dreads fire. Nobody wants to be near it. But unfortunately, we have instances that keep on reminding us of the devastating effects of fire and why we need to control it, how we need to make our services facilities better. See, everybody would realize that a lot of impetus is there on the fire, on the healthcare facilities being there, but we cannot obviate the responsibility to maintain and protect the assets that we create. as it is, we have a paucity of healthcare spaces in the country today. We must protect, we must take care of all of them. And going forward, I would want to share the quintessential order of precedence. These are all sort of my thoughts. And everybody has a right to sort of say or be in a way talk something else. But the way I would sort of take the fire engineering is that I would first analyze the fire risk. You have to analyze what kind of a hospital. Every hospital is not same. The height, the kind of specialty, the kind of equipment. You cannot compare a pure corona hospital to a multi-speciality hospital. Once the risk is analyzed, the evacuation strategy needs to be taken into place, because we know what kind of patients we would be having. Or the patients need a lot of time to be evacuated. The support to an evacuation strategy is the compartmentation, which is an overlooked topic in most places. Compartment, and then we would move on to the smoke management, and eventually we would go into the fire detection and the suppression part, which I think is quite popular. Most of the people know about it, and we would talk about it in the end. Now, to sort of understand how the fire safety or fire engineering is done, we need to understand how fire growth and fire spread takes place. Initially, the fire would start as smoldering, very small fire in the first phase, grow. The phase 2 or the flashover is our threshold point. If we are able to control the fire up to the flashover time, if we are able to evacuate our people safely from the affected area up to the flashover point, we would have done justice to the design of the building. Because beyond that, it is all devastation. Because beyond a flashover, the fire would completely sort of get into a madness, a maniac phase, wherein the fire suppression systems would come into place, which is something which is not very welcome in a healthcare facility, because eventually you would want that you get some kind of a pre-alarm to evacuate the people before any eventuality takes place. When we do the risk analysis, we have to understand that the patients may not be in a condition to react to a fire event. The fire event may actually be so small that you do not want to take out the entire population in a building. Evacuation is very difficult and time consuming. The material of construction, the modern day materials, a lot of them are untested. A lot of them are being made in such a way that they are being aped, that some material is being used in a hotel, so we may use it in a healthcare facility as well. Considerable amount of bed linen, laboratories, OTs, they're using a lot of flammable fluids. They have a lot of oxygen bottles, a lot of electrical, mechanical stuff hanging around here and there, which needs to be analyzed and taken into cognizance when we take on the risk. Moving on from the risk, once we've done the risk analysis, then we have the evacuation strategy. Now, a normal evacuation strategy for a residential building or an office building will never work in a healthcare facility. Now, in a healthcare facility, we move on in a progressive evacuation fashion. We cannot work in a normal evacuation or a complete evacuation strategy. What do we mean by progressive evacuation? We mean that a patient from one part of that same floor is capable, or the building is equipped to take on that patient into the other zone. So all patients of the yellow zone that you see in the picture can move over to the pink zones, or to the beige zone, or to the green zone as the situation demands. Suppose the pink zone is under fire, all the patients, the yellow zone needs to have the capacity to take in the patients from the pink zone. Since the patients, sometimes they're on stretchers, sometimes they're on wheelchairs, so we cannot have all the patients moving on vertically down to the ground floor. So the first strategy is progressive evacuation. Then comes the phased evacuation part, wherein we make sure that in a healthcare facility, a pre-alarm is always given. A pre-alarm is the one which goes on to the healthcare workers out there, to the maintenance staff out there, so that they can eventually check whether there's an actual fire or not before they start an evacuation. The two-stage strategy is that. looking at the scenario of the modern day hospitals, which are very, very large floor plates, high rise in construction, we need to, the best strategy out there is defend in place. A lot of times patients are connected to life-saving equipment. They're in OTs, they're in ICUs. They cannot be evacuated at all. And as we know, the doctors are under oath not to leave them. So they are a precious asset to us as well. So we need to create those sort of safety devices, safety strategies to defend in place. So the patients and the healthcare staff stays put where they are, and we need to compartment the space in such a way that the fire they are able to sustain the fire for at least 60 to 120 minutes till the time eventually a phased evacuation can be done. The very important part in an evacuation strategy is compartmentation. Why compartmentation is practically, as the name states, dividing the building horizontally and vertically into zones so that we are able to handle the smoke, handle the fire, handle any kind of eventuality only in particularly designated zones, and the flashover to the other zones do not happen. The compartmentation helps in evacuation, in containment. In the firefighters, when they come, they need to directly access the exact location of fire. So we need to make sure the public addressing is much easier. The fighting or the suppression of the fire is a lot easier. If you could see the picture on the right, it's a utopian sort of a picture wherein it clearly indicates that one part is completely capable of taking care of the patients from the other part in case of an eventuality. So I would be more talking about the Indian perspective here. So if you see that the Indian code clearly stipulates that all critical patients, OTs, ICUs cannot be beyond a 30-meter height threshold, wherein they can be easily saved or evacuated. The OTs in critical areas need to have a 120-minute fire separation. The glass facades, if we consider the complete building as one unit compartment, there are multiple blocks in a whole complex. We would not want that the fire from one building moves on to the other building. And then we have the horizontal and vertical barriers. So if you see the facade protection, which has become very, very important these days, the glass is a material of choice. Everybody wants to do a full glass facade. So you have a chimney effect, because if you see, technically, when there is a gap between the glass and the slab, which needs to be impeccably sort of protected so that the fire from one floor doesn't vertically go up to the other, because gas and smoke have a chimney effect. Then there's the leapfrog effect. So this is also very important to save. Now, as per the new code, the fire resistance of the glass facade has been taken down on the premise that if you see the figure on the left, that the sprinklers would be protecting the glass and they would be cooling on the glass. So there would be no leapfrogging of the fire from one floor to the other, which used to happen earlier, which is evident from the scenes above in the pictures. Then there's a very important aspect of compartmentation which has been brought about in the new codes, is about the fire tower or the firefighting shaft. Now this is a very important sort of thing in healthcare, because you have one compartment which is completely dedicated to be used by the fire officers, which is completely protected. One very important thing which has come about today is that let's say 5 years earlier, we never used to consider lifts as a means of evacuation due to unresolved reasons. There's a lot of controversies behind it. But then making a fire tower allows us to use lifts as an effective means of evacuation, because the height of the buildings has gone considerably high. Even all hospitals that we see are going more than 60-90 meters high. So lifts also need to be taken into cognizance when we are designing an evacuation strategy today. And fire tower making helps us to actually make that possible. We have the steel structure. So we all know, we are all sort of reminded of 2611 the moment we talk about steel structure. The government is pushing for steel construction, composite construction. The newer materials need newer choice of protection as well. We need to be very careful whether we are using vermiculite, whether we are covering the steel. Just doing a fire resistant paint on a steel building will never help. We need to be very carefully designing the steel structures. Now, a very important point in vertical and horizontal openings that are there, which generally are always missed. If you see the picture on the right, the electrical risers, which are going from one compartment to the other, or one floor to the other, or nobody sort of remembers that one plumbing pipe which would be going from one fire compartment to the other, and which could eventually become a carrier of smoke and fire, hindering the evacuation process and helping the fire to expand to beyond controllable means. We need to be very careful. There are various technologies available, there are fire resistant concrete, there are pillows, there's such equipment technologies. We need to just get them into place and put them in the right perspective when we're designing fire safety and protection for the buildings. Smoke management, eventually, this is the bigger killer than even the fire. We all know that it takes just 5 breaths of smoke to lose consciousness. More than 90% of the victims die of smoke. It is very important to take care of the smoke, because eventually the building evacuation cannot happen if there is the exit passages, if the staircases, if the lift wells or the lobbies are full of smoke. It is evident from the charts on the right that if there is a smoke extraction or smoke venting system available, the temperature of the smoke and the smoke impregnation in any compartment would be practically brought down to 10-15%, only up to the smoke layer. So if you see, the smoke layer is a reservoir of smoke which is created at the top, which we eventually allowed to be there, so that the smoke reservoir is always full and we are able to remove or take out the smoke always from that reservoir rather than from that entire compartment, thereby making sure that the height of the smoke layer is close to about 6 to 7 feet, which is a height where humans can easily pass in the corridors and move out by not getting affected by the fire temperature or the fire, the vicious effects of the fire. We have to see the smoke management in terms of each compartment. The smoke needs to be taken out. A lot of times we have seen that the new buildings are also atrium oriented. Now all the buildings, that even the healthcare facilities, are completely air conditioned. They're all inclusive. The buildings are made in such a way that they depend upon artificial means for any small little air change or small little fresh air or an exhaust system. It is very important to sort of take care of these atriums, wherein any sort of a fire in a normal OPD or a normal ground floor or a diagnostic area, which is most populated area and most conducive or more fertile for a fire to come to be taking place. Codes say a lot of things, but we need to bring them into practice. So there are a lot of ways and means, like fire curtains and drenchers and things which can protect the fire the fire from spreading over vertically. So these are the touch points. So when we're designing a sprinkler system, we need to be very careful about the water-based systems, that they protect so that the compartmentation can also be created in addition to the cooling effect what they produce. We need to sort of pressurize the lift lobbies and all the staircases and the stairwells, so that they are available to us unhindered during an evacuation process. A lot of times we miss out on very basic things when we talk about the smoke spread sources, which are the filters, the dry or viscous, or even the electrostatic filters. They have a very high voltage. The ducting material, the joints, the flexible joints, each and every small little component of MEP or electromechanical equipment process needs to be thought of in such a way that it is fire resistant, it is non-combustible, it will not aid fire or smoke impregnation into the building. A lot of these kind of things. Now, then we come over to the fire detection and the suppression part, which is an offshoot from the compartmentation and the smoke management process. Now, a fire alarm is a very important aspect in the entire building sort of safety, wherein it gives us a pre-alarm. So I always say that fire alarm is actually there for life safety. It will give you an alarm much before any kind of event the fire has taken place. It needs to be accurate. It needs to have a fast response time. But in keeping in mind the healthcare facilities, very important aspect of fire alarm is that immunity to nuisance alarms. even a small alarm, which could be a false alarm, which could be a very small fire, could create panic in the entire hospital. And in fact, even in the audio integration, because these days when we do phased evacuation, the audio integration is a very important part of the phased evacuation, meaning that whatever floor is under fire, the audio, the sirens do not start blaring on the entire building the moment there is a fire alarm. So we need to understand that the floor which is under fire, or the floor above or below it, are the only floors which are taken into cognizance when the fire alarm is being generated. So rest of the floors do not sort of have any kind of a panic. My staircases are designed only for 2 or 3 floors of evacuation at a given time. My lifts are insufficient always in healthcare facilities. So we need to be very careful on the fire alarm part of it, the activations, the kind of, so I would not go into the nitty-gritties of fire detection, but I would specially go into the fire detection for specialized areas. Now, operation theaters have a very high air velocity, and we also know that the spot detectors are entrapments for infection. When you have spot detectors in OTs, now they will always catch on all that infection, and the infection will always be in them. For ages, nobody can clean them properly. So we now are using aspiration type of detection systems in special areas like ICUs and OTs, where we think that the conventional spot detection technology will not work. So here we have the pipe system wherein air is being sucked out into a detector which is at an eye level, which you do not need to climb up a sort of a ladder to bring down and clean. This is a laser detector inside it, very early warning, very safe from infections. You can easily clean it. It's at an eye level. So these are the special sort of technological enhancements in fire safety security that we are doing these days, and which must be sort of adopted in mass when we are doing these healthcare facilities. And the fire alarm, as I was saying, that fire alarm is today even more important than detection. If detection once done, you cannot have your sirens and your horns blaring out in the entire facility. The patient areas need to have just a voice evacuation messaging. It could be a pre-recorded message. It could be an orange alert, the blue alerts, or these kind of things need to be taken into consideration while designing even the basic fire alarm system. You cannot create panic to the entire facilities, and especially the patient areas. Now, the fire suppression system is eventually the last thing to be covered, but this is the one which is the first line of defense for limiting the fire, for doing a complete property safety and an asset protection for that. We have the hydrants, we have the standpipes, we have the gas suppressions, we have automatic sprinklers. Everybody probably seen the ugly looking fire hose cabinets, but when they work, they actually help you save the entire building. The automatic sprinkler systems, this to me is the first line of defense. It is the fastest response for any kind of a fire. You have the fire can be, a small fire can be taken out before they can cause any kind of a havoc in the building. The smoke volume being produced is considerably less. The temperature of the evacuation area is considerably less. People can evacuate when the sprinklers are on, and they're automatic, and they are one of the earliest inventions in firefighting systems. You have the water shield, which is very popular these days, that you see. You have the water curtains, a typical pump room installation. Now, having said all that, fire safety eventually, to me, all boils down to a planned preventive maintenance of the entire firefighting system. Now, by installing a very expensive firefighting, doing all kinds of compartmentations, all kinds of smoke managements will all fail if there is no preventive maintenance. Even a small insignificant thing looking for like a fire door will never work when it is actually needed to work. A lot of times the code allows that the fire doors can be kept open at all times and can be linked to a fire initiation device and closed when there is a fire. So what happens if that system or the spring or the basic hardware doesn't work at the time when you want it? What happens when the sprinkler doesn't burst? What happens when the pump doesn't work when you actually need it? So everything, all fire safety entirely depends upon what kind of preventive maintenance that we do, which is the paramount thing in fire safety. In the end, I would say that fire safety is actually everyone's responsibility. It is not the responsibility of just you or me as specialists doing the design, but everybody needs to take care of the fire safety of a building. We need to be we need to observe. Whenever we go to a hospital, we need to know the places to move out. We need to know how to operate fire extinguishers, and all the active and passive fire protection systems built in they play a significant role in making your and my mind completely safe and at ease and at peace when we are taking our loved ones to the hospitals. I think that should complete the presentation.
So, Mr. Kukreja, thank you very much. Very vast topic that you have covered, but you have covered it in a manner which could be done in a short while, and also highlighted important points that are necessary. So I think the norm is to take the questions towards the end of the session. So we will now move to the next speaker, Mr. Baliga. Over to you, Mr. Baliga. Mr. Kukreja, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, and we can also hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Dr. Colonel Rakesh Verma. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you, and I'm feeling quite honored to be speaking in this forum. I'm going to talk about the HVAC for fast track and emergency facilities for treating COVID-19 patients in India. I had the privilege to be part of the team which put together these recommendations. So I'm going to talk about
Mr. Baliga, your presentation is not visible.
Just a moment. Is it visible now?
We can see the Windows Explorer only on your screen.
Oh, good. Okay, this one. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, but only Explorer is visible. I think instead of sharing the entire screen, you just share the presentation. That will be easier. Yeah, now we can see it.
Okay. I think I would rather go to the presentation if you don't mind one second. You can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can see the screen and the presentation as well.
Great, thanks so much. Okay. So India is a developing country with population of 1.3 billion, and the government is taking various initiatives to address the challenge. So my presentation is first by recognizing the type of facilities, then we talk of the HVAC parameters for the containment of contamination, and the recommendations as per the resources available, all for the HVAC systems. So the IGBC developed this particular recommendation, and these are specific to level 1 COVID hospitals, which are for symptomatic COVID patients not requiring oxygen or mechanical ventilators. Level 2 COVID hospitals have a different type of recommendations. These provide oxygen for those needing the same, but not in need of intensive care. And finally, for level 3 COVID hospitals, which provide ICUs and oxygen and mechanical ventilation to the patients who need the same. So I'll talk a little bit about the infection control strategies in HVAC. First is the pressure relationships of areas and airflow currents. This perhaps is, the most important part in any air conditioning systems, that you don't want contamination to travel from one zone to another zone. Then we have got a strategy which is air changes per hour, how much fresh air and recirculation needs to be done for diluting the contaminants. Then you'll be pumping in, a lot of fresh air into the systems, and then you'll have to think in terms of how to exhaust this from the isolation areas and safely. Then we have got the filtration systems to, sieve out those biocontaminants. Then temperature and relative humidity is also a strategy by which you contain the biocontamination. And lastly, UVGI, on which Himanshu has already talked a great deal about. So these are the strategies, and by and large, you can categorize the systems into 4 basic types. First is the air handling unit systems with filtration, and we talk in terms of ASHRAE standard 170, which is a very intensive standard which covers each and every area in the hospital. Then we have got the unitary equipment like your high walls and window units and cassettes. Then we have got the mechanical ventilation for supply and exhaust air. And we also have the solution in terms of natural ventilation. But we have to observe that, in the order of costs, the natural ventilation would be the cheapest, going forward to mechanical ventilation, unitary, and then followed by the HVAC systems with AHU. So the question will be, which is the option to be used? Obviously, it has to be as per the resources. But then we have to identify what is going to be essential and what is aspirational. So now we first talk about AHUs, the air handling units. They provide the necessary filtration, induct fresh air, provide dehumidification, create pressure gradients. This is the proper option for critical areas, for example, isolation rooms and ICUs, preferred option for quarantine and triage. Good option for all the other areas as well, needless to say, but economy has to be evaluated. Then we have got the unitary equipment. Economic option can be considered when mechanical ventilation can't give comfort. These units can be used in quarantine, triage. Then you could use it in patient waiting areas, doctors and nurses' rooms. Downside is that there is no filtration available and no fresh air can be inducted through these systems by themselves. So we need to provide separate fresh air and exhaust, and this is a must. I would like to pause here and talk about, using these kind of systems in ICUs. We have to be really careful because there is no provision of fresh air. What happens in ICUs is because these are the areas where oxygen is administered and there is likelihood of the atmosphere becoming oxygen rich. When this happens, a spark or a short circuit, which is not so problematic at normal times, can create a conflagration in oxygen rich atmosphere. This is because there is no dilution of that oxygen. And this has been the cause of many fires in ICUs. So if unitary equipment has to be used for whatever reasons, make sure that there is a fresh air source. It will ensure that the oxygen rich atmosphere will not get built up and the chance of fire is going to be reduced. Then we have got the mechanical ventilation system. It is an option where the climate is favorable. It is acceptable in areas like quarantine, triage, areas like resident gathering, activity, dining, physical therapy, wash, janitor, storerooms. Can be used when there is no risk of heat stress or pollution due to ambient air. You can use it in very nice places, in short, which are very few. Can be used when natural ventilation is not practical. And finally, the natural ventilation. Natural ventilation depends on favorable climate conditions. And example, there should be no risk of heat stress, no air pollution can be considered instead of mechanical ventilation when the room location and building orientation make natural ventilation feasible. The downside is that subject to changing climate and wind velocities needs careful engineering design. You know, this is a chart that is, I mean, a diagram that has been taken out of the green guidelines book. So if you see this, you know, you've got the various zones which are at various pressures, and it is the pressure that ultimately, you know, saves, I mean, ensures that cross contamination is in the right direction, not in the wrong direction. So if you see that, you know, these are the entrances, separate entrances for the patients and for the staff. The patients are at a negative zone, the staff is at a positive zone. The right side is the staff, left side is the patients. You can see that the laundry and other services and kitchens will be at a higher pressure because you don't want those workmen to get, you know, infected. And moving on, the laboratory is negative pressure. And then if you see this particular diagram, you got the level 1, you know, that is your quarantine areas, which are at a -7.5 at a low pressure. And the lower pressure would be level 2, which is at the top, severe cases. And similarly, right side, you've got the critical cases, which are level 3, you know, with isolation rooms and all that. So these are again at a very low pressure. So these are the basic features of ensuring that, you know, the cross contamination is in the right direction. Exhaust, see, the pressure gradient, as I said, is at the heart of the infection containment strategy in HVAC systems. Exhaust systems for isolation and ICU are to be on emergency power, that so that even when there is a power failure, you ensure that the negative pressure remains at all times. Then we come to airflow patterns. You know, this is something that needs to be, you know, emphasized. You know, it's not just about providing air conditioning. You have to see to it that the air direction is also right. If you see this particular, you know, diagram, you've got the supplier ducts, you know, which are, you know, supplying the air towards the healthcare workers who are at the aisle. And on the either side, you've got those patients, and all that respiration and all is getting carried away, you know, directly from there. It's not the other way around. So the healthcare workers would tend to be much safe. Same is the case with the negative isolation room. You can see that the supply comes over the healthcare worker first, and then towards the patient, and then to the local exhaust. And the whole area is under negative pressure, as been shown by the air directions. Air distribution, to ensure that the virus-laden air is quickly replaced in the zone with clean air. The virus-laden air is taken out of the harm's way by positioning the exhaust appropriately. So as I said, it's not just about providing air conditioning, the air directions are also important. You know, after talking of pressure gradients, we are also talking of air directions. Now we talk a little more about the air distribution. Air distribution in the room should avoid turbulence, which can result in contamination spreading uncontrolled all over the place. The placement of grills and diffusers and siding should be such that there is no air drafts. That's very important. Typically at occupancy level, air velocities should be low and near to 0.2 meters per second. So that's pretty low. Now, you know, what happens when there is turbulences, you know, the contamination which we talked in the earlier slide, it has to be taken out and all that. That's not likely to happen. So when you have low, you know, air velocities, all this can be done. One of the recommendations is fabric ducts as against normal sheet metal ducts. It's an option. And these are, by the way, not just any fabric ducts. We are talking of UL rated ducts applicable for medical, hospital applications. Fabric ducts can be used for supply as well as return or exhaust air. These ducts are now available with antimicrobial and fire ratings. Number of air diffusion options are there. Air vents, you know, this can ensure, you know, the type of velocities that we talked about. Then air UVGI, I'm not going to talk more about it. Already Himanshu has waxed eloquently on this particular topic. The other point which I mentioned about modes of contaminated exhaust, this is another very important aspect. You have to exhaust, because this is virus laden air, you have to exhaust it carefully. One way is to have the HEPA filter and then take the air out through the external wall. The other way out is to take it higher, higher than 3 meters above the vicinity buildings, and then discharge it, and then the viral load becomes pretty low. And the only thing is, one has to be taking cognizance of the direction of the wind and all that before doing these kind of chimney things. And another option that has been given and recommended is chemical disinfection, because ultimately, if you're going into mofussil areas, handling HEPA filters may not be such a great idea, because HEPA filter, it's easy to install and say you got that in the system. But the time then the HEPA filter has to be changed, you have to have qualified people who know how to handle this, because it is full of pathogens in it, and you cannot just handle with inappropriately trained people. Let me put it like that. So this is what it is. So you've got the other option is chemical disinfection. It is having a air aerator tank which is holding 1% sodium hypochlorite solution. This is something which is available in the most remote hospitals. So that can bubble through this tank and then get exhausted. It's a nice way of doing the exhaust. This particular recommendation is giving various options for various areas. I'm just going through a few of them. One is the ICU. You can see that the temperature is shown as 21 to 24 degrees centigrades. RH is 40 to 70%. Negative pressure of minus 2.5 pascals. Minimum 12 air changes. Recirculation not allowed. Then only AHUs can be used. In hospitals which are existing hospitals which are converted to COVID hospitals, there it is allowed to use unitary equipment. But as I said, fresh air and exhaust modules will have to be used along with them. Then mechanical ventilation not acceptable, natural ventilation not acceptable. Filtration, we have given that MERV 7 plus MERV 14. AHU MERV 14 is a very high grade of filter, which is of course not HEPA. That is for the AHU. Then if you're using AC units, which is the recirculation units, they come with coarse filters, but the fresh air has to be of a particular grade, MERV 7 and MERV 14. Mechanical filter, as I said, mechanical ventilation and all is not allowed. Then we have got the exhaust that has to be through HEPA, and UVGI for cooling coil is an option. Same way, I'm not going to repeat the whole thing. For quarantine, it is given. Here, we are saying that natural ventilation is an option, mechanical ventilation is an option. Exhausts have to be, though we are not saying you take it through HEPA, you have to take it to a safe place. You just can't dump it anywhere you feel like. And we have said that upper room UVGI is also an option. So this is what the recommendations are. And the recommendation book, which is available as a free download, is available on the IGBC website. And you're most welcome to download it in case you wish to. Thank you. I've come to the end of my presentation.
Mr. Balika, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Beautiful presentation, lots of diagrams and pictures, and that made a good sense, easy to understand. So with this, we have come to the end of this session. To kind of wrap up and to summarize, I think we covered a topic which is very, very critical, not only in the healthcare systems, but in the present situations where we are battling a pandemic. And every now and then we do hear that a new wave is around the corner. So in a situation or in the circumstances like that, it is important to understand how our HVAC systems will work and how we can ensure a very good quality of air indoors. This is not only as a health benefit, but also from the infection control point of view, this becomes imperative. We can't really have it any other way. Another important subject that we touched today was on the fire safety. Mr. Kukreja did a stellar job of that because it did cover most of the broad aspects, though the time was short, but it was well covered. And so we can now take questions if there are any from the audience.
Yes, sir. We have one question from Mr. Jagdish Mehta, who has requested all any panelist. Maybe he has also quoted Dr. Chandrasekhar also. If he can advise about the proposal of starting steering master in hospital architecture or engineering. When and where are these being started, and what is the reason for the delay? I repeat, is it was loud and clear?
Yeah, you are asking about the master's course.
Yeah, so it's written as please advise the latest about proposal of starting master in hospital architecture or engineering. When and where are these being started? What is the reason for the delay? And he has also quoted Dr. Chandrasekhar if he can advise on this. Although the question is dropped on the chat box. So, yeah.
I think, as I know, I mean, any of the panelists is aware of any master's course in hospital architecture? And as I know, I think there was a proposal to start one such course in collaboration with PGI Chandigarh some time back.
Right.
But I am not very sure whether it actually took off. Dr. Chandrasekhar was actively involved at that point in time. I'm talking about, I think, 12 years back. But
Right.
I'm not aware if today there is a course in hospital
Architecture and engineering.
A specialized course on a topic, on a subject that he's saying. Even though in the health architecture, I think Jamia has a course, Jamia Millia Islamia, so it could be checked from their website.
Sure, sir.
They have a master's in architecture course, which is specialized, but not in a way that he's asking.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for addressing this. And there is one more question: how the systems can be integrated in cyclone area and saline area? I think somebody has dropped a message.
No, but which systems he is talking about? I mean, we are now into very specialized discussion.
Yeah, there is one more question: how the system can be integrated in the cyclone area and the saline air area, sea beaches? So I don't know. He did not address the system.
If you're talking about air quality, then maybe Mr. Himanshu could take it. Indoor air quality.
Sure. So the sea coastal areas typically would have a higher amount of moisture burden. Due to that, the active microbial activity would take place. So as Mr. Baliga rightly said, that the temperature and humidity control, along with the right type of systems being put in, is the right way forward. And of course, when it is considered to the cyclone, of course, you have to consider many other aspects of longitude, latitude, and the air directions, and what kind of a zone is it prone to in terms of ecological site. So I think those are areas where the mechanical and civil engineering both have to work together to look at a solution.
Would it be okay if I add on to it, Himanshu?
Please go ahead.
Yes, please.
What we've been working in hurricane infested areas like Dominica and Dominican Republic, what we've seen is that like Himanshu rightly said, that air qualities and all these things need to be the equipment needs to be rugged, but also the equipment needs to be made in such a way that it keeps functioning even if there is no external help available for 2, 3, 4 days. Everything has to be sort of inward looking, everything has to be controlled, the entire equipment set has to last, has to keep working even if there is no maintenance from external sources available. So that's also very important when we work for any equipment selections in these hurricane infested areas.
Okay, I think that addresses the question to some
Yes.
extent.
Yes.
Though we could talk about structural safety and all, but I think the session is not focused on that.
Right. So, sir, I hope, did you have any remarks? So I think we should wrap up the session now.
Yes, we can wrap up, I think.
Great, sir. So thank you so much, sir. All the panelists, we would like to thank you once again for coming and sharing your thoughts. With this, we end this session. We thank all the panelists once again. Now we are going to the second session of the day, which is Green and Sustainable Hospital Architecture Rating System Energy Evidence-Based Design. This is going to be a presentation session. For this, I would like to invite session chair, Architect Leena Kumar, who is a Joint Secretary, the Indian Institute of Architects. I would request you to please come on the panel and unmute yourself.
Yes, I have others. Thank you.
All right, one second. So, welcome, ma'am. Great to have you here. We can see you here.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Adarsh. I think the perception of healthcare has dramatically changed with the onslaught of the pandemic. Right. And it's perhaps time to review the way we look at the design of healthcare. So our four speakers for the session, I think, will take us through the passage of seeing healthcare through a different lens. And our first presentation is by Karthikeyan. I think he's here. Yes. Good morning, Karthikeyan. To give you a very brief introduction, he's a mechanical engineer.
Good morning. Good morning.
Pardon? Yeah, he's a mechanical engineer with a master's degree in energy conservation and management. He is presently leading the Green Building Certification Services at CII and has contributed significantly in developing new concepts in health and well-being in buildings and the built environment in general. Over to you, Karthikeyan.
Thank you, Architect Leena. A very good morning to you all. It's my pleasure to be part of this forum and then share our thoughts on the green hospitals. Before getting into that, a small introduction about IGBC. Of course, IGBC was also referred during the last the session, the Indian Green Building Council. Our vision is to enable sustainable built environment for all. With this vision, we started working on green buildings and built environment. And also we envision India to become one of the global leaders in sustainable built environment. With this, we started, promoting the green building concepts in India. In fact, we built our own building way back in 2001, 2002, the Green Business Center in Hyderabad as a first green building in the country. That is the first platinum rated green building in the country. And now it has become a net zero energy building also. So from there, whatever we have been doing on green building front, it has evolved in various shapes and size. Variety of buildings, they started adopting green building concepts. Say it is a commercial building or residential building or hospitals, the infrastructure projects like that, any typology you talk about, all those have started adopting the green building concepts. As on date, we have about close to 7.83 billion square feet, which is supposed to be the second largest footprint in the world. And we aspire to achieve about, say, 10 billion square feet by the year 2022. Probably if we achieve 10 billion square feet, we will become even #1 in the world in terms of footprint. So coming back to the green hospital, the way we need to look at how we can implement the sustainability measures in green hospitals. Any green building, if you take, what is a green building? Green building is resource efficient. When I say resource efficient, they are very efficient in terms of energy, water, the waste management practices, etc. And also it provides a healthier space for the occupants compared to a conventional building. The same thing is applicable in case of hospitals. But what we do over and above in terms of hospital is we also work on providing a healing environment for a faster recovery of the patients. So how are we providing the healing environment for the faster recovery? That's a big subject by itself. We will see some of the key features here. And second, we are also focusing on reducing the hospital-acquired infections. Many measures are being taken to reduce the hospital-acquired infections as part of the Green Hospital initiatives. What are the benefits of going green in hospital? There are many tangible benefits as well as intangible benefits. If you look at the intangible benefits, which are very difficult to measure, that is why I call it as intangible benefit in terms of monetary benefits. For an example, there is an improved daylighting. Obviously, the improved daylighting will lead to faster recovery of the patients, and the connectivity to nature that will also enhance the faster recovery, and also the improved health and hygiene that has been maintained within the hospital. All these are focusing on how a patient can be comfortable and also recover fast compared to a conventional hospital. All these studies have been not only done by us, even the World Green Building Council have done a detailed study on this. The numbers, whatever we are projecting in this slide in terms of the faster recovery rate, all those were given by the World Green Building Council. If you look at the tangible benefits, there are many tangible benefits. I'm just highlighting only two, in terms of energy efficiency improvement, at least about 30% reduction in energy consumption is possible in case of a green hospital. That obviously translates into, the reduction in operating cost. And also the reduction in water consumption. Many of the cities nowadays are water stressed, so the hospitals need to be water efficient. Even when there is a water scarcity, the hospital should be able to run with available water. So to that extent, the hospital should be prepared to address the water related issues in the cities nowadays. Having said this, I just thought of highlighting some of the key features of the green hospitals. The first and foremost, if you look at the indoor environment quality, this is what is contributing to the faster recovery. When we talk about indoor environment quality, we address the air quality predominantly. The last session was focusing on the air quality significantly. So I will just highlight only what are the key aspects in terms of the fresh air ventilation, or in terms of the number of air changes that need to be maintained, the quality of air that need to be monitored. All those things need to be taken care of. This should be certainly much better than what we have specified in the standards. It could be ISHRAE standard, or we can follow ASHRAE standard as well. Then we are looking at in terms of the healing architecture. When I talk about the healing architecture, we need to necessarily look at in terms of the daylighting, how we are connecting to the exteriors. This is what will calm the minds of the patients and help them to recover faster. And the kind of the greeneries we have, and also the even the color psychology we address a lot in the hospital. The colors what we need to use in terms of the patient room, or in terms of the critical care center, those things need to be taken care. And also some of the occupant as well as the patient-centric design. Majority of the time we look at the patients, we forget about the doctors and nurses who also occupy the buildings, because they are the people who undergo a lot of stress as well. We need to look at their health and well-being as well. So the ergonomics of the the furnitures they use, and also the stress relieving spaces that are going to be there as part of the building, the low emitting materials that we need to use within the building, the acoustic design, especially from the hospital point of view, the acoustics plays a significant role. Any external noise or a significant increase in noise level will affect the patient as well as the doctors and nurses. That is the reason all these parameters have been looked at in terms of the green hospital design. The second aspect, for enhancing the health and well-being, obviously we need to look at the sanitation and the hygiene part. The infection control predominantly we need to look at. In fact, last session we covered about IGBC developing a COVID guidelines for the COVID treatment center, and we have guidelines for hospital also to address the COVID related issues. The infection control, if you look at, predominantly it happens on account of two things. One is the air we circulate within the hospital. The second is the high touch surfaces. So when we talk about the infection control, we need to have multiple strategies in terms of reducing the infection control. It could be dilution, the filtration, the pressurization, and then finally the purification. I don't want to get into the details of this. I understand it has been covered in the previous session as well. And also the high-touch surfaces, what we are going to use. in terms of the copper coated surfaces, which will address the pathogens as well. And lastly, the waste management related aspects. Especially from the hospital point of view, the biomedical waste, the way we are going to handle it, the way we are going to treat it and then dispose of it, that makes a lot of difference. This is going to be a major problem. We have heard the recent news in terms of, throwing biomedical waste and then very poorly handling the biomedical waste by some of the authorized agencies. I'm talking about authorized agencies doing this. That becomes a major problem. So how we are going to address that has been looked at from the green hospitals point of view. Some of the other areas, for an example, the energy efficiency that has been given a lot of importance. Typically, if you look at a conventional hospital, the specific energy consumption, if you look at, it's close to about some 400 units per square meter per year. Whereas if you look at green hospitals, it is hardly about, say, 200 to 250 units per square meter per year. To that extent, we can bring down the energy consumption and get benefited. There are multiple strategies that have been used for reducing the energy consumption, starting from the design. If you look at even the orientation of the hospital or the building envelope we go for, and also the equipment and systems we are going to use, how to select the efficient equipment, and also the renewable energy, how we can make use of it so that I can reduce the energy cost. Automation, all these things have been addressed in green hospitals. Very important aspects from the water efficiency point of view. In a conventional hospital, even as per the standard, if you take the water consumption in a conventional hospital, the National Building Code says it can be about 600 liters per bed per day. Whereas we have worked with the hospitals to bring down the water consumption anywhere between 200 to 400 liters per bed per day. Obviously it will vary depending upon the kind of treatment they provide, the number of beds they have. To that extent, we are able to bring down the water consumption. The broad strategy that has been used for reducing the water consumption is 3R principle. First, we have to work on reducing the water consumption wherever it is possible. The second, we need to obviously collect the wastewater, treat it without affecting the patients. We need to reuse the water. Where we can reuse the water, can we use it in flushing system? Can we use it in landscaping? Only to that extent in terms of reusing of water. And then even reclamation, we need to do the rainwater harvesting and then use the harvested rain for addressing the water related requirements within the hospital. All these have brought down the water consumption in the green hospital significantly. Just to highlight some of the benefits, from IGBC point of view, we have been working with close to about 50 hospitals across the country, variety of hospitals, hospitals having even about the 600 beds, even only about some 30 beds. We have been working with them. The large hospitals have done extremely well. Even Nehru Hospital, Chandigarh, or large corporate hospitals like Reliance, Apollo, railway hospitals, they all have implemented the green measures. They have shown the benefits in terms of reduction in energy consumption, reduction in water consumption, and even the CO2 emission reduction. To that extent, they have quantified. See, the key is, it is not only about simply implementing the green measures. You need to very closely monitor and quantify the benefits. Once the hospitals realize the benefits, then obviously it becomes easier for them to go green. Friends, I would like to sum up like this. The green hospital, certainly it's a national imperative, and also with the kind of pandemic, we have a lot more things need to be implemented to reduce the hospital acquired infections. The IGBC rating system, it's a holistic tool. It's a tool, basically, I would call it as. It addresses every aspect related to green hospitals. So the hospitals can easily make use of the tools for implementing the green measures in every area with respect to energy, water, the patient-centric design, the healing architecture, etc., etc. So the going green in hospital, it is not a fashion anymore. It really makes business sense. The hospital managements can really see the reduction in the operating cost. Ultimately, it creates a kind of win-win situation for all the stakeholders. And we believe India would emerge as a leader in green hospital very soon. So with this, I would like to close. Thank you very much for the opportunity. If there are any questions related to green hospitals, of course, with the support of a moderator, we will take it up later. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthikeyan. I think you've put in a lot of effort and a lot of work in trying to make India a global leader in green hospitals. So that's a lot of work from your side. You know, anything to succeed in it, it takes, apart from work, it takes a passion and it takes a belief. So I think that's what you conveyed through your presentation, and we'll take questions later. But we'll move on to now our next presentation by Ashish Rakeja. To introduce him very briefly.
Ma'am, before you introduce him, sorry, I missed to introduce you.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, so just want to give your brief introduction. Architect Leena Kumar is the Joint Secretary, IIA, and graduate of architecture from Bangalore University and set up an architecture practice in 1990. Kumar Consultants. The firm has worked throughout several projects of hospitality, residential, institutional, educational, and industrial, commercial, and healthcare. She is presently holds the following responsibilities. So, Joint Secretary, IIA National Council, Chairperson, SOCOMEC, GEM, Karnataka Chapter, Governors, Mysore School of Architecture, Design Chair for BGS, School of Planning and Architecture, Bangalore. So, over to you, ma'am. You can continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Adish. So, Ashish Rakeja, he's a partner at Aeon Consultants. He has a postgraduate degree in thermal engineering from IIT Delhi. He's designed more than 3,000 projects in his career that covers hotels, airports, hospitals, industrial, residential, and generally the whole spectrum of what forms the built environment. Along with a team of sustainability experts and engineers, he has shared the dream of Vikalp, an alternative approach to design that moves away from standard prevailing practices. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, Leena ji, and namaskar, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity for speaking on the healthcare. I think the session earlier and now, they've been very interesting, and Karthikeyan actually made my job easier because both of us have an overlapping roles. So, I've added a term called low carbon because, you know, today going forward, it's all about low carbon designs, and that's where the whole energy efficiency sector moves into the healthcare sector. Karthikeyan showed this number on the green build footprint in India. That's fantastic. We've been growing. The number has been growing. But what has been the effect of this? Of course, we have seen the equipment efficiencies in the green building being talked about. In fact, it has spilled over. It's gone beyond the green buildings, where now in our built environment in 20 years, because of the green building movement, we have become very aware of the equipment efficiency. We become very aware of energy efficiency and the water efficiency, and we talk about it. In fact, at many forums that I speak publicly and internationally, we always come across that India is one of the leaders in this area, and that's what reflects in our green footprint. We get world-class products. In fact, if you look at the number of the kind of products that come to us from across the world that they come to us, I think we are leading there. And finally, it brought in the concept of the equipment certification, that we understand the importance of bringing the various products at par and getting them certified through third party. We have seen performance improvement happening, let's say the naming a few like cooling towers or air handling units, which today are available. And moment we bring that into our buildings, be it a healthcare or any other building that we are doing, we see a tremendous improvement, not only on the energy efficiency, but also on the lifespan. So the life cycle cost becomes an important factor when we are looking into it. If you look at the concept of sustainability as such, of course, we talk of economic viability, operational efficiency come into the picture, resources need to be conserved, and finally, the social element that we always forget, I think that's also is part of it. Even globally, the way the things are being driven, when we talk of the SDGs, a lot of them impact our built environment and especially the healthcare environment, because we are a 24/7 facility. I would say that in my experience over the last 30 years that I've seen, healthcare has been the slowest in adopting to the latest, to the concept of the energy efficiency or the green. Most of the commercial buildings came first, and today, now we are seeing a late introduction of the energy efficiency or the green into the healthcare sector now. Of course, what we need in a good healthcare design is we want the focus on the energy and water, goes without saying, materials. And that's what the green building has taught us. But what is very important going forward, while we are doing great designs, while we are doing great specifications, while our green rating systems are telling us what needs to be done, a real green hospital, energy efficient hospital will be the one which follows a measurable approach. That means we measure, measure and keep improving with that. And that's where the building performance will come into the picture. I'm taking it to a completely different level by saying, yes, whatever we heard so far is good, but there are many other factors which affect our comfort for the people who are there, who are coming to the hospitals, and also from the respect of a good hospital design. Things like outdoor thermal comfort, things like heat islands, indoor environmental quality, which briefly Karthikeyan touched on, energy and water efficiency, waste management, monitoring, and finally looking at the carbon footprint reduction. I think that is where the importance is. If I talk of the energy efficiency, we have codes available with us. Our ECBC is a great code to refer to, which tells you for various climatic zones what needs to be done. But the question is, how many of us actually do that in the detailed design? It talks about the kind of glass, kind of wall, kind of roof insulation that we need to do. And it also tells you the aspirational performance going to super ECBC. Why not? If it's most of the hospitals are self-owned, most of the hospitals, or rather all the hospitals are 24/7 operational, it makes a lot of sense to adopt them. Concepts like efficiency, today, motor efficiency, higher the efficiency you go for, better it is. Again, IE3, IE4 motors available. In the IPD, when we have the patient rooms, the fan coil units with the BLDC, brushless DC motors, where the power consumption comes down significantly, nearly half of what the conventional fan coil units do, they're available. The air handling units, which talk about, again, the motors, the EC motors, filters. In healthcare environment, we use layers of filters, 1 stage, 2 stage, 3 stage filtration. In fact, with a green, if you're following the green rating system, the 2-stage filtration becomes the bare minimum that you end up doing it. And look at the pressure drop. In our operation theater, we talk about air handling unit with nearly 5 inches of pressure drop. I think those are the things we need to look at now by doing the low pressure drop filters, carefully selecting them, better technologies being there, and that is what affect ultimately the operation cost. Chillers, yes, we talk of high COP, but when do we talk about what about the maintenance aspects of it? And that's where things like the marine water boxes, tube cleaning systems, and the other newer technologies, or even the water management comes into the picture. The pumps, we talk about the VFD being done on the secondary pumps, but there is also a requirement to put VFD on the primary and the condenser water pump, not from the perspective of varying the speed, but from the perspective of making sure that they're delivering the right head and consuming the right energy. Cooling towers, we are talking of the low approach cooling towers, again with the VFDs, and it goes on. There are many other measures available to us. Water side economizers, we have not looked at yet, and many parts of our country have a favorable weather where we can move on to using these kind of technologies. Geothermal cooling, it's something which is untapped still. Series counterflow chillers, harmonics control, plumbing systems continue to be need for improving the energy consumption. I think there's a lot that needs to be done, especially in a healthcare environment where there is there. What COVID also taught us was the importance of outdoor air. I think we started forgetting it in our building design, and it brought us into the picture. There is a concept of mixed mode ventilation where we use the nature to give us a natural or a combination natural mechanical ventilation, which can be looked at, especially when the weathers are nice, and especially when we are able to take care of the pressure relationships that are required. So these are things that need to be explored in order to find out what can be done. There are air side economizers, which also can help you harness the ambient to the maximum rather than fighting the nature. I think we work with the nature. Using things to bring down the energy consumption, like good lighting power densities. Again, whether you look at the ASHRAE 90.1 code, whether you look at ECBC, ECBC plus, super ECBC, they all give a guidance on how much energy you should consume on the lighting part. And lesser you consume, more efficient the building is. And not only that, you also have the lower air conditioning load coming from there. Lighting control strategy, how much you want it to be a manually intervention done, how much you want it automatic done. I think it's something that the designers and the operators should think right in the beginning. The concept of digital twin, where you build in a digital twin before you even renovate or construct a greenfield hospital. Create a twin to find out what could be a long-term effect parameters that need to be taken into consideration when you're designing. I think it's very important. And that is where the concept of the net zero energy buildings comes in. That is where the IGBC net zero energy rating system is there. And I'm looking forward to a hospital which talks about a net zero energy hospital going forward. We always think water is different, but there is a big term emerging called energy water nexus. If you cut down the energy consumption, you cut down the water consumption. If you cut down the water consumption, you actually cut down the energy consumption. So there is a big relationship between the two. Karthikeyan talked about the National Building Code. It talks about 450 liters or 600 liters, he said, about per bed per person. Actually, the actual numbers that come out in a hospital environment is about 1,000 liters per bed per person is what some of the hospitals are reported. But what we are forgetting is that as we are using more water efficient fixtures, there is something that we can challenge, and we can look at a little bit more of water optimization being done that needs to be taken into consideration when we're doing pump sizes, when we are doing the filtration sizes, when we're doing the pipe sizes. I think that all needs to come in to bring in the concept of energy efficiency. Even collecting water coming from condensates, that was very interesting. We always talk about water cooled chillers. It's something we have an affinity for it, and so do I. But what we start realizing is, as we are cutting down on the water consumption of the buildings, especially in the green buildings, the available water for irrigation is very, very less, or for using for other purposes, very, very less, even for cooling towers and all. We need to balance that aspiration. There is no harm in looking at the hybrid combination also. I think doing a water balance to get your energy conservation right is something that needs to be looked at, and they are interrelated, as I said earlier. Doing rainwater collection, this is a live example of what we are doing for a project, especially in the southern part of the country where there's good rainfall available for a major part of the year. We are able to meet nearly 6 months of water demand, the freshwater demand, just by storing the rainwater, which is equal to 2-day consumption. And excellent performance we are getting out of it. And that also is helping us into energy conservation. So I said meter is something that way to go. And finally, look at the net zero water rating system where it guides, where it talks about what needs to be done in this area. Last but not the least is the environmental quality, which Karthikeyan touched. The 4 important elements: thermal comfort, indoor air quality, lighting, and acoustics. Everything is important. There is an IAQ standard available. Hospitals need to look at that, again, from a perspective of good environment to provide to the people, and also from a perspective of energy efficiency. So there's the ISHRAE standard 2019. One can look at it where there are benchmarks available in terms of indoor air quality, in terms of thermal comfort, in terms of lighting, and in terms of the acoustics. You can benchmark your building against the data which is given out there. And that's what reflects in the IGBC health and well-being rating system. In fact, I'm yet to see a hospital which is adopting this health and well-being rating system, even though it's an important aspect. So I think there's a plenty which needs to be done. And finally, emphasizing again on the point of monitoring. We are talking of a world of artificial intelligence and IoT. That cannot happen, or that is the only way to conserve and to talk about the energy efficient hospital, because at the end of the day, I'll talk about this. At the end of the day, the future buildings or the hospitals are a mindset change of not only how we design, but also how we operate our buildings. So that's where the whole concept of the energy efficiency is now going, and we need to talk and we need to emphasize on that. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much. Try to keep my time what was allocated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Well, perhaps, we haven't really looked at healthcare. Like you said, healthcare has been slow to adapt to changes. Perhaps because, when we fall sick, we go into a hospital regardless of what it really has to offer. But the pandemic has taught us, and I think that's going to change. And we look at all the aspects that you spoke about. We'll go into our next presentation by Shamit Manchanda. He's a healthcare architect who graduated from the School of Planning and Architecture at New Delhi. His practice, Manchanda Associates, specializes in healthcare architecture, and he has designed several hospitals for both government and private practice. His designs are across the country, and they cover hospitals from large to small, from 500 beds to smaller ones of 100-bed hospitals. During his tenure as the chairman of the Northern chapter of the IIA, he introduced a popular discussion forum called Chai, Coffee and Architecture, a platform to discuss topics affecting the profession. He served as a member on the Central Vista Committee from 2015 to 2019. Over to you, Shamit.
Thank you, Architect Leena Kumar, for inviting me to make this presentation. The topic of my presentation today is evidence-based design. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
So, a good hospital design becomes a crucial element of a patient's health, comfort, and well-being. It can reduce patients' anxiety, accelerate recovery, and promote a sense of well-being. The greatest risk for patients during a hospital stay are hospital-acquired infections, medical errors, and falls. A good hospital design can reduce these risks. Over the last few years, I would rather say patient till the recent past had become more of an object on the scene than the focus of design. Earlier, hospital design was only concerning the treatment and the doctors, and the patient was just a bystander. Sensitivity to people's feeling and their needs has entered the vocabulary of facility planning and design. As Ashish was mentioning, well-being is now being considered as part of the design process. The object is to create an atmosphere of safety, security, cleanliness, and physical comfort. So what is evidence-based design? Evidence-based design, or EBD in healthcare, is the process of constructing a hospital building based on scientific research to achieve the best possible outcomes. There is growing research and evidence through various studies that have shown the influence of well-designed environments on the positive patient health outcomes and poor design on negative effects, including longer hospital stays. I'm going to talk about evidence-based design on these subheads, that is visual relief, good acoustic and sound control, patient safety, healing environments and gardens, and good signage. What the previous speaker said were very tangible things about the environment and energy efficiency. These are more things which are intangible benefits. Using color can help make the environment more cheerful and lively. The hospital environment has to be sterile, but it is not necessary that it looks drab. So if you look at these photographs, just use of colors makes the environment more interesting. Normally we see white tiled corridors, white ceilings, and they look very drab. You enter in a hospital and you do get a sense of sterility, but the environment is very drab. And in terms of color psychology, there is research which shows that various kind of health problems have certain colors associated which are termed as healing colors. Depression is light red, lower level of oxygen supplied to the brain is orange, sore throat is green light, and so on, such and so forth. So these are based on research. And this is which is something that comes from the IGBC requirements. Visual relief can also be achieved by bringing in natural light. Most parts of a hospital building should have natural light. Many studies have proven that patients with access to natural light have had faster recovery times. Admitted patients can heal better as their circadian rhythm remains in sync. That is, The patient is aware whether it is day or night. Many a times ICUs are totally locked out, no natural light, and a patient even loses count when it is day or night. And connect with nature. Large windows which give good views help relieve stress. There is this theory when the actor Amitabh Bachchan got injured during the shooting of the movie Coolie, and he was admitted at Breach Candy Hospital. He requested his bed to be moved next to the window, which was a sea-facing area. And it is said that some of the best poems that he penned were during that time, which basically goes to say that really connecting with nature helps reduce stress levels. Coming back to the emphasis on natural light, if you see the two examples which I have seen, there is a building with a large floor plate, and only the edges of the building would get natural light. The remaining areas will remain dark, artificially ventilated, artificially lit. Whereas there is this project that we did in Ganganagar, the Medanta Ganganagar project, where we tried to achieve that almost all areas achieve natural light and ventilation from all sides. And even natural light can, as per NBC, travel only up till about 7 meters deep. So, and the hospitals can still function if there is a power cut, as there will be adequate natural light and ventilation. We've seen many hospitals getting designed as large floor plates and don't have adequate power backup, and eventually end up as dungeons with no natural light or ventilation in case of a power failure. Good acoustic and sound control is a very important part. It helps reduce noise levels in the hospital and eventually reduce stress. Imagine all the beeping and the alarms going on all the time in a hospital, which we need to help reduce these noise levels. Reduced noise levels also ensure a good sleep, which is very important for a recovering patient. And not only for the patients, but reduced noise levels help not only patients, but also help bring down stress in the healthcare workers. Patient safety is a very important part. Making a patient feel secure is an important factor in the healing environment. Provision of grab bars in toilets, handrails in corridors are some examples that can be used. And patient safety is not only concerning the patient, but in ensuring that there is minimal medical errors. There should be adequate lighting in the rooms as well as nursing stations. You don't want to end up the nurse reading a wrong prescription and giving a wrong medicine. Creating a healing environment. The hospital must have an architectural environment that can positively contribute to the healing process. Exposing patients to nature has been shown to produce substantial alleviation of pain. Healing gardens. Studies have shown that the restorative effect of gardens for stressed patients, families, and staff. So a lot of newer hospitals are introducing healing gardens. And also greenery also helps reduce the heat island effect and create a microclimate atmosphere for the hospital. Signage is a very important factor. A good signage system is critical for any hospital, as hospitals being usually large buildings with varied functions spread all over. It is important that the patient and their attendants can easily find their way around. This is something that is very crucial, many a times missed out. A good signage system so that the patients and their attendants can find their way about in the hospital. Comfort for care providers, doctors, nurses, and other paramedical staff are the backbone of any healthcare facility. Their comfort and better working environments are equally crucial. Reduced travel distances, better lighting at nurse stations, as I mentioned, better acoustics, and proper and sufficient duty rooms. So these are very important factors to keep the care providers satisfied and cheerful. As Karthikeyan in his presentation mentioned, IGBC is the only standard at the moment in the country which has a specific rating system for healthcare facilities. and taking a page out of the indoor environmental quality, which also relates and is derived from the evidence-based design systems. It talks about natural ventilation, as I discussed earlier, tobacco and smoke control, natural lighting, connect to nature, natural response to color, naturally acceptable sound levels, that is acoustics, spaces for stress relief, natural outdoor and indoor pollution control, and environmental monitoring and testing. So you have in the rating system, you have points given for all these topics. And if you follow evidence-based design, you eventually are able to achieve much more points in the rating system. In the end, I'd like to say designing an efficient, effective, and soothing healthcare facility plays an important role in a patient's treatment and recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamit.
Short and sweet.
Yes, it was. I think, when something is brief and to the point, it also has the best impact on the listener. So that was nice to talk about architecture and the effects it has on good healthcare planning. We will conclude our session with a presentation by Mr. Ajay Podar, the Managing Director at Synergy Environics Limited. He's an entrepreneur and innovator with a BTech degree in civil engineering from IIT Delhi. He has developed Environics, a radiation management practice for correcting negative, natural, and man-made radiations for improving the health of people and productivity of organizations. He's also invented the EnviroChip, which neutralizes the harmful aspect of electromagnetic radiation and prevents biological damage without affecting the signal strength and quality. He's authored many research papers which have been published in MIT's Technology Review, Journal of Biomedical Science and Engineering USA, and many other research journals. His book, Empower Yourself, New Life Solutions for Health and Well-Being, has been published by Penguin and is very well received. Over to you, Ajay Podar.
Thank you, Leena ji. It's a pleasure to address this August gathering on this important subject. So I'm showing you a view which you will all be familiar with in hospitals. So one of it is an ICU bed. There are doctors working with multiple devices and also operation theaters and things like that. So one thing that we see is the intense number and the large number of Wi-Fi and electronic gadgets. And what they emit is electrosmog. Now patients are, when they are admitted to hospitals, their immunity is compromised and they are highly vulnerable. And so are doctors, because they are also subjected to multiple threats. Of course, they take protection against radioactivity like X-rays and gamma rays. They have kits for that. And they also have masks, and you also have things for bacteria and viruses. But there is no protection for electrosmog either in the hospital or for the patient or for the doctor. So can we show the next slide, please? So this is the inherent challenge. Next one, please. So we are suggesting that as far as hospitals are concerned, there are two things which need to be taken care of. One is, how do we have to use technology like we have to use cars, but we use seat belts in cars. So we need seat belts for technology. We need safety from the ill effects of technology because we use this excessively. Very few of you would have read a manual or the under RF exposure of safety for a mobile phone, for example. And there are 4 things written there. One is recommended talk time is 6 minutes. Other is text more than you talk. Third is always use hands-free. And fourth is keep the device at least 10 to 15 millimeters from your body at any given time. Hand also is the body. and of course pockets are the body. Because we can't follow all this, we need protection. The other phenomena are geopathic stresses. So geo is earth, pathic is what causes pathos, and stress is there. So the earth has a natural resonating frequency, and because we are connected with the earth by the gravity, we also work on that resonating frequency. And wherever there is a disturbance in the earth's energies, our body also gets disturbed. And one of the results of this stress is disturbance is highest heart rate and higher pulse. So while you are having all these monitoring devices, as you saw, to measure the heart rate, the pulse rate, but while by hooking the patient to all this, you are, as it is, increasing the pulse rate on an average anywhere between 3% to 10%. So idea of monitoring is to see that it's less. We can go on to the next slide, please. But you are actually increasing it. So what can we do? So the geopathic stress is a phenomena which is there on almost 30% of the Earth's surface. Children and animals have the sensitivity to move away from it. Now, luckily, we have instrumentation which have been developed in France and Germany, where based on frequency and wavelengths, we can check, because we know the wavelengths of various geopathic stresses. So you see some examples of geopathic stress here. There are these red lines, and there are these blue zones. So these are the underground fissures, underground water streams. And the red lines are what are called as Hartmann lines or Curie lines. These were discovered in the 1940s by Dr. Hartmann, and in France by Dr. Curie. But in our ancient times, whether it was churches, whether it was forts, whether it was temples, they knew about this. So you see that in an operating theater, you have these red blobs. These are all the Wi-Fi radiations which a patient is being subjected to. And then also the doctors are being subjected to it, because the doctors are also standing there and operating. So these are the various kinds of things. So you are almost like in a war zone. Can we see the next one, please? So patients, doctors, and medical staff everybody is being impacted by geopathic stresses and by electrosmog. So it is important that when we build hospitals, or even in the existing built hospitals, it is possible to retrofit certain kinds of chips for both geopathic stresses, which are called geochips, and also for the Wi-Fi devices, which are called envirochips, which can actually take the negative effects of these radiation away without actually reducing the radiation level which is required for our devices to work. Can we go on to the next one, please? So some of the, like you see, the desk is an emission war zone. Electrosmog impacts 100% of patients and professionals in any healthcare facility. The main thing with the geopathic stress is that if your bed is on a geopathic stress zone or line, then your sleep gets affected and your health in that particular part of your body gets affected. So 1 out of 4 patients in any hospital are affected by this. And altogether, more than about 50% patients. And some of the immediate manifestation is fatigue, headaches and pains, lower immunity, poor sleep quality, and high stress, leading to, also equipment breakdowns in hospitals. There are many equipments. And some of them, if they are there on geopathic zones, over a period of time, they can get more breakdowns. Next, please. So this is the thing Dr. Andrew Weil had said, that electromagnetic pollution may be the most significant form of pollution that mankind has produced, and also most dangerous because it's invisible and insensitive. You can't smell it, you can't see it. Next, please. So what we offer is a fact-based, scientifically validated health protection solution. These have been tested and certified by organizations like MIT. We've done placebo tests, double-blind crossover tests at Max Healthcare on heart rate. And we've done at AIMS, we've done test EEGs with and without the phones or the Wi-Fi equipment, and then with the protection fitted in, and there is significant improvement. So from electrosmog protection, geopathic, and we've recently developed some solutions like gadget disinfectant for viruses and other microbes, because you may know that your phone is about 20 times dirtier than your toilet seat. And these are all non-intrusive. You don't have to change the building in any way. They are fix and forget, and they last for very, very long, at least 5 to 6 years. Can we go on to the next one, please? So just to give you a flavor, we have covered more than 2,600 establishments, and of almost 6 million people have benefited because of these, because of people doing it in their infrastructure, whether it's airports, steel plants, hotels, all the ITC and Lalit hotels, for their user comfort, they do it, and so on. Next, please. This is our new branding. And
sir, I just wanted to, sorry, I'm interrupting you, sir. We are running late. So can I just...
Yeah, I'm just finishing. So these are some of the customers, and Karthikeyan referred to stress relieving space, but this is one of the most important things. And also Shamit referred to color therapy. So there are, of course, things available for color therapy. Next one, please. And so we would say enhance care with emission protection, and this is a new aspect which should be considered in hospitals. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. I think with that, we conclude the session, the second session for the day.
Ma'am, just a small question. We'll have a quick question. Mr. Harshal has asked, is there any government schemes to support green building? Means green building means if government gives additional benefits to green building. That's what he mentioned.
Certainly, madam, if you permit me, I will try to answer. It's given by the government, both at central level as well as at state level. For an example, in case of MOE of Ministry of Environment and Forest, there is a faster clearance approach. Suppose if you are building a green building, the clearance, environment clearance, you would get it faster. Second, in other states, almost about 11 states, they have given additional FAR. If you are going for green building, you can build more. This varies anywhere between 5% to 10%, depending upon the state. So you can make use of this additional FAR and then get benefited. These are some of the benefits given by the governments.
Sure, sir. Ma'am, over to you now. You can continue.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, I think we can conclude this session. You know what I can say after listening to all the 4 presentations, we're really quite an intriguing nation. You know, in that we have at one spectrum, we have a very intelligent and passionate citizen who's always working towards excellence. And at the other end, we're a population, a very large population that's really steeped in mediocrity. So whenever I go to a conference, I believe that the greatest contribution that all of you do is really moving the nation towards, you know, inch by inch and slowly towards becoming a nation that appreciates excellence. And that's something that we have to move towards. And I believe that is what you do. That's what these presentations are really meant to be, to spread the idea that we have right now we have architects, we've had engineers, we've had innovators, and together I think we have really spoken about aspects that we could perhaps lead in the built environment. It's a slow process, but I believe that that's the greatest contribution, and you're all leaders in making that change to our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your concluding remarks. So with this, we thank all the panelists and the speaker who have joined us today. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Now with this, we end this session. Now we would move further for the next session, which is session 3 for day 2. on quality management and in healthcare, the pivotal role. This is going to be a panel discussion. With this, I would like to invite session chair, Professor Dr. Siddhartha Satapathy, who's the head of the department, HOD, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I would also like to invite Dr. B.K. Rana, who's the founding CEO, Quality and Accreditation Institute, QAI. Mr. Anil Johri, the former CEO, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, Quality Council of India, NABCB. Mr. Rajiv Nath, the Forum Coordinator, Association of Indian Manufacturers of Medical Devices, AMADE. And Mr. Manish Aaron, Vice President, Quality Assurance, Regulatory Affairs, Business Excellence and Digitization, TransAsia Biomedical Limited. Professor Dr. Satapathy, I just want to give a little introductory note about you before you start the session. Dr. Satapathy is presently working as a professor and head of Department of Hospital Administration at AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Satapathy has a rich experience of academics, research, and hospital operation of more than 25 years of experience in AIIMS, New Delhi in various capacities. He's authorized several textbooks on hospital planning and management, biomedical waste management, published more than 55 scientific articles in peer-reviewed international and national journals. So there is so much to tell you about you, but since we are short of time, I would hand over this discussion to you. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adarsh. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Chandrasekhar, Shamit Manchanda, and the Academy of Hospital Administration, whom I am representing today in this panel discussion. So I would request Adarsh to go ahead with the slides, because that will probably be easier. And if you don't mind. So the panel discussion is actually on quality management in healthcare and the pivotal role which quality is supposed to play in this whole thing. So just to give you a brief overview of how we are proposing to go ahead with this panel discussion, I will make a few opening remarks with few slides. I have actually selected 4 papers that deal with healthcare quality and accreditation. So I will be just quickly touching upon them, and then I will be requesting each of the panelists to share their perspectives for about, say, 5 minutes each.
Can't hear.
I think Satpathy
We've lost the host.
is frozen.
Network connection. I think somebody else can take over.
I think if it's going to take time, then the coordinator will take over.
Mr. Verma, you have to take over.
I think there is some problem. So I would request, in the meantime, when he joins back, I would request moderator of this session, Dr. B.K. Rana, to take the lead before he joins. So I would like to introduce Dr. B.K. Rana. Just a little quick introductory note from my side. Dr. B.K. Rana is the CEO of Quality and Accreditation Institute, QAI. Prior to the current assignment, he was Director and CEO in charge of National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, NABCB. Sir, over to you. Meanwhile, when he joins back, we'll hand over to him.
Thanks, Adarsh. Thanks. And actually, just a correction. I was the Director and CEO in charge of NABH. NABCB boss is sitting next to me, Mr. Anil Johri. so there should not be a confusion. Something good about me should be remaining, and then something good about him should be remaining with him. So thank you very much, Adarsh, and thank you everyone and giving this opportunity to me to coordinate a wonderful panel of experts comprised of Anil Johri, Rajiv Nath, and Manish Aaron. And these 3 guys are not requiring any introduction. But anyway, I think to begin with, when we start doing that, it's better to introduce a little bit about the first speaker. I would request Mr. Anil Johri. Anil Johri has been in quality for the last several years. Prior to his superannuation from Quality Council of India as the CEO of NABCB, he has worked with the National Standard Writing Institution, Bureau of Indian Standard, Export Inspection Council, and many, has been associated and currently associated with a couple of international organizations like CDM, UNFCCC, and Yoga Certification Board, and many other things. So he is now, for last few years, after coming out of NABCB, is in a mission to educate masses on quality and safety. And healthcare is actually a new thing, but he has picked up quick and has been into pace with many other healthcare experts. So without much going into detail, I would request Mr. Anil Johri to please, talk about your own views on, the role of quality management system in healthcare. Over to you, sir. Thank you. You are muted, sir.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot, organizers, for inviting me to this panel today. As Dr. Anna mentioned, I might have spent 40 years in quality field, but I'm really speaking an outsider to healthcare. When I was in NABCB for so many years, and NABH had just been set up as I joined NABCB in 2006. NABH had just been set up. So I left healthcare to NABH and did not think it was my job to get into healthcare at all. But post-retirement, willy-nilly, looking around, I did get into healthcare in some ways, and then came up with what I think is a problem in healthcare, which is, if I have to say in 2-3 words, it's to say that there is undue focus on accreditation and no focus on regulation. A problem which afflicts, Rajiv Nath is smiling, a problem which afflicts medical devices also, where I have been talking a great deal on this. So the point I'm going to make is simply this, that since there may not be too much time for the slides, but quickly I'll try to run through the important ones. Well, healthcare is subject to regulation, should be subject to regulation. That's worldwide. It's accepted through WTO agreements also, General Agreement on Trade and Services. There are grounds on which regulation can be done, and healthcare easily falls into that ground.
Sir, I'm sorry, if you put that into slideshow mode, that would be nice, sir.
Okay, yeah, here it is.
Thank you very much.
So I mean, we aren't behind in that sense. We did recognize the need for regulation, and we have a Clinical Establishment Act. The problem is it is hardly implemented. Wherever it is adopted, it's yet to be implemented as far as standards are concerned. The reference to quality is there. The concept of minimum standards is there. Minimum standards have been notified for medical labs. There are draft standards for hospitals, but none of them has been enforced. That's the issue for me. There are, apart from CEA, there are other agencies in the mix. IRDA, which empanels hospitals, nearly 25,000 it has done. CDSCO, which regulates drugs and medical devices, which is an important component of quality in healthcare. And hospitals may not be well aware even of, we did a session on medical device procurement only yesterday, and hospitals are not aware of what is what as far as quality is concerned in medical devices. ICMR, which has took on the role of regulator for COVID testing labs recently, and Ayushman Bharat scheme, which is not a regulator, but it's empaneling hospitals, and about 25,000 hospitals have been empaneled there as well. We then have this voluntary mechanism of accreditation or sometimes certification. Even ISO 9001 certification in hospitals is still going on. We have NABH, an old player, 15-16-year-old. We have Dr. Rana, a new player. We have NQS. These standards are endorsed by ISQA. In medical labs also, we have a very established player, NABL, but we now have QAI and another 2 bodies which are members of Asia Pacific Accreditation Cooperation. So there are more than 1 bodies, and NABH has a certification program for medical labs as well. So there's a bit of a competition, you can say, here. So the problem is, why are we paying so much attention to accreditation and not to minimum standards under CEA? And that's the issue that I want to flag. Does it serve the purpose of mass healthcare? The current focus, to my mind, the wrong focus on accreditation is taking us away from mass healthcare, quality in mass healthcare. I'm just presenting some figures which I could collect. Nearly 1 lakh hospitals. This is a figure coming from HPIE, some 68,000 private hospitals, some figures from government sources, about 25,000 government hospitals. So nearly 1 lakh hospitals. And how many are actually accredited? Not more than 7,000 under various bodies. So that means merely 7% of the hospitals are covered under voluntary mechanism. In how many years? NABH was set up in 2006, so it's 15 years at least institutionalized. And ISO 9000 is even earlier. But of course, I know as NABCB chief that ISO 9001 was replaced by NABH at many places. People abandoned 9001 and went for NABH. Fair enough. But the point I'm making is that in 15, 16 years of healthcare accreditation, we have just reached a figure of 7%. The situation in labs is even worse. Just merely 2.5% of labs are covered under accreditation. So, I mean, these figures should tell anybody that accreditation is not the route to mass healthcare anyway. The fact is that when I joined QCI or NABCB in 2006, and NABH, as I said, was just set up, you ask Dr. Gyani, who was Secretary General of QCI at this time and in HPIE now, he'll tell you that our idea was to showcase world-class facilities in India to attract medical tourists. That was the reason. So once you have that as reason, and even NABL accreditation of labs, ISO 15189, can only showcase world-class facilities in India. If you think that can cater to mass healthcare, somebody is being unreasonable. We just can't do that. I mean, I am reminded of 2014 when this new government had just come in and first railway budget was presented. And then I was called and an announcement was made that railways will use NABCB accredited bodies for auditing catering. And I was called by the railway ministry. And I told them, I said, look here, catering is covered under food safety regulations and there is a good manufacturing, good hygienic practices regulation for you. Please focus on the basics first. Don't go for fancy names like ISO 22000 certification or all kinds of certifications are going around. First, get your facilities audited to the basic, that is a regulation which is already there. My advice to any healthcare professional would be, as an outsider, I'm not a healthcare professional, would be, please first focus on the basic minimum. India is a large country. To expect that we will become world class right across the sector, it has not happened in pharma, which is supposed to be, we are supposed to be the pharmacy of the world. It has not. Show me one sector where we have right across the sector become international. Then how do we expect healthcare to become international? So, and therefore, my submission is, please stop talking about accreditation when you're talking of quality in healthcare. Please start talking about regulation and minimum standards. Please push the governments, the central government and the state governments, to focus on the right thing. Of course, there will be a problem of enforcement when it comes to regulation. We don't want regulation. We want regulation, but we say we don't want Inspector Raj. There are ways of doing this. I think, to me, the third-party option is a very, very viable option. Only thing is, we wait for the word to do something and then we wait for that to happen here. I'll give you one good example and close with that. In Food Authority Act, the use of third-party bodies came in 2006. The act was passed in 2006. And yet the regulation for third-party came in 2018, some 12 years later. In the meantime, US FDA went ahead, modified, came up with FSMA in 2013 and started to use third parties. So while we were way ahead of US FDA, and yet we were behind US FDA because we wait for foreign countries to do something before we adopt here, rather than take care of our own reality and do something which can be a viable solution. So my conclusion is simple. We need to separate regulation and accreditation / certification. We need to focus on minimum standards on the CA. We need to put in a viable verification mechanism in place. And we should incentivize voluntary certification or accreditation by saying that if you are auditing regulatory standards as part of your accreditation mechanism. Well, we will accept that as deemed compliance. So that's how the word is actually regarding voluntary certifications today. So same approach here. That's my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for very crisp and very, very important piece. And before I hand over back the floor back to Dr. Siddharth, my request to all who are attending this event, if they have any questions for the panel, which we'll take at the end when after three speakers are finished their talk, then please type your questions in the chat box. No comment, please, you can, but if it is very specific question for a specific speaker, addressing specifically, that will help us to run the panel at the end of the speakers. So thank you very much. And with this, I hand over back to Dr. Siddhartha. Over to you, Dr. Siddhartha. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rana. I think, can I request others to start showing the slides, please? There was a, I think, disconnection or something as a result of which I, could not connect with you. So Mr. Johri has actually, given us some food for thought. And my last but one slide also, shows or tells or asks about the same thing. Others, should I try from here or?
So just give him a moment. We are just trying to plug in. Just
okay, fine. No, that's the mail, I guess, what you're showing.
Yeah, it has the presentation also.
Okay.
Presentation from the mail.
Just a second, sir.
But in case, Dr. Siddharth, you have the presentation, you can share your screen. But I think it started. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm sorry for that glitch. Can I have the first slide, please? Yeah, next one. Okay. So, just to cut a very long story short, I would like to start with, the Ernest Goldman's end result hypothesis. The essence of this basically is that how do we tell the truth to the, owners, to the patients, to the other stakeholders, whether they are internal or they are external stakeholders. Now, this picture actually shows you one hospital in the United States of America, the UAB in southern part of USA, and the other hospital is a public hospital in Mumbai, right? So obviously, if this slide is shown to most of the people, they would say that there is
just,
lack of
Dr. Siddharth, just because he's not others for click. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So is it visible now? Am I audible? I'm
yes,
not sure.
Dr. Siddharth, everything is fine.
Okay. So when you see this slide, obviously the thing that would come to mind is the picture on the right hand side appears to be having quality, whereas the picture on the left hand side doesn't seem to be having any quality. But at the same time, probably this is the fate that most people in India have, where we are spending not more than 1.3% of the GDP in the public sector. Now, it's been more than 25 years that the WHO has said that the minimum amount of money that you need to spend on healthcare should be 5%. But we are nowhere near that number, despite lots of announcement and a lot of saying that yes, we will be moving in that direction. Can I have the next slide, please? So it all started about, say, about 300 years ago with Ernest Goldman, who, he championed the cause of truth. And unfortunately, truth has become the liability nowadays. And, it is very difficult to many times say the truth or accept the truth. And that would require a lot of introspection by all the parties who are involved to it. Next slide, please. At the turn of the century, we had this report of the Institute of Medicine in United States of America, which ranked the patient safety as being the third leading cause of death in the United States of America. And 20 years after that, in 2018, there was this editorial which also said that although we have moved from that that time period, we still have miles to go. Next slide. I will just show 4 papers. This is again, this is how quality is evaluated all over the world. There are these 7 aspects of healthcare quality which need to be evaluated by a measurement in the area where you are carrying out the study. And this has come from 3 references, right from 1990, Professor Donabedian, the IOM report, and World Health Organization. So these parameters being effectiveness, efficiency, access, patient-centeredness, equity, timeliness, and safety. So let us see these 4 articles that I was trying to tell you about. Next slide. So service quality, this slide has been taken from the Government of India's ServQual document. It says that because healthcare is a service that is being provided both by the public as well as the private sector, it says that service quality must be measured, and we have to answer these 6 or 7 questions. How often do we do the things right the first time? How well do we deliver what we promise? How often do we do things right on time? Now, this is again a very, very important question. How often do we respond to service requests? How accessible are we to contact? How helpful and polite are we? And how well do we communicate? That means speak and listen. Next slide. I'm sure most of you have probably gone through these 4 articles that I'm going to share. This article came in the British Medical Journal, a very reputed journal, in 2008, which carried showed the association between patient outcomes and accreditation in US hospitals. The number of patients taken for this was more than 4 lakh patients. And what this study adds is that this study looked at the risk of mortality and readmission to the hospital at 30 days for 15 common medical conditions and 6 common surgical conditions. These 21 conditions, they say, would be representative of what the maximum number of patients get hospitalized for. So what they found was that compared with surveys with state agencies, the hospital accreditation by independent organizations was not associated with any lower mortality and was slightly associated with lower readmission rates. This third thing that they said was that hospital accreditation by the Joint Commission, the JCI is also a sister concern of the Joint Commission, was not associated with consistently better healthcare outcomes when compared with accreditation by other independent accrediting organizations. We must remember that in United States of America, 80 to 85% of the healthcare is provided by the private parties, and only 15% is provided by the public sector. And there are multiple accrediting agencies in the United States of America. They are somewhere about 100 years ahead of us when it comes to accreditation. Next slide, please. Now, this is a study which shows the hospital accreditation impact on healthcare quality, and this is the best level of evidence that can be found. When we look at scientific evidence, there is a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid is what is called systematic reviews. So what the authors did in this particular study, which was reported in the International Journal for Quality in Healthcare in the COVID pandemic in June 2020, that is the reference that is given at the bottom right corner for those who wish to go through that article. The purpose was to systematically review the impact of hospital accreditation on healthcare quality indicators, those 7 indicators that we had seen in the previous slide. They searched in June 2020 8 databases in which scientific articles are published, and this also includes Scopus, it includes PubMed, it includes EBSCO, Web of Science, and all that. The mesh terms that they used was hospitals, accreditation, and healthcare quality to show the linkages. The PICO format was used by the authors for this particular study, and they found out 943 articles, of which finally 36 met with the inclusion criteria, and these 36 articles were studied in detail. So let us look at the results. They said that accreditation will have a positive impact on these parameters: effectiveness, efficiency, safety, timeliness, and patient-centeredness. There was only one study on the impact on access to healthcare, and there were no studies on the equity dimension of healthcare quality. India is a very vast and complex, country which has got multi-sectoral approach to healthcare. And this huge meta-analysis which has been carried out does not find a single study on the equity dimension. So they concluded that due to methodological shortcomings, the positive impact of hospital accreditation on healthcare quality dimensions must be interpreted with caution. The reference is at the bottom corner. Next slide, please. Now, this is another study which was done in Korea, which almost, sort of like embraced accreditation in 2004. The study population were all patients of acute myocardial infarction in Korean hospitals. The size of the number of hospitals is 352. Each of these hospitals had more than 100 beds, and it was multi-specialty hospital. They collected data from 2010 to 2017, and accreditation started in 2004. So they collected the data 6 years after the accreditation cycle had kicked in Korea. So what outcome measures did they take? They took 30-day mortality and readmission in 30 days and the length of stay of the readmission. 3 parameters they checked on the outcome measures. What they found was that 30-day mortality of patients in accredited hospitals was significantly lower as compared to non-accredited hospitals. That means they showed that there was a positive association between accreditation and healthcare quality. However, on the other 2 outcome parameters, that is 30-day readmission of patients and the length of stay after readmission, did not yield any desirable results. That means it was equal in accredited as well as non-accredited hospitals. So this was carried out by the Korean Institute of Hospital Accreditation, something like the NABH that we have, and this is also published in 2021, this year only. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very interesting, whenever we talk about healthcare quality, we must understand that, there are stakeholders on different sides of the table. One is the healthcare providers, the others are the healthcare recipients, and the third would be the regulators or the administrators. So this study, which was, reported in 2020 in the journal Healthcare, Druika E et al., this study was to test the strength of hospital accreditation as a signal of quality of healthcare in Romania. Romania went through the first wave of hospital accreditation in 2018. That means they started after India started accreditation. And the study population included 5,294 healthcare professionals in 340 hospitals at 190 locations in the country, throughout the country. That was one side of the study. The second part of the study was 1,500 patients who were selected randomly who had used these or taken services in these 340 hospitals. So they used, scientific methods to carry out exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis through the Wilcoxon's rank sum test and the Kruskal-Wallis test. This study was carried out by the Center for Applied Behavioral Economics in the Faculty of Business Administration, University of Bucharest. And the findings are very, very startling and interesting. Next slide. So what they found was, on the left-hand side, you have the healthcare professionals' perspective, and on the right side, you have the patient's perspective. So the healthcare professionals believe that hospital accreditation plays a positive role in improving 3 things: improving the satisfaction of patients, improving the reputation of the institution, and improving the healthcare service quality. This is what the doctors and the providers thought. Let us look at what the patients thought. The patients thought, or patient's perspective was, that there is lack of awareness about hospital accreditation, the existence of perception gap of accreditation effectiveness as a market signal, and third is the most interesting finding, the effect of interpersonal trust amongst current service providers distracts the patients from the status of hospital accreditation in the hospital that they are going and seeking service. So you see, what this study has actually told us, that it is the trust factor between the patients and the healthcare providers, which they thought is a more important, parameter of quality than any other thing, including accreditation. Next slide. So I come to, some points that we may ponder and we may discuss in this panel discussion. I hope it is going to be interactive. In India, there are several agencies who claim to be the custodians of quality. In 2005, when the NABH journey started, at that time also there were several agencies, and even today there are several agencies. You have the NABH, you have the NQAS, you have the regulatory authorities which look at regulatory or mandatory things. And the second point is, are we focusing too much on accreditation and forgetting the organizational culture, which has more importance in delivering quality care as compared to accreditation? The third thing that we need to discuss is whether accreditation should be regulatory or mandatory. Generally, it is not, but many Asian countries have gone that line. For example, Thailand has made it mandatory after the 30 baht scheme that all government hospitals have to get accredited. Or we continue with the voluntary, which is the worldwide phenomenon. And the last and the most important thing is, in a country like India, whether quality initiative should be top down or should be a bottom up approach. I am a firm believer that when it is a top down approach, it is, for a certain period of time, and then once that top part is gone, the whole system recoils back like a spring to its original shape. So it is probably a better idea to have a bottoms up approach with some amount of incentivization. I think with this, I come to the end. Next slide. Yeah, I think we can, with this, I think I finish the, comments from my side, and the other, panelists can share their thoughts, and then we will open for question and answers.
Okay, I think thanks, Dr. Siddharth, for your presentation, and I will take the questions at the end. And now I request our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Nath. And again, Rajiv is a well-known personality in healthcare. He is forum coordinator of Association of Indian Manufacturers of Medical Devices, very fondly known as IMAD. And back home, he is actually the managing director of Hindustan Syringes and Medical Devices Limited. And in the COVID times, I'm sure that many of you have already heard that what his company has done to, tackle the pandemic in order to provide the facilities, the syringes and all, which are very, very important for the vaccination as well. So Rajiv has played a very, very critical role in streamlining the medical devices sector in India, actually, and which is very, very important when we talk about healthcare, because without medical device quality, healthcare may not achieve what it is intended to achieve. Without much wasting time on that, I will request Rajiv to please take over and share your views. Over to you, Rajiv. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. And it was very interesting to hear Dr. Siddharth Satyapathi's and Mr. Anil Jory's views, which have set the tone of this panel discussion. And yes, quality healthcare does need quality medical devices. And from IMED, I'm representing the association, which is having more than 400 members, making medical devices all over the country. And we encourage in IMED responsible manufacturing. And we have a vision to make India a manufacturing hub for medical devices. And to be successful, to be in the top 5 in the world, you cannot achieve this until you make quality products. So when we talk about quality, what is quality? I, as MD of the company for Hindustan Syringes, would be having my own vision for quality. Every owner for any business would be having his own vision for delivering quality, whether it's a hospital owner, provider for a clinic, or for a factory. Now that's the vision. Now that vision is something that we have to build up if we want to be successful, which is can be based on our own benchmarks. Now, some people may say, what is the regulation? What is the regulatory requirement? If I meet that, that's enough. So whatever is the bare minimum regulatory requirement for patient safety, for consumers protection, if I achieve that, I've done my job. That is that manufacturer's vision. Same thing for a hospital owner. If he wants to achieve the Clinical Establishment Act, that's his vision. So that is the bare minimum. Now, bare minimum may be able to earn the trust of your buyer and make him come back to you every time, or you may still want to shop around and see what the competition is offering. So then you people who are more progressive, they will normally seek to make the product to voluntary quality standards or certifications and accreditations to show I am better than the competition and I'm making a standardized quality. So they will make this as a benchmark and go forward beyond this. Now, even more aspiring companies will say, I'm not okay with the Indian standard or Indian accreditation. I'm seeking international accreditation and international standard certification. So I want to be globally competitive. So you set the benchmark even higher for yourself in terms of delivery. And you may be still more ambitious and say, no, I want to go for my company, my brand should stand out to be in the top 3 in the world. And the failure rate needs to be less than this in the measurable term. It should be 6 sigma of quality, less than 1 million pieces of wastage, 0 defect rate in the real sense. No, that is your vision you define for yourself, and you put your team and you train your team, and the whole organization skills are developed to achieve that vision. Now that can be a quality which is much beyond what the voluntary standards ask for, what the accreditations may be asking for, what the regulations may be asking for. And people who do that becomes the brand leaders or the market leaders typically. So quality does play a role. Now, when we talk about quality in healthcare, we've already discussed that quality in healthcare requires the healthcare sector to be regulated to provide the bare minimum quality or accreditation, or the hospital's owner's aspiration that is going to give more than the accreditation or the regulatory and on the trust of the patient. So you do have benchmark studies for having the outcomes like that. Dr. Satpathy gave the outcomes of certain papers of our studies. But basically, what do regulations help us to achieve? Regulations should be implementable and reasonable. And they are required to discipline the healthcare provider or the manufacturer. And if we don't have regulations, then we don't know our role in the system. If we don't know our role in the system, we create chaos, we create traffic jams. Everybody says, I'm going to go forward. I want to be the winner. So it's me as patient first, it's me as doctor first, it's me as the factory owner first, and quality be damned or outcome be damned. So you're being selfish, and in that selfish race, you are slowing down everybody. Regulations give you the discipline that you will be not having a chaos, but you bring in the discipline so that you can speed it up. So if Germany has got strong regulations, they can drive the cars at 160 kilometers per hour or higher. Whereas we will not allow our roads to have more than 50 kilometers per hour. And even then we will have traffic jams and accidents. So while we create a regulatory system for hospitals or for factories, we don't want to discourage investments in the hospital delivery system or in the factory. That's where the regulations need to be reasonable and implementable. If they are overboard, then they discourage investments in that sector. And to address the patient safety concerns, we do need from the healthcare side laboratories to be regulated properly and the healthcare system to be regulated properly in a dispassionate manner centrally. The state versus center is actually harming the patient and the sector's concerns. And the same thing for medical devices. For too long, we have been a misfit in the Drugs Act. For too long, they have been trying to regulate 30 medical devices under the Drugs Act. And now they want to regulate all of the medical devices under the Drugs Act by putting us under a medical device rule, which is still part of the Drugs Act. And the punitive and the penal conditions are mostly criminal conditioning in nature, which discourage manufacturers to come forward, and we are being import dependent. So you can't have a place where you will treat the Indian manufacturer as a criminal and the foreign company is making a stent or a implant, and it gets away with having huge cases of product recalls and injury to the patients, and nothing happens to that factory, which is overseas. So where is that discipline for the foreign company? So we do need to have, for manufacturers to show conformity to quality standards, access to high quality laboratories. These laboratories need to be available, they need to be accredited. Only then we can be showing conformity to the regulator and to the doctor and to the user that we are making the product to what is required benchmarks. Yeah, I'll start wrapping up. So in the quality infrastructure that we have, we don't need to make the organizations like ARB or CDSO compete with each other. We don't need BIS, QCI, NABL, NABH to be toe-stepping on each other. They need to work as a team. Only thing I find very unfortunate is that I don't find a leader for these various players who can coordinate at a national level. So like we have the principal scientific officer for the government to the Prime Minister, the advisor to the government. We need something like this also to the Prime Minister of the country as a quality advisor, so that he can advise the Prime Minister and he can coordinate the roles of the various institutions. Somebody mentioned custodians of quality. So yes, they have their own role to play. BIS does it for the Indian standards. QCI does it for the international standards and for schemes for quality certification. CDSO does it for regulations. ARB does it for radiation safety. NPPA does it for consumer protection for pricing. You have the consumer ministry doing the same thing again over there for consumer protection. And then you got NABL for doing the accreditation for the laboratories, whether for the medical laboratories or for the commercial laboratories. So they all have a role to play, but somebody needs to coordinate that. And I think one should be a recommendation from this conference today that we need to have somebody at the national level as a person or as an organization coordinating the roles of these various institutions in a coordinated manner. Because right now they're parked under different ministries. You have BIS under the Consumer Affairs. You got CDSO under the Ministry of Health. Okay, you've got QCI parked under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So that is why sometimes we as industry also get confused who's going to look after what. And the role play for each one is not clear to the stakeholders in the industry. So that clarity is required. Many of my members keep on asking me questions and I get surprised that they're not aware about it. But yes, that's the honest position. So the ecosystem, of course, is there in terms of technical regulation, in terms of making standards, standards making bodies, in terms of conformity, but that needs to be played with good music. So from IMED, of course, with QCI, we came forward with the voluntary certification called ICMED certification, Indian Certification of Medical Devices. This is something for the healthcare community. You can use the certification to weed out or find what the good quality manufacturers from the not so good quality manufacturers. So if you want to find the roses from the bushes, ask your supplier to be having this certification. Indian Certification of Medical Devices, which is 9,000 for the class A level products, low risk products, and 1,345 for the high risk products. And then recently we've come out with the ICMED Plus certification, which is not only quality management system certification, but also product certification. So with this, you can trust the companies who are providing the product to you. And with that, you can give quality healthcare delivery to your patients and less complaints to your patients coming in that there was a failure in the product usage. So going forward, what do we need? We need to still have a separate law. Niti Aayog created a draft bill in 2019. It was discussed, the Medical Device Safety, Effectiveness and Innovation Bill. It has got parked somewhere in discussions between the Ministry of Health, PMO and Niti Aayog. We need to, as a recommendation from this conference, seek that this bill needs to be taken forward to its logical conclusion. Medical devices are not drugs. They need a separate regulation. And if you make it too criminal, you will not have innovative products being available to doctors and to patients in a short period of time. if the Drug Act was already applicable on ventilators and on oxygen concentrators, then in the 2 months' time between March and April of last year, you had 50 factories coming forward to make ventilators. That would not have happened. A Maruti would not have been able to make a ventilator in 1 year's time or 2 years' time if they had to go through regulatory controls under Drugs Act. Let's be honest about it. They could do it because there were no regulations. At the same time, there was shortfall of quality. People were dismayed that what was being made was not adequate. Yes, that needs to be addressed. And that's where certification comes in to satisfy that need and a regulatory control to discipline that. So something for us to work forward as a team. Ready to take any questions in the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, for wonderful comments on what exists and what is required to be in place in order if we want to be competitive, national, domestically, as well as overseas in international markets as far as medical devices are concerned. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next expert speaker, Manish. Manish Aaron is Vice President, Quality, Regulatory Affairs and Business Excellence in Transasia Biomedicals Limited. Having over 20 years of experience in quality management in manufacturing as well as a corporate level at different reputed Indian and multinational organizations. So he has to share with his experience on quality in medical devices and related things. So over to you, Manish. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rana. So a lot of things are said by Mr. Johari and Mr. Nath actually on the quality topics. In a country like India, where the healthcare resources are very limited, the infrastructure is insufficient, there is an increase in chronic diseases and growing population, providing quality healthcare to patients is a very serious challenge. And here I will just discuss and I will share my views on the quality management system. So what is the role of quality management system and actually achieving the quality into the healthcare systems and how we can support the patients in a better way. So since its inception in 80s, when the late 80s, when the ISO 9001 was initiated, it is having a very pivotal role in streamlining the processes, driving customer-centric culture, standardization of work practices, and driving safety and performance for product and services. So in 90s, I remember actually when I went to certain organizations, people were very excited when they started implementing the QMS ISO 9000. Very excited, a lot of training programs were going on. They were doing a lot of improvements. But when late 90s, when it comes, I found when I joined the organization, I found that now the QMS and the real quality improvement are having very divergent views. And later on, what it happens, the QMS has taken a different path, and the real improvement has taken a different path. So then a lot of initiatives like Six Sigma or TPM or Lean or ERP, they have taken care or they have taken over the improvement initiatives rather than QMS. So QMS has taken a back seat. The basic reason is that QMS has not cope up with the changing business needs. So the QMS has more focus on the documentation part or maybe certification part, and the real business needs are different. So people started focusing on improving from different pathways and setting up the QMS only for achieving the certification. So now also the situation is like that the QMS is mostly used for as a certification tool rather than the improvement tool. If you see the auditor's focus on quality and production and mainly on R&D, still you can see the QMS is used in a day-to-day life. But for more other functions, like if you go to logistics or maybe sales, marketing or other functions, the QMS is limited to ISO folder. So there is ISO folder and you have a lot of SOPs and some documentation is there. So once the auditor is coming for audit, these folders are opened and that is the only use of that. So that is the basic divergent views of business needs and the QMS requirement that is affecting the effectiveness of the QMS. So now what means we have to do actually, how to make the QMS more agile and more resilient to the business needs and how it can basically respond to the changing business needs is the utmost importance. So I will just share some views, actually some areas where the quality healthcare is really need improvement, and then the organizations have to focus upon 4-5 areas I will share, and how these QMS activities can be incorporated in that and can taken care of that, so that the quality healthcare can be improved. So first is the gig economy. So you know that now even after COVID-19, a lot of temporary workers are coming into the picture. So in most of the healthcare areas, there is a daily wage workers or temporary workers are there. In QMS, we have a lot of training programs, training skill development programs are available, but that mostly taken care of the permanent employees. There is no specific programs for the temporary workers, and that is temporary workers are affecting the quality heavily. Actually, the product quality is heavily affected by the temporary workers. So how the QMS is incorporating the skill development programs for those temporary workers in all the healthcare areas is very, very important. The second area specifically is the logistics and transportation. So you know, India is a very wide variety, very versatile in terms of climate. So you have plus 50 degrees in some part of the country, and then you have minus 10 degrees. You have 10% relative humidity, and you have 100% relative humidity. You have dusty environments. So the environmental conditions are very, very severe. So the QMS is having a very important role, that how the product is validated in those environments, how the performance is validated in those conditions is very, very important. And second is how our logistics, transportation and storage mechanisms are validated to take care of those challenges is very important. So the focus of QMS should be improved on those aspects: the transportation, the handling, the storage. So that is very important. So these two areas are from the environmental perspective. The third important area where the challenge is there in the organization, that is the quality control mindset. So thanks to the pharmaceutical influence on the medical device industry, still the medical device industry is primarily focusing on the quality control from the QMS perspective. So quality control, basically the inspection can prevent the defect only when the defect is at the percentage level, maybe few percentage, then only the quality control can help. But now we have moved from percentage to DPMO and DPMO to DPBO. So this quality control mindset cannot help. We have to focus on more preventive measures. We have to focus more on the process aspects, process monitoring, process controls. And we have to move our focus from the specifications to target value and the drift. So until unless we are doing that mistake proofing, if we are not doing that, we cannot achieve the quality healthcare. We cannot achieve the quality of the product. So this quality control mindset has to be changed to the process improvement mindset. So if you want to make your QMS more efficient, this particular thing is very important. The third point, which is very important from the quality management perspective, is the role of suppliers. So as you're aware that 60 to 70% of our value of our product is added by the suppliers. But how much focus we are putting on the supplier development activities? The QMS, the current QMS, what we are handling, it is more reactive from the supplier perspective. So they are like more problem solving at the supplier end, maybe supplier evaluation, or maybe supplier assessment at the time of selection. So that is definitely a part of QMS. But supplier development is still missing in the QMS activities. So how the organization, because a lot of our suppliers are in MSME, how the organizations are supporting the suppliers, they are giving proper training to the suppliers, proper information sharing, learning about the product capabilities, product features. So that is very, very important. So how to bring suppliers as a partner and develop them so that the quality can be improved. So if the suppliers are not developed, we cannot think of improving quality at the organization level. So that is also one of the major aspects of QMS if we really want to make the QMS more effective. The last part will come in the documentation part. So if you see the implementation of QMS, everybody, like in the QMS itself, it is written that you must have a documented procedure. Everywhere you have a documented procedure and record. So you have tons of documents every year, and every 2-3 years you need a new record room or a new artist to store that data. But unfortunately, that data is of no use if it can't be analyzed, if it can't be visualized, and it can't be used for improvement. So how we can digitalize the documentation process, the data recording process, and convert into the meaningful way, we cannot improve the quality. So the data analytics, the digitalization of the quality processes, and the data collection and driving the improvement from that will be very, very important from the QMS perspective. So these are my thoughts on the QMS. So it is more an internal view, like it was said, Mr. Oatman's quote, that what is the truth and accept the truth and tell the truth. That is very, very important. So this is the truth. And now we have to come up with the solutions so that we can make the QMS effective and we can use this QMS into improvement of the quality and performance of the organization. So these are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Manish, for sharing your thoughts, your views on, quality management system effectiveness. So we have just 5 minutes left, and I'll have one question for each of you, 3 experts, and then request the chair to wrap it up. We have talked a lot about, the problems, and some of you have already given solutions as well. And so it's difficult for me to find a question. But I thought that let me find a middle way of it. So my question to Mr. Johari is that what is the most important hurdle, in your opinion, which is not allowing things to happen as you talked about? Sir, mute.
I think in the policy making and decision making, there is a political class at the top, there is a bureaucratic class at the second level, and the third level is technocrats like us. But the policy making and decision making in the hands of political and bureaucratic class. And I think they lack understanding of what is what. As far as quality is concerned, my experience is that they lack understanding of what is what, how, what is the importance of regulation, how voluntary can be a support to regulation. I mean, even regulators are reluctant to talk about voluntary. They don't realize that voluntary is a support to regulation. In fact, it ensures better compliance. So there is a huge lack of awareness among the people who are taking decisions, and that's, to me, is the biggest hurdle. Making them understand and persuading them is a challenge. I mean, I've seen it for years in my own professional life. It took me years to get my point across on various issues. So to me, that's the biggest challenge. Now you are mute.
Thank you so much. That makes sense. This is what the policymaker has to take a lead. Rajiv, the same question, what in your opinion is the biggest hurdle in achieving what we are trying to?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Johari, and I echo what he's saying. It comes from the top. And if the top does not know what they want, if you hire a CA and you hire a quality assurance manager, or you hire a quality assurance QMS regulatory consultant, and you don't know how to use them, then you will not get the best outcome. So the government may be talking that, yes, we want to be globally competitive. The Minister of Commerce and Industry may be seeking that and urging the industry to be globally competitive. But how do you achieve that global competitiveness? The Minister of Health and the Secretary of Health may be seeking Indian healthcare delivery to be world-class at WHO assembly meetings and chairing those meetings. But what are the pathways to achieve that? And this is the challenge. Unfortunately, they will send their junior officers to these conferences and meetings. They themselves need to find time to be educated by listening to a proper structured presentation so they can be educated. And then they can play the role in policy making the way we want them to do that. And that's why I've said that we should have this recommendation that we need to have a senior person who's a quality coordinator, a technocrat, not a bureaucrat, who understands the science of making quality and achieving quality, irrespective of it's a product or a service. So somebody who can drive that in terms of leadership form should be appointed at a national level as a quality advisor, given a small team to create this organization, and then he should be allowed to play this leadership role so that he can seek the DGBIS, the CDSCO or DCGI or whatever organizations which are there, the 5-6 organizations, so that they work in tandem as a team, and then they help manufacturers and the hospitals to give their delivery, what we talk about in various international forums over there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rajiv. I think what you come up with, you and Mr. Johari, is about we need a top-down approach in this case at the national leadership, and for the better coordination of amongst all the agencies working in tandem. We need to bring all together to achieve what we are trying to. Thank you so much, Rajiv. Manish, I have a different question for you. Basically, you talk about in the last is about the record documentation, and as an organization practice, all these things. As we know, in last year and a half of pandemic, people have changed, the world has changed, the COVID has changed everyone, and people working on remote, like we are meeting on Zoom call, or instead of meeting person. So there are a lot of digitization happened, already. Means we at QI, we are maintaining electronic records, and I'm sure many others. So what prevents organizations in having the electronic records already, not keeping the paper? You don't need a record room, a big record room to keep the records, paper records. So why not, have the system in place to change your policy? What prevents organizations to do that? Thank you.
See, first of all, we have to understand that putting the data into the computer in a digital form in Word or Excel does not qualify a digital record, right? So that is very, very important. So it is a paper or a scanned paper in a computer or an Excel sheet in the computer does not add value. It is of the same. It is the same thing. You don't need a record room, then you need a hard disk, right? So the idea is that what data we are collecting. First of all, we have to understand what data we are collecting, why we are collecting, and what will be the use. And then use of that data, right, for analysis, right? Data is not for justification. Data is for improvement, right? So the meaningful data to be collected, and it is to be visualized in a meaningful way, and it is to be presented, and then the improvement plan has to be made. So that thought process is very much necessary at the organization level. If you have a thought process only to collect data, whatever you want without thought process, then it will be a dead data. It will be of no use. I am telling you, in many of the improvement projects, suppose we want to start any improvement projects, we have to start from data collection itself, right? So first step is the data collection, right? You have tons of data available of your 20 years practices, but that data is not useful because that data is not collected in a way you want. So first, whenever you start a data collection mechanism, you must have a thought process that why you are collecting and what way you are collecting, where you're storing, and whether it can be retrieved in a meaningful manner. So that is very important.
Thanks, Manish. And I think I keep the two things separately, that one is the record keeping and one is the data collections and use of that. So basically your point is of how we can make use of the data which we collect. And I always say, we don't have data, so no data, no problem. That's a very simple thing. Okay. If somebody becomes really progressive, they start collecting data, but they never analyze the data. So that's make life simple. A third step is you collect data, you analyze data, you get the result, but you don't act on the results which comes out of that. Right. So you make life simple. What we are trying to achieve is make use of the data in analyzing and making them output of that analysis as an input for improvement of your processes, your activity, your services. And that's the key actually is lacking. And 15 years of accreditation in India, we have seen that, we talk about the structures, process, outcome. Mr. Johari talks about the minimum standard, that's fix the structures. If we have the structures in place, our quality will be ensured at least to some extent. Then comes to the process. Very few organizations, accredited organizations definitely have the process, but what about outcomes? We are still struggling. And Siddharth, your presentation about the US study that accredited hospital could not give an evidence that they are really being effective in providing better care than a non-accredited hospital. So that's a study keep going on, and then challenges will keep coming. I request Siddharth over to you to wrap up the message. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rana. I think we had a good presentation with different views coming in, and it is actually difficult when people come from different fields with their own experiences, to be able to come to one sort of consensus. But I believe that some takeaways that we have got is that number one is that the silo approach, which is generally there in the government, although the government says that we are trying to integrate and not have silos, many of the decisions that actually seem to come forth seem to be still in silos, with that integration not happening at all levels. That is what, sort of, came out. And that integration, I guess, will be very, very important in case we think of, quality as the, journey forward. There is a saying that, devil is in the details and God also resides in the details. So, when we look at the macro aspects, many times while deciding, the policy makers keep on, shifting from the macro to the micro and then back to the macro. That approach needs to go. It has to go in a systematic manner. Otherwise, we will just be, spending a lot of time, but probably not moving forward in the right, direction at the right speed. We may still be moving in the right direction, bit by bit, but it will not be in leaps and bounds. So that is my second, takeaway. The third takeaway is that the regulatory mechanisms, which the government is, like thinking, we probably need to invest a lot more on health. And, this issue of health being a state subject and, regulations varying across states, somewhere probably, the election manifestos of political parties need to put health and education at the center rather than the periphery. Until and unless that happens, probably I don't see a leap, forward in the direction. It will come, gradually, maybe another 50 or 100 years or so, because you see, none of the manifestos have health or education at the center. They are there, but, at the periphery. So that probably needs to be there. And if that happens, probably we will be able to take it forward a little, quicker for the population. With this, I think we will wrap up this session because already 1:50, it's over, and I think one of the panelists also have to leave. So over to you, Adarsh.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your kind summing up words. Once again, we thank all the panelists, all the speakers, and the moderator for their kind inputs. Of course, we definitely want to work, toward healthcare management, and of course, quality management plays a major role in whether it's healthcare or any other sector. So, with this, we end this session, sir. We will join after a quick 5 minutes break. We will have another round of a presentation from the industry stakeholders. With this, we thank all the panelists once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
तो फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच नहीं लग सकता, हाँ?
नहीं।
शर्त लगाओगे?
हाँ, लगी शर्त। मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
लग गया? देखा?
कहाँ? अरे मान जाइए सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा। स्क्रैच, वो भी फॉरएवर टाइल्स पे। इस जन्म में तो भूल ही जाइए। ओरिएंट वेल फॉरएवर टाइल्स, जो है एक्चुअली स्क्रैच फ्री। तो आइए डिजाइन पसंद कर ले।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
People suffering. Hospitals crowded. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, helping the needy, staying distant but connected and caring. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. MEP Tubes Limited supplied Mexflow copper pipes and accessories to more than 2,000 hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. We would like to express our gratitude to all frontline workers, hospitals, and MGPS contractors for their selfless dedication to our fight against COVID-19. Health is wealth. For more details, please visit us at www.mexflow.com. MEP Tubes Limited, the company with metal.
First, we lit up the world. Then we helped people to see it in all its beauty. But that's only part of our story. You see, since 1891, we've been improving lives. From supporting medical professionals to helping people recover. Our innovations have given people life and some a second chance here. We're with you during a pandemic and helping shape the future with less waste and more hope. We're reimagining healthcare and making it accessible to everyone. Because for the last 130 years, every single one of our innovations has shared the same goal: to make people's lives better so we can all move forward together.
चाय।
अखबार का मजा तो चाय के साथ ही है।
आ गए, तुम्हारी फेवरेट चीज बनाई है, गरम करके खाना।
आपके लिए सरप्राइज है।
लहर आती है, कश्ती डूब जाती है, पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर, 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस, 12 करोड़ हैप्पी कस्टमर्स, मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की।
So very good afternoon, everyone. We are back to start the next session. This was a quick break to do some technical arrangements. So with this, now I would like to invite for the industry presentation, Mr. Nitesh Kulkarni, who's the Deputy Manager Products for KNAUF Sealing Products, KNAUF Sealing Solutions. Nitesh, if you are here, we would like you to unmute yourself and switch on your video.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but
Adarsh, I think you'll have to help me out because it's giving me a message that the host has stopped my video. Now I think. Thank you so much. Hi Adarsh, hello everybody, good afternoon. Thank you so much for attending this session. And
Nitesh, before you start, I just wanted to give a quick introductory note for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nitesh Kulkarni is the mechanical engineer alum from Mumbai University. Is currently working as Deputy Manager Products for KNAUF Sealing Solutions. He has more than 10 years of experience in product development and product portfolio management, R&D projects, key account management, channel sales, and capex sales. Having worked for organizations such as Godrej and Boys Manufacturing and FLA India Private Limited prior to joining KCS India. So Nitesh, with this note, since we are running short of time, I would request you can start your presentation and then we'll take any questions after this session, if any. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adarsh. And once again, thank you so much, everybody, for attending. I'd like to quickly share my screen because we're a little short on time.
Yes.
Yeah. Just Adarsh, if you could confirm if my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. You can go ahead.
Right. Yeah. Right. Once again, welcome, everybody. So I represent KNAUF Sealing Solutions India Private Limited. So KNAUF is a global brand. I think most of us in the industry, especially in the building materials industry, would be well versed with KNAUF, and if not with KNAUF, definitely would be well versed with Armstrong and AMF and Hera Design. All three brands have now come under the KNAUF umbrella, and we are one-stop solution providers when it comes to sealing solutions, modular sealing solutions, and we have a whole plethora of products under this banner. But today I am here to talk about something a little different. It is a product which is kind of a new foray for KNAUF as well. And it is a new foray, but it is something which seamlessly marries and seamlessly integrates with our key products, which is nothing but your sealing solutions, that is tiles and grids. So I'm here to introduce to everybody the product what we call as the UVC Luftreiniger. So just a quick explanation as to what the brand, what the name essentially suggests. UVC is nothing. UVC Luftreiniger is nothing but an UVC LED based upper air purification device. Luftreiniger literally means air purifier in German. So us being a German company, we thought we'd honor that heritage and name the product after our German roots. So hence UVC Luftreiniger was born. So I'll quickly jump through a few slides so that I don't take up too much time. Like I said, KNAUF is nothing but a marriage of three different brands. I think there are a few brands which have to be added to this as we go ahead. But combined, we have more than 150 years of experience. We are present all over the globe, 13 plants, 8 countries, 2,100 employees. I'll not go too much into detail about this because I want to focus on the product at hand. Like I said, KNAUF is, you can say, we are pretty much the last word when it comes to acoustical modular ceilings. So I think we've discussed this in prior forums as well, and if further need be, you can always contact us. So coming now quickly into the concept of the product. So why we thought a UVC-based product was required? It was the need of the hour, like the slide says. Last couple of years have been difficult and challenging time for us. No one expected that we would face such a time as we are facing right now, and we are still not out of it, mind you. So it was, this entire pandemic scenario was a real eye-opener with regards to indoor air quality in particular. Indoor air quality, industry experts, and I'm sure many of them are here in the panel itself, have talked about it. People have written papers about it. It is definitely discussed within the industry. But does a regular layman or our typical customer base, do they actually, or did they actually give so much credence to indoor air quality before the pandemic? Based on people whom we have spoken to, and most of our clientele, and most of, we've conducted certain surveys as well on social media, in person. The answer, unfortunately, is no. And I would include myself in that entire scenario. Before this pandemic started, or before I got into development of this particular product, indoor air quality, nobody really gave a very high credence to the air we are breathing. Yes, there were experts. Yes, people were talking about it. Yes, awareness, they were trying to spread awareness about it. But still, at the end of the day, this pandemic has woken us up to this entire scenario. So why is indoor air quality important? Because as you would have seen, and when the pandemic began, we were very afraid of surfaces. There were certain ways we used to, the way which we used to open doors. We used to touch elevator buttons with our elbows. I can give so many more examples like that. Surfaces where the first, you can say, the first place where we thought, okay, where we could contact the virus. And then we found out, okay, the surfaces actually account for a very small percentage of the spread. It is more through the air we breathe. So what did we do? So initially, as we typically what you would do, and typically I think most be it any segment, be it office segment, a healthcare segment, or hospitality segment, or even if you visit a restaurant, what you would find is a typical solution. What is used is what we call as a passive disinfection, which is nothing but sanitization or fumigation or any sort of surface treatment, which is well and good. It is important that we do that. But that does not really help you maintain optimum indoor air quality. So what happens is, like, if you see the first image, I'll just try to point it out with my cursor here. So your microbes or bacteria or pathogens or whatever, elements which are there in the air, which would possibly be dangerous for you, which are marked in red here in this image, they kind of float in the air in like what we would like to call as like a plume effect. It's like a feather. It takes time for those microbes to settle down. The simple reason being, there is something called as the force balance effect. Force balance is nothing but there is a gravitational force which is trying to push those microbes down, but then there is something called the buoyancy force. So it takes, even for heavier microbes, like COVID has been known to be a heavier virus, but even for that, it takes a certain amount of time for those microbes to settle. So what that means is that they are suspended in the air for quite a bit of time, like 3 to 4 minutes is what we can easily assume if they are untreated. Now the problem is, if I try to counter that with a regular aerosol-based sanitizer, I just try to spray the air. The probability of the aerosol molecule actually intercepting the microbe in an air when that microbe is floating around, when it is suspended, is very less. Okay, so while this sort of techniques are very good for surfaces, they don't really work for air. So we need something which is effective to maintain that optimum air quality, the air which we breathe. It needs to be completely safe, it needs to be completely reliable, and it needs to be easy to maintain, easy to control. So that is why we thought of going the UVC route. I mean, I think we have had certain presentation over the last couple of days with regards to UVC. And I think pretty much the industry now understands what UVC is all about. The reason that is primarily the reason why we thought, even we should go that route, but slightly in a different manner, which I'll explain subsequently. So why UVC is the best option? Basically, it has the highest germicidal frequency. First of all, I mean, before even I come to that, it is the cleanest form of disinfection. If you control it properly, it is safe. It does not leave any byproducts. There is no ozone generation. There is no, there is no smell. There is no odor. I mean, it is a completely clean technology what you can use. And what it does is, just to give us quick, shall I say, a very basic explanation is, it damages the RNA and DNA of the microbe, thereby not allowing that microbe to replicate. See, the entire idea with microbes is that, they by themselves, each cell or each microbe do not really have a very long lifetime. What makes them deadly is their ability to multiply or to replicate. The moment you take away that ability and you destroy that cell structure, they will not multiply, and thereby essentially you're neutralizing those microbes. So that is what we are achieving with UVC. Like I said, it's a proven technology, has been in use for decades when it comes, especially when it comes to medical fields. So we thought we'll use this in an LED format in a slightly different manner than what you would typically find in the industry right now. So without further ado, I will take you to UVC Luftreiniger. So that is a product which you see on the top. It's a very small product, very compact product, just 120 mm in length. You can basically fit this in the palm of your hand. The idea is that you install this product right adjacent to your air inlet. Like, for example, if you have a centralized HVAC system, you have a diffuser, the inlet diffuser, you install it right adjacent to it. Why the easy marriage with the ceilings I talked about earlier is this particular reason. We have designed it in such a way that you can easily suspend this particular device with any, using any of our grids, any of KNAUF grids, or we have certain solutions for plane surfaces as well, in case the inlet diffuser is located where maybe there is a drywall or maybe there is some other surface. So we have a solution for that as well. So the prime advantage of this product, if I were to quickly cover it. So what I'm going to do is this slide covers the key highlights of the product or the key USPs of the product, and then I'll elaborate on a few of the points in subsequent slides. So the biggest advantage which this product has, that it has a 24/7 operation while not compromising on the accessibility factor. So just to explain, so we have many, I could see there's a plethora of devices on the market. You'll find UVC bulbs or UVC lamps for as low as like $5 on Amazon or Wish.com. The problem with that is you can't really use them in human presence. Okay, there are many devices. In fact, when the pandemic started last year, KNAUF, being a responsible company, we procured many such devices for all of our offices. Which typically what our office staff does is when the office is empty or when a particular room is vacated, they would just go and plug in that device. It's again a UVC based device which to kind of purify the air or the volume of air which is present in that particular room or that particular space. The problem is, again, you can't use it in human presence. So let's say, for example, I do a periodic cleaning in the morning and I do one in the evening. What happens during the day when I'm actually occupying that office, or I'm occupying that school, or occupying that hospital, or occupying that cafeteria? You can't use it. So we needed a solution which would work along with your work. So basically, it is going to keep on purifying the air as you're working at floor level. So and it is completely safe. So I'll elaborate on that in subsequent points. The other thing is, then there are certain devices or certain mechanisms where an integration happens probably with the AHU of the centralized system, okay? Or you have devices which are bulky, which need to be taken from one place to another, or they need to be installed in the ducting system. So we have actually considered all of that. The problem with that, again, I mean, I would not say a problem per se, but the challenge with that is that I can't, problem number one, I can go back and retrofit it in my existing space. That would require a huge amount of rework, a huge amount of reinstallation, maybe remodeling. Or when I do install it, if I do need to conduct some maintenance activity, or there is some, some sort of cleaning has to be done, or any replacement has to be done, it is a huge challenge to access this product. So,
Nitesh, just sorry to interrupt you. Are you sharing some slides more, because we can see only the introductory slide right now?
Okay, and let me try to share it once again.
Yeah, and just a small request. We are running short of time, so I would request you if you can wrap up in next 2 minutes. That would be great.
I don't think 2 minutes would be possible, but I'll try to do my best. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's better. We can see. Can you shift the slide? Because that was on.
Is this okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Further.
Yeah, I'm on the slide which names introducing UVC Luftreiniger. I think that. Yeah. So that's the same slide which I was on before. So
okay.
Yeah, what I was saying is that it is it's a 24/7 operating device which continuously purifies your air, even if you have air influx which comes in. Obviously, safety was a prime concern for us. So ISO 15858 is a certification what we used. I mean, we applied for this certification. We applied for this standard. It states nothing but the permissible human exposure what you can have for UVC-based devices. It's a very stringent test to pass because it involves, making as minimum at least 50 working devices, and then there's a plethora of tests which go on. It also covers the NIOSH standards, NIOSH standards for an average exposure to UVC rays a human being can have in a 24 hours. And I'm happy to say that our device actually passes all of them. In fact, the exposure, because of the arrangement and because of the monochromatic nature of the LEDs, there is absolutely zero exposure to any human activity which is there at the floor level. Going ahead, the device is tested for a real life scenario. So obviously we have done a set of laboratory tests, which we were quite sure it is going to pass because, like I said, UVC is a known technology. But at the same time, we wanted to ensure that, okay, if you're introducing a device, we need to test it in an actual practical scenario where we do not influence any external factor. So essentially what we did is we actually took a real working office space and we took certain microbial readings before, and then we took certain microbial readings afterwards, after installing the device. So the only change in the parameter was introduction of the device. There's nothing else which we influenced, nothing else which we changed. And this was validated. The readings were taken by an accredited laboratory, and we found tremendous reduction in microbial activity. I mean, within the first 2 hours itself, we found 70% reduction in the microbial activity in that particular space. Obviously, being LED-based, it has a very long life. So typically, your lamp-based devices would run for like 300 to 500 hours. Because it is LED-based, and this particular LEDs are very small LEDs, the the method of manufacturing these LEDs is patented by us. It is something called as lithography technique. So what we are able to achieve is that with this device will essentially run, if you even switch it on at this moment and do not switch it off at all, it will run for 20,000 hours at 100% efficiency. That's a little, I mean, that's almost 2.5 years. And that is also at 100% efficiency. So beyond that, the efficiency might go down a bit, but the device will still keep on working. So it is a very long lifetime. Obviously, the other thing, being a European company, one important test for us, and which has a lot of credence even for Indian market, is CE certification. So I think everybody here knows about CE certification. It's a plethora of EN standards which are covered under that. Basically, it signifies the safety, the reliability, the design concept of this product. So we have that as well. And importantly, being such a compact device, it blends in very easily with whichever space you are operating in or whichever ceiling you have installed. So it's very easy. It's just a connector-based mechanism. It has an adapter, which is nothing different than a typical laptop adapter, which you might be using. It's a very easy plug-and-play mechanism. I'll just quickly show you the photograph. So this is our Mumbai office. This is our Mumbai office, the head office.
Nitesh, just a small request. If you can, wind up as early as possible, as I requested you. We are running short of time. Just a small request.
Fair enough. Okay, can you give me this slide and another slide? Just maybe
sure,
2 minutes.
Please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, so what I was trying to say is that we have installed this product and we have been using this product in our offices for a couple of months now. It's a very small, very compact device. The reason I particularly wanted to show this image, you can see, I'm trying to point it out with my cursor. You can see a blue light which is being emitted here in this image. That blue light actually doesn't exist. We had to actually put that light in to show, because otherwise it was very difficult to recognize the image, recognize the product rather. So the image on the right is a very raw image, which I have myself clicked from my cell phone. So it's a, like I said, the device does not create, unlike many of, devices available in the market, it does not create any sort of architectural hindrance. It does not create any sort of obstacle in any functionality at all. So just to point out how compact we have managed to make this device using the LED-based technology. Okay, there are a couple of more slides, but as I understand, we are still short of time. So I'll cover this slide in particular. ISO 15858, I spoke about this a little bit. The kill zone which is created, or the disinfection plane which is created by this device using the UV rays, is only in one direction, and the intensity is not very high. It's just 0.5 watts per centimeter square. It is not going to impact any of us if we get in front of that device accidentally. It is only going to harm the microbes. So unless and until somebody accidentally stands right in front of that device for 24 hours, which is never going to happen. Okay, this device will not harm you. There is no radiation in any other direction. So what you see here in these images is us testing with a radiometer for presence of UV rays behind the device or in other direction of the device, and the reading is 0. There is also no other presence of any sort of UVA or UVB or UVB rays. So all in all, it's a completely safe device. It is very much effective. So like see, I've talked about, I think I'll skip through all of this. This is the real life scenario test. Like I said, just after 2 hours, we had a 70% reduction. And these are the, we have certification reports for all of this, whatever we are trying to communicate. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening patiently to the presentation. And yeah, I hope we have a response for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitesh. Thank you for the lovely presentation. There are a lot of technologies which are coming up from KNAUF, so congratulations for that. And of course, we will be looking forward for more interaction with you. Sorry, we cannot take more questions right now because we are short of time. But for this session, if any questions will come up, we'll share across with you over email. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we finish our session industry presentation. Now, I would like to invite quickly
For the next session is session 4, Managing Large Healthcare Project Delivery. It's going to be a panel discussion. I'd like to invite moderator Dr. Vivek Desai, who's the founder and managing director, SOCOMEC India Private Limited. Architect J. Anandan, Chief Architect, Healthcare Project Larsen Turbo. And Mr. Curtis Letnin, Technical Director, Healthcare Lead, AECOM India. And Mr. Ainab Dev Gupta, co-founder and joint managing director, Medica Hospital. Sir, we all welcome you, to the panel. And just a quick introductory note I would like to give for Dr. Desai. He's the founder and managing director, SOCOMEC India. Dr. Desai is a founder director of SOCOMEC, is a renowned name in hospital planning and management field in India, and with GCC countries. In his consultancy career spanning more than a decade, Dr. Desai has advised more than 600 hospital projects in the area of feasibility studies, market research, hospital planning, management consultancy in India and overseas. Sir, there's a lot more about you since you have a lot of short of time. So I would hand over this discussion to you to take it forward. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, others. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Right.
Yes.
So I think the topic that we are going to now have a discussion on is managing large healthcare project delivery. After this pandemic, I think globally it has been understood that one needs to probably ramp up the human resource capital that healthcare industry needs. And one of the ways of doing it actually is to come up with medical college campuses which allows you to do so, be it paramedics, be it nurses, be it doctors. If you take India as a country, some data to share would be that we need about double the number of doctors from what we have today. So suppose if I have 1 million, I need 2 million, and 1 million I have reached after about 75 years of independence, so you can imagine the amount of time it takes. It takes us 5 years, to do undergraduation, 3 years to do post-graduation, and 2 more years to do super specialty. So it takes 10 years to create a doctor. So the number of institutions that you will see in future coming up will be very high. And all the panelists who are there probably are part of, that movement which has already begun. We also need, triple the number of nurses, 5 times the number of paramedics, that we have. So all this calls for, very large format campus development. A medical college project, for example, typically would be 1 million square feet plus kind of a campus, so many buildings and other things. Similarly, taking up from some of the projects that you have, like say, for example, Narayan Rudalaya's model, high volume, low cost, or Medanta's model, where again, it's a high volume, super specialty care, okay? Or you take, CMC Vellore, all these hospitals, or the Amrita Institute, which is coming up north or down south, all of them are large format hospitals which are made, to take the advantage of scale of economies. So that is what these large format hospitals would need. And this needs, a lot of collaboration between various disciplines. And we are, very, very grateful today to have 3 very different set of panelists, who are going to be with us. So not taking too much time, short of time. So I'm timing myself for 3:15 to wind up. Is that all right, Adarsh? Is that I'm right, or yeah? Okay. So we will, begin the panel discussion with Mr. Curtis Leitner. He's Technical Director, Healthcare Lead of AECOM India. AECOM needs no introduction to anyone who's in this industry. He's a medical planner and brings about 24 years of experience with healthcare architecture and a very strong background in campus and master planning. Okay, and he's done that globally, all over the US, Middle East, and now in Asia. He's also a green belt in lean process improvement methods and design, so that is something that probably, we should learn from him. In addition, he's also, been a designer to other buildings like offices, research laboratories, biotech companies, universities, and all of that. So Let us begin with, Curtis. So Curtis, you have had very varied global experience of creating large format hospitals, campuses. What has been your experience, the way work gets done globally vis-a-vis, what we are doing in India?
How work gets done? Well, okay, so I'll try to answer that. If you were looking for something else, just let me know and I can switch tracks here. But right, so there's a lot of things that we're seeing globally in terms of, well, dealing with a large project, managing large projects. Like any project, there's going to be a process and there's going to be a lot of parallel things you're doing. You're going to have to do site investigations. You're going to be doing the design. You're going to be working on the budget with the client. You're going to be engaging stakeholders and authorities as well. And that's all the same for any project. But when you're talking about a mega project, in the case of, say, Ames Delhi, where we're talking about 3,000 beds for the hospital piece alone, plus research, plus academics, plus et cetera, student and staff housing. And so when you're talking about a project that's, well, in this case, it's like, well over 1 million square meters. So when you get to that, you're talking about longer timelines and much, much greater complexity. The number of super specialties, the number of departments you're going to be dealing with are compounded. You're talking about dozens, even scores of departments. So something that's really important is setting up and outlining your process before you start. And it's a dialogue that you start with the client very, very early. And that's absolutely critical. Part of it is the decision making and making sure that their decision making process is going to match the timeline. Executive committees and subcommittees are absolutely essential for keeping continuity. During a long project, you're going to occasionally have a change of staff, a change of people who you're meeting with, but ideally you have most of that committee maintained all the way through the project. And so you can remember, you keep good records, you understand what the decisions were early on, so you're not changing those things later when someone new comes into the process.
So that means a very tight documentation of the process. That's what.
Very tight documentation is extremely important. And starting with the big decisions first, and then working your way down in scale, because as you get to these larger projects, you're dealing with much larger scales. You're dealing with many, like you mentioned, you're dealing with many, many buildings. Not just the buildings, but the spaces in between the buildings.
Yeah.
You're going to be dealing with streets. You're going to be dealing with plazas and parks, and you're going to be engaging with infrastructure. So the infrastructure is also going to be absolutely critical. And that's a case where you have opportunities to bring the cost benefits of scale to your client. If you're thinking about the infrastructure and not just every building as an ad hoc standalone piece, if you're thinking about the whole campus, then you can really bring value to your client.
Right. So suppose you have dealt with, maybe universities in the US,
yes,
ones, and now you are faced with if you are given a problem like Ames, which is
right.
Probably, I remember once taking 2 US-based architects, to Ames, and when they saw the amount of workload that Ames, tackles, they said this is impossible to, to plan for. So any learnings that, you think that you could bring here in India? I mean, Ames is a brownfield project, already existing campus, and you have to now work
yes.
Within that. Greenfield probably a little bit more easier to deal with. But
Greenfield is always easier. Yes, absolutely. So with the brownfield, the site investigations become extremely important. Any client records of existing buildings are absolutely critical, and where you can find, because you have to deal with existing infrastructure, and a lot of that's buried. Knowing where it is, or at least having some idea of where it is, any information is going to be very important and really helpful. Otherwise, you get involved in ground penetrating radar and as well as, in-person site investigations and seeing what's down, the access manholes and things like that, which you have to do. So the brownfield sites are always more challenging. But at the same time, it gives you an opportunity to engage with the existing buildings and engage with the history of the campus in a way that it becomes a dialogue, so that you're seeing what's already there, what's the product of every organization has their own culture, the way they run things, the way they're organized, their vision, their mission, their goals and objectives. And so getting in and learning that and seeing how they've been doing things before can also, it can inform what solutions you end up providing. The culture of an organization will always influence, or should always influence, the end product.
Right.
We can bring ideas from all over the world, but in the end, the ones that get chosen are going to be the ones that fit best with the client.
So one question, Curtis, for you would be that there's been a lot of discussion that we generally have, especially for public hospitals, whether these buildings should be, centrally air conditioned, yes or no. I mean, you've probably seen the AIMS campus. So
Sure.
Thinking from there.
Well, this sort of goes back to being able to bring economies of scale and really bring those efficiencies. In terms of, do you have central air versus, when you're talking about a 3,000 bed hospital, for example, are you going to have at AIMS Delhi, right? So, are you going to have thousands of small, units in each room, little air conditioning units? The maintenance issues with that are just enormous. They're going to be repairing, they have 1 or 2 year lifespans. They're going to, before they start needing maintenance, it's sort of an endless process. Whereas if you can go to the larger centralized units, you can get things with 25, 30 year lifespans.
No, but the question, Curtis, is whether hospital buildings compulsorily needs to be air conditioned. What's your take on that? That is my
compulsory. Yeah. Well, the advantages of central air is not okay. So versus
I'm asking you this is because
units, right.
Some of the campuses that we are doing, the promoters' main question, and probably I'm going to spring that to INAB also later, is that the capex of putting up a central air conditioning and also the operational expenditure of running it. That's where it's becoming a little difficult. So that was why I asked. Have you had any experience globally where you have not used air conditioned hospital spaces?
Well, so there's a couple of things. The thing that central air also brings, forced air conditioning, one of the big advantages is that you can pressurize rooms. You can develop pressurization regimes, which is state-of-the-art for infection control, right? An operating theater has positive pressure so that the air is pushing out from the doorways.
And
right?
COVID has proven that you need this kind of a system.
So your HEPA filtered air, now this is the other thing, is you can filter the air. You can use UV. There was a previous discussion just on a UV that you can bring. And so you can treat the air, you can disinfect it, you can have HEPA filtration. So this is ultra clean air. These are technologies that came about 20 years ago out of silicon wafer manufacturing technology and the pharmaceutical industry. They were already using this stuff to create these ultra clean environments. An operating theater is a lot less clean than those. So you can take simpler versions of that technology and bring it into a hospital. And there have been remarkable results in terms of.
I can understand about intensive care units, operation theaters, but what about public
ICU?
spaces?
Yes.
What about public?
What about
spaces
what?
Like lobbies or outpatient clinics and all of that also. Is there any example you have come across globally outside of India where hospitals you have designed are not centrally air conditioned?
So in the US, that's pretty much standard. Across the Middle East, obviously it gets very hot And so air conditioning is definitely the favorite way to go. If you're looking at doing a project in Jordan or Saudi Arabia or something like that. So, so it's generally just done. And again, you can control the humidity and increase thermal comfort for people in general. You do have to have sufficient air changes. You know, you have to cycle the air through at a sufficient rate so that it doesn't get stale. It doesn't, you know, and that's an important point. But public spaces certainly, and the visitor and patient experience is an important part of hospitals, and reducing their stress is part of that, and thermal comfort is a part of reducing stress. Reducing
So what I'm understanding from you is air conditioning, you know, is in a given hospital is a must. So in India, you know,
yes, there are many reasons, but all the same, if you do that, you have to have a strategy for what are you doing with if your power supply goes down. Right. So do you have 2 substations? If you have a large campus, you know, we have the opportunity to do 2 substations, so you always have 2 sources of power.
So build in a redundancy in the system.
Building redundancy, exactly. So that's an important piece. Now, operable windows is really where the discussion comes in. Do you have operable windows?
Curtis, I will just bring in at this point in time, you know,
absolutely.
Ainab Dev Gupta, you know, he's co-founder, joint managing director of Medica Group of Hospitals, and he is a user of the hospital, you know.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and he runs a hospital chain which also has private equity partners, you know, who are generally looking at both the top line and the bottom line of the hospital. And he brings in experience of doing consulting in healthcare space. You know, he's also had opportunities and exposure to public-private partnerships in healthcare. He has, you know, fair experience in healthcare facility planning, you know, like Curtis does, and also project management because he managed the, you know, consulting arm of Medica Synergy, and they have footprints over 12 countries. So Ainab, you know, you just heard the discussion between myself and Curtis, and you know, I would like to take that point further with you, you know, because you deal in a difficult geography. Northeast of India is not a very easy place to execute projects, you know. I mean, be it the environment, be it the transport, you know, difficulties, be it availability of resources, you know, to do that. You heard him say so many things in terms of what is required. So how have you been managing, you know, your I mean, Medica Synergy, as I understand, the group is completely in the east of India and then outside, you know, closer to Bangladesh and other countries. So how have you managed projects when it has been so difficult? And also, you know, coupling that question with because you also are responsible for bottom line of the hospital, what is your, you know, the suggestion on managing the capital expenditure and the operational expenditure, you know, when you are executing projects? Central air conditioning, for example, is both high capex and opex.
Yep. No, I must first start off. Thanks, Dr. Sai. I mean, Mr. Curtis and others, I mean, you must know I was taught hospital planning by the person who's moderating this. So there's my teacher sitting there. So I've got to be answering all the questions right. So anyways.
It's a privilege to have a student like you.
So interestingly, Dr. Sai, I mean, you would know hospitals, big, large hospitals across East India, Northeast, or across the world. I mean, I've been part of building hospitals in Afghanistan, Kenya, Nigeria, now in Uzbekistan, we're doing something interesting. The problems remain the same. I mean, the challenges remain the same, and the basic fundamentals remain the same. I mean, I heard Curtis say the same thing. But then, I mean, what makes it more complicated in the Indian context as you come towards this side is our lack of interest. I mean, we always want to be rushing in a traffic. We want to be skipping that one red light, and then invariably we're late. We never reach on time wherever we reach. But then that kind of a cultural thing, I think that's more to do with us, that we hate planning. And to me, that's where it all begins. We are in such a large rush or hurry to start construction, digging. When do we start hitting the ground? And that we want to cut short the planning part as much as we can. And as a result,
you're making and breaking, and to me, 30% of the time overrun. I mean, I'm talking including our chain, in spite of all the knowledge, it happens around that, and in a large platform play, you really cannot freeze all the doctors who are coming in. So as the project progresses, you often have people joining in from different specialties, different doctors, and they bring in their insights into, this is how it used to be where I used to work. So I'd like to have it that way. All right, fantastic. So, and once you start accommodating those changes, because they're the guys who's going to be generating the revenues for you, you have to keep them happy. You can't say no to them. So these are some internal issues when you're really end user as well of the hospital. You have to factor that in. And well, we try and see how best we can reduce it. Over the years, we have managed to reduce it. I would still, it's not as close to elimination, but yeah, we've significantly worked around that. Coming to, I mean, another thing which I realize is the fund planning part. Often we realize, I mean, whatever funds we start off with is an optimistic fund planning. And we realize that, we should be able to manage within this fund. And why do not, we in my mind, the fund planning should be a little more pessimistic, always. So that you're factoring the contingencies, you do not know the steel prices going up, your COVID coming in, supplies getting shortened. Projects will have to be completed any which ways. You can't stop it halfway. So, but invariably, I've seen most projects that get delayed are because of inappropriate fund planning. And that's where I think the role of a very good consultant comes into play. Somebody who's seen projects across scales, across geographies, who's learned from a lot of mistakes. They bring in a lot of value into such projects. And I think that's very, very important. Third question, Dr. Sai, East and Northeast. Well, I was talking about culture in India, not planning. The further you move east, the further things slow down. That's again cultural. You can't do anything about it. Talk of Assam, they have a saying thing, lahe lahe ka job hai. That's like slowly. What's a hurry? Oh, what's a big deal? Let's make it easier. And that is in the skin, that's in the blood. So one has to figure it out. Culturally, they have to take their afternoon siesta, come what may. You can't, they won't work. We can't do anything. So we built it into the project. We built that, factor it into the project timeline and say, all right, you're going to be taking a little more time, but that's how it is. You can't import manpower from elsewhere. Skills is also an issue. As you come this side, we now at least hire, we've got urban cities like Calcutta, Bhubaneswar don't have that problem. But when you go down further, up further, you have challenges with skills as well. I think you do not have the adequately trained manpower. So
it's
that
not
also
material, but also the skilled human resource.
Also, yeah. Okay. To transform the design into reality there, that becomes a bit of a challenge. I think that's something which will take some more time before we can resolve it. There are other issues around syndicates and stuff where procurement becomes an issue. There are local bodies, political outfits who have to be, you have to procure material only from them. You can't procure from anybody else. And that product is 20% inefficient and 30% more expensive. But that's the law of the land. You cannot do anything about it. You have to factor it in and see how best can you mitigate these challenges and move on.
So in other countries also you face that? See, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, all of these would have similar problems?
Much easier, sir. Not as much as east of India. Kenya and all, they're different problem. I mean, they don't manufacture steel, for example, in Nairobi. So they bring it from other countries. But despite that, it's all right. There, it's a different markup, which works. We'll discuss it separately, but then it's a different model there. But if the monies are there, I think things don't get delayed. That's for sure. It may be costing you 3 times the actual price, but then that's a part of the project cost. You plan it out.
But any lessons, INAF, to cut the capex, if you have now built so many and you're running so many of them, is there any suggestions on where can one save on, especially in large format hospitals, because their capex is important because it is, going to cost quite a bit. So any learnings from there, which also then later helps you reduce operational expenditure?
True. So I think that's where we try and bring in our understanding of hospital planning and operations to optimize on the per square foot area. I mean,
what's a good thumb rule? What's a good thumb rule that you would suggest?
We have brought it down to almost 500 to between 500 and 600 square feet per bed. For 500 square feet is I think a fair number. We started with 700 when we did the Calcutta hospital, but as we've been doing more and more, we realized that we can actually bring in that much more efficiency into the design and optimize
per bed.
Per bed.
Wow.
And NABH hospitals with all. I mean, you wouldn't make out of how it is. Yeah, in terms of bed mix,
that's a very big reduction. I mean, I can talk to Curtis. Curtis, how much is your hospitals in terms of square footage per bed? Experience.
Well, yeah, in India, we're with say SCB Medical College, for example, we were right on target with what you would expect, but it was it was more in the 100 to 115, I believe 120 square feet per bed range. That was that.
No, 115 only, or it's square meter?
Square meters, perhaps.
Yeah, square meters.
Right. So it's about 1,000 square feet, 1,200 square feet per bed.
Pretty much double what I said. Yeah.
Right. Correct. Now that included some of the academic spaces and things like that.
Correct. I thought so.
Right. Yeah. So that's going to
it's a big reduction. Yeah? I mean, generally all Fortises, Apollos, and all of the others get done in about 1,000 square feet per bed. Nothing less.
And that depends. Yeah, and that also depends on whether you're including, say, your outpatient departments in the same building,
everything,
separate building. Yeah, that can.
And you're including everything, right?
The building. Yeah.
All included. Yeah.
Inclusive 500 is quite a really
now, I'd be interested to know what the scale is of what sort of hospital you're talking about.
No, our hospitals are 500 odd beds. Oh, so this is not 3,000.
Yeah, pretty good size though.
But they are also private equity funded, so they cannot allow certain things go below the benchmark of private equity. So
no, absolutely.
But it's really good. I know. I think you need to reverse the role. Right. So any take on the air conditioning? I'm wanting to pick brains, because this has been coming back to me from many projects that I'm doing now, because both the capex also goes high, with redundancy, as I was talking. Yes, Curtis.
One thing that you mentioned, and I'll just make it very short, was the public spaces and whether they need to be air conditioned. And I think something that I had mentioned earlier was the idea of the spaces between the buildings, the spaces outside the buildings, and that public space can supplement those waiting areas, especially when you've got attendant family members coming from all over, that those outdoor spaces, if you make them nice, can be very cost-effective way to accommodate those attendant family members and other visitors.
Got that. Yeah, Ainab, any take on that? Are all your hospitals centrally air conditioned, or they're partial, or how is it like?
No, they're all centrally air conditioned at this point of time. Yes, but for what we added for the COVID expansions and the additional areas, they are of course non-air conditioned, but they're temporary, so they're not supposed to be. But then even in terms of air conditioning, it's air cooled or water cooled, or it's a mix of VRF. I think that's a discussion where we could take it further. Do we need it to be, which is more cost efficient? That's a decision. I think you could break it up into parts and decide what technology at what efficiency you want to bring in. There are places where you just can't have anything else but air cooled and centrally air conditioned systems. But there are places where you need not do that. We can
because it also impacts your OPEX, no? About I think 3 to 4% of your income goes in energy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why. So in some places now we have
Dr. Desai, just wanted to sorry, I'm interrupting you. Architect Jay Anandan has a video problems, unfortunately, but he can listen to us and he will be video.
So I was just, looking at the messages you were sending, and I didn't know whether I need to bring him in. So I will do that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, let me come to, Mr. Anandan, who is the chief architect, at L&T. L&T, nobody, it's like AECOM and Medica Synergy. L&T is a name that everyone knows in India. 26 years of industry experience, vast knowledge in space programming of new projects, currently chief architect and team lead of healthcare projects design team of L&T, and has been with L&T for about 21 years, which is a long time. So, Mr. Anandan, the question to you would be that nowadays, most of the contracts, especially in the government sector, come as design and build. It's like an EPC kind of a thing where the contractor is also the designer. What has been, your experience with this design build model? Is it a good model, or would you prefer as an architect to dissociate design from execution? And if yes, why?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. I think I am apologize that my video could not able to do. I tried my level best within the timeline, but I could able to talk to you. Is it audible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. To answer your question on design and build, I have been in this design and build for the last 21 years. It was successful, and it is having its own advantages in terms of project delivery. And there are several models. I can put it in 3 baskets majorly. That the concept is done by an architect or a medical planner or whoever there in consultations with all the stakeholders of end users, maybe from a promoter or a agency or a government, who do all these conceptualizing based on the good brief, which will normally developed by like a HOSMAC or somebody who go the brief. On that brief, there is a site planning level, zoning level. Then we go for all the planning, everything. Those plannings are put it into form of like a conceptual drawings, which base as a contract basis for any of design and build, on which some amount of what required to be the future or the end of the project, it need to serve for it. A brief, a contract project brief along with a design basis. Means it is not that the integrated design of all the things, what design need to be there, design intent. A kind of a brief, if it is done and it is floated to the market, to the design and build contractors who can able to do and take up this base, because the intent of brief, intent of the end user, intent of the final policy, all these things are fixed into that, then it will be given to the thing. Furthermore, detailing of engineering. It is nothing to do with the conceptualizing of anything. It is that taking up into one level above and going away, going off, and which will be delivering to the product, which is shorten that timeline, because whenever the design and build comes, the design team within the contractor team has to work in line with the requirement of the execution teams. That's where we are finding it. The timeline, we can definitely do it. Second, what is required to be finalized?
So what you are saying is the timeline reduces if you give a design build project. That is what you're saying?
Correct. That is what the first basket is, that you have done the conceptual things. Second basket.
Second basket. Of these projects, someone is making a conceptual design and then handing it over. That is the given to the contractor. Is that so?
Yes. We were discussing about the SCB complex of Odisha. I think AECOM has given us a conceptual things. So we were doing it from that part, how we will be taking up further on enhancing that values and making it will be much faster, because as of we have more of resources in terms of doing it, in terms of detail engineering, without any deviating in the design intent. Design intent is kept it as it is. We should not dilute it. That is one way.
But what
Another way is,
what is the level of that design that you would need, to take forward? So,
yeah, I would like to say that that is the first basket. If you have that kind of level, it should be at least a schematic of architectural layout. We should not be changes schematic level. We should not allow the builder to change his own requirement, because then it is diluting the what is required for it. But certain amount of freedom can be given in terms of system designs, in terms of some structural designs, which will always have some advantages in terms of depending upon the contractors who will do, because he has got some advantage in terms of systems. Maybe for faster construction, he can go to the steel fabrication. Maybe you can go for modular constructivity. All those things we can leave it, but giving that, yes, this is the battery limit, you cannot able to deviate from that. The another thing, there are certain projects we worked in Bengal, West Bengal states and all. They used to give only the brief, not that design also. And this brief has to be put it in their technical evaluations. Maybe the concept has to be developed within the whatever the requirement given by the client, and make it, and these concepts are meeting with the end user's requirement. Then furthermore doing it. We have done those kind of methods also. That is also is workable solutions, which I could always say that when we have some sort of schematic, from that schematic to other levels, we would like to have some BIM implementations, building information model, because the large projects require a large coordinations between all MEPs and also the paramedical equipment related, and also the services which need for the hospital purposes. So I would like to say that these two methods are working. It is also giving it a edge in terms of project delivery faster, because you are putting the responsibility of delivery along with the design field. In my experience of last 20 years, if you could able to do the entire engineering within a 3 to 4, 5 months, then the site will not be hunger for any of the detailing of designing of it. One person. Second person, you will be fine-tuning everything with respect to the vendors and requirement. So the procurement of contract, anything related to high-end equipments or the long lead items, will be finalized at the initial of the project, because it is with the design and build contractors design team. So they will immediately start working on it. So you will not get the problem of those things. And you are also asked to coordinate within the design and build team. Means all the requirement of hospitals, including medical gas to pneumatic systems to waste management, all those things, which all been integrated within the design team. So the design team at the time of even during the pile, all these comes into picture, and it has been integrated, well integrated, which will avoid definitely the rework. But I would again re-stress that our Curtis was telling that we need to have a documentation at the beginning of any job with the purpose what it is to be needed. We should not allow the end user to change in the later part of the job. It will have a repercussion in terms of deliveries.
Right. So, Mr. Anandar, just to ask you that, I mean, amongst the healthcare projects that L&T would have constructed, what would be this percentage of design and build?
In our from 2005 to till date, if you take, this was started with the 30% at the initial stage. At present, we are also doing 65% as the design and build projects. Wow. Now, presently, even we are now working with the Patna Medical College and redevelopment, which is a 5,000 crore jobs of 77 lakh square feet of area in 3 phases.
7.7 million
square feet, which is just started, and we are doing it at the first phase. I have to deliver it within 30 months time with the 35 lakh square feet of area, comprising of all hospital, medical college, and also housing. Okay, there is another support facilities also there.
Just to take up from what I was asking Curtis and Aina both, is this a Patna or the other hospital in Orissa which you mentioned? Are these centrally air-conditioned hospitals, or they are partial?
Sir, at present, these government hospitals, most of all our hospital, whatever we are doing, or they are coming out with the air conditioning only.
Central.
Because that point is that, but we are having a flexibility here due to the temperatures during winter, and it goes down. We can slightly go away with the general ward areas without air conditioning, for which the mechanical ventilation like fans and other ceiling fans were provided. But during the hot season, like if you take Bhubaneswar goes to 44 to 45, we cannot definitely be here with that without the air conditioning. And most of the public, even I am doing it at AIMS Gorakhpur hospital, which is also 105 acres. There also the hospital part is fully air conditioned. Even the medical colleges now they are.
But their wards are also air conditioned, like you said.
Yes, yes, including now government is also doing fully air conditioned. Even we did for okay, obviously all private parties they are air conditioning and giving it. Though it is a teaching hospital where the general ward configuration is 100%, 500 means 500. People are now offering to that as a air conditioning. One is that they'll maintain it cleanly. All these things is not a problem. If it is not air conditioning, you are they are opening out all the windows and making it the most of it. That's also one of the feedback we got it from some of the jobs.
So the moment you open the window, when you mix the air, it will lead to sweating actually, So
no, I'm just telling you that if there is no air conditioning is there, that time only it will happen. See, some of the 3 months of winter seasons, they were not operating that except in the critical areas like ICUs and OTs and other CSSDs. That these areas without air conditioning, they are doing it. Even when I did one job at Nigrims, where we don't require any air conditioning, but for the clinical area purpose to make it as a kind of air to be cleaned, and it has to be prevented from other air to ingress into that. We have to do some of the areas air conditioning, but other areas we don't have to do it, depending upon that conditions of the environment.
So let me take Curtis's response to that. Curtis, would you agree to something like that? Mix and match, where some portions of hospital are with fans and some portions with air conditioned, that mixed kind of a system. Have you ever dealt with some situation like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, you can do that. Our first recommendation would generally be climate control, but then budget factors do come in. And certainly if you have a cool time of the year, then the question of whether you can open the windows or not. Now, open windows, there's a lot with hospitals, there's a lot of issues. If it's a very dry area, particularly say in the west of India or in the Middle East, then you've got dust issues and you may not want to be opening the windows anyway. You're just going to want to have that air conditioning and that filtration. But where you have more plants and trees and the air is a bit cleaner, then that can become an option. The trick is making sure that the nursing staff has control of the windows and that there's patient safety considered. Because you do have to deal with people getting bad news and attempting suicide. So you can't just have open windows. So there's a limit to how far you can open them for patient safety. So there are a few things like that have to be considered. But across Africa, for example, that we have ACOM has plenty of examples of hospitals that are the patient wards are free airflow.
Aina,
and
on that,
Singapore, we have a project, that many of the patient wards where you have 6 bedrooms have free airflow.
Okay. Aina, because you must be dealing with this problem in Northeast.
Yes, and especially Dr. Sai, what's happening with the universal health insurance schemes and the Swasthya Sati schemes of the world, the pricing that is being offered is so minimal. You're under a serious stress on terms of how much you can charge them. So therefore, we're actually thinking this is what Andhra Pradesh did when Arogyasri came in. They had to make separate Arogyasri wards, and that was significant.
You implanted Arogyasri ward within the hospital, a separate area for that.
We've done one floor which has the exhaust, so it has all the ducting and everything. So we exhaust the air. We bring in fresh air from time to time, but then it doesn't play out exactly how it would. So we isolated a separate floor and we manage it separately.
It's not a chilled air, but it is fresh air, and then you are maintaining the air changes.
That's right. So we don't have to open the windows and all, but then yeah, we are managing the ventilation.
Right. And Curtis, what's your take on design and build? Globally, is that the norm? Because in India, that's not a very popular method, especially in the private sector.
It is increasingly the norm. Yes, I would say it's becoming increasingly the norm. Yeah, and there's different considerations of how that all gets structured. I think it is important that the design intent get maintained. So the original designer maintains some advisory capacity with the client during the process, and part of the help the client with review of the submittals and the drawings being done by the contractor. But I think that the sort of three-way partnerships can work very well.
Okay. So, Mr. Anandan, one quick question to you. Any new technologies that L&T is using, in terms of faster construction? We don't see too much of pre-engineered or, precast kind of hospitals coming up in India as yet. There are isolated examples, but not. So any take on what is L&T doing in this area? Because
yeah, actually we are having now as a separate division called buildings and buildings and factory fast. Actually, they are doing it kind of one mock-up. We have done it in our campus itself, using it as a modularities. Basically, all these things can be transported in a truck of 11 meters. Modules will be of 2.1 meter and two things. We did it as a one prototype.
The trailer is 11 meters.
Yes. With the 2.5 meter is the width and 11 meter. We are trying to put up some of the build-up projects in Patna. We are trying it in some of these locations. The basic idea is that we should avoid all these on-site workings, even for the all these external whatever building envelope can be done with the sandwich panels, which can be transported and fixed it. The point comes into the MEP part. How we are going to do it? In hospital, we cannot avoid it without air conditioning, without firefighting, without all these things. What we are doing it is a crate system. It is something like a 11 meter width, whatever comes in a corridor, which will be prefabricated at the site, at the factory, and bring it with the coupled, and it will be jointed at the site. I think this is what we are looking after. It is one of the fastest we can do it. Second is that we all will face in a further 10 years or something, there will be a crunch in the skilled labors. We are going to get it in India, whether we will be able to do when the larger projects comes. We need to move on to kind of modularity in terms of walls also. We are trying, we are doing it in hospital now. I think it's picking up here. 18 location in Assam. I'm doing it for the Tata Cancer Center, for which the entire thing we are doing it in drywall systems, because I could not able to send people every site and do it block work and all those things. So it is now picking up. So it is slightly costlier than the regular thing, but it is giving a time and also finished everything. So it is advantages in terms of faster for the drywall system. Maybe drywall means it need not be only the gypsum or something. We can follow some hollow core system, slabs, concrete slabs, or any double wall with the sandwich panels are possible. Majorly, we are trying to use it for the MEP part, which is like a system. If it is a private room, we can put it like an entire thing with a kind of fan coil unit, with the duct and other things taken there, just to screw it and come back. Only the connectivity from the corridor to these things can be done. We have done that as a mock-up. At real project, maybe in another 1.5 to 2 years, we may be able to do it. We are actually promoting a kind of 100 and 150 beds hospitals within these lines. And some of the government projects, government agencies are looking for this. Maybe this is one of the things will come in the future.
But why do you say, Mr. Anandan, only MEP civil takes also a hell of a lot of time, isn't it? So why not?
No, I have not explained it on the civil part, because civil is you can immediately go to the prefabricated steel structure. I didn't note it because everybody says.
Why is it
structure
not popular as yet? Is it only because of the cost?
Yes, it is costlier. For example, in a concrete structure with the steel, it will go 10% in structural part. I think AECOM has suggested for SEB campus with the composite steel structure only. Though it is a government job, but I say consultant, they could able to convince the client and saying that for the faster construction of larger project, it will be more helpful and it will have a hedge on that in terms of delivery. Because this job, if you do it, it may take another month, another year or so, but they can get the product 1 year before. That is what I think the government agency itself is accepting, that maybe we can sell this to the private pots and you can definitely do this.
And
exactly, if you can open up months or even a year earlier, that's all that revenue is gained by opening up a year earlier. So it's the cost versus that added revenue that can balance out.
Right. For private sector, that will work. For the government, there's no revenue. So, Mr. Anandan, what is the cost differential between prefab, pre-engineered and say a civil structure wise?
So if you take the overall, for example, if you do the conventional thing, I'm just talking about that as civil with RCC and block work plastering and regular MEP structures comes something like a value, then it will be another 20%. That's all we can able to do.
So this Orissa thing, what AECOM and you were doing, that would be
that here it is not that MEP part is not really taken as a modular part of it. It is only on the structure part. But they have left it to the contractors. If you could able to do it, you can take it, that advantage. Because there are various contractors got as a bonus clause also. If you complete it in 6 months, then you can take faster construction. If that commercials works out, we took some point. Second, also that these kind of larger jobs, you need to have thousands of labors work, which we could not able to even get it at the time of this COVID and other things, and bringing them to the people. Even this Katak, if you take, it is the center of the city. Where you have to put it? You have to put people something around 15-20 kilometers away. All these things, if you take and work out and bring it something like a prefabricated things and brought it here with a lesser number of skilled people, it will work.
Right. So Ainab, last question to you before we wrap up. I think we've almost reached the dead end. What would you buy? Curtis's logic. It is a sound logic that if you are able to finish a project faster, say instead of 2 years, you can do this in 12 months. And I can see Dr. Chandrasekhar here. He made us do that with Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital in Delhi. Of course, the government, so not a thing. So would that attract you, that I am cutting the project timeline? I am spending 20% is what we heard Anandan tell us. Would you buy into that? Because I have not seen private sector yet embracing pre-engineered building.
I think he is on mute.
You are muted, Ainab.
Sorry, yeah. So no, I think makes absolute sense. I mean, especially private equity driven, everybody has a 5-year window. We live the life and death. They need to exit. So if I can give them a return within the 5 years and by cutting down construction time, I think absolutely, why not?
So
we'll be very excited.
We have to call Ainab for future projects, huh? You and me. Right. So I think we've. I mean, do we still have some time? Audience questions, if anything,
Dr. Chandrasekhar has a question. I would request him to.
The question, when Anandan, you were talking about 20% increase, I have little thing to differ here for the reason, when it comes to the finishes, that are going to be the same whether it is a regular formal structure or anything. It is basically your structure, whether it is a steel structure or a RCC frame structure or anything. Do you think it is a 20% high, which really works out? Because up till now, the experiences which we found, and particularly when we saw the Sardar Patel, this Ahmedabad 1600 bedded, which is a pre-engineered building, the cost came much lower than the this thing. That is why my question is, see, finishes are whichever way you take it, it is going to be the same. Mainly the variation will be foundation and the superstructure. Foundation definitely vary for anything based on the soil condition. So it is basically the frame. So do you think 20% is higher? But of course, what happens is cost overrun and time overrun is a saving. Therefore, that 20% will automatically get absorbed. But your analysis of 20% is, if you, with your experience, you can tell me, because I feel little concern about it, because this has become a important practice in all our government building, and you yourself know, for the first time we have done the EPC for such a large project like Bathinda and Gorakhpur. Otherwise, EPCs are limited to not a very huge project. First time we did it because there was target oriented, and that too, sometime you have to go to the political commitment when, you know, some building are to be inaugurated before certain time or election, etc. So that are also the challenges. So that way we were able to achieve, and success story is the past 6 aims which we did. It took a lot of time where we had a design DPR consultant and a PMC. Whereas the EPC gave a very good result that in 3 years' time I can start the medical college. So 20% question is mind-boggling for me. Just
sir, to answer. Yeah, to answer you, sir, what I was mentioning 20% was not that only a pre-engineered building with regular normal with finishings done at site. I was mentioning about the fast construction technology, in that all the things are prefabricated at site. For example, if you are flooring also done it, your flooring and slab, when I was explaining as a crate system, your roof of a ground floor will be the first floor slab. So first floor slab on top with vinyl or the whatever tile, everything is done at factory times. It is not that we are reducing few months. I can say it, yeah, half of the time. That's the way I am talking about. One. Point number 2 is that all MEPs are done it in a cradle of 11 meters or 9 meters. Those has to be again assembled at the site with the kind of coupling and other thing. That's why the cost is going high. So you will get a substantial time. I'm not telling that only the pre-engineered services of structure alone and MEPs are done conventionally. I'm talking about the entire thing is done. Nothing is done at the site itself. Even no fabrication of duct, nothing. Duct also will be done at the site. Even a false ceiling will be done with the all rods. Everything will be there. You need to keep if it is tiles and other things. That is the way I'm talking about. I'm just talking slightly one scale above that, which will give you a time advantage.
What Mr. Anandan is saying, Dr. Chandrasekhar, was done in Maitra Hospital in Calicut, if you recollect. You know, that KNAUF, that's the way he's saying, that trailer.
Yes.
Everything comes and the whole toilet comes and sits like that.
Yes, it's a part system where you can have all your plumbing systems and all your bath fitting systems will come with that. Just you have to come here and fix it as a plug and play. That kind of systems only, these variations. If you take only the pre-engineered and these things, this cost, if you take it even with the time and other lines, it will not be that much.
That is actually the one which was manufactured in Krishnagiri and brought it to Calicut.
Yes, sir. KF.
He is saying about that method, sir.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
Thanks.
Right. So I think any other question? Otherwise, we are going to.
No, sir. No questions. We will have to wrap up the session now. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you, Mr. Anandan. Thank you, Aina.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for inviting all of us, and Shamit and others also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So with this, we would end this session now. Now for the next session, I would like to invite Group Captain. He's the session chair for the next session. Group Captain Dr. Rajiv Patni, Advisor Health Services. The session 5 would be on funding for healthcare infra. PPP presentation is going to be there. So for this, I would like to invite further speakers, Professor Dr. A. Venkatraman, who is a professor HRD and Health System Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University. Dr. Sanjay Bijwe, Professor and Health Pathology Grant, Government Medical College, Mumbai. And Ms. Sabhyata Verma, Manager, Healthcare Medical Device Sector in West India. So I welcome you all. So I would request Group Captain Raji Patni to take it over and start the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adarsh. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible, sir.
Right. Thank you so much, Adarsh. My compliments to the organizers for putting together a very useful, productive conference and expo. And it is my proud privilege to welcome on the panel 3 eminent experts who have an enormous body of work amongst them, nationally, internationally. And I couldn't have thought of a better combination of experts to take the subject forward. So on behalf of the organizers, it's my privilege and honor to welcome Professor Dr. Venkatraman, Ms. Sabhyata Verma, and Professor Sanjay Bijwe. Dr. Sanjay Bijwe, are you online? Can you hear us? We can't see you.
He is there.
I cannot start video. I think that.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
No,
So,
it is video is. I think you have to on that.
Adarsh, maybe you'll have to permit him.
It's permitted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So welcome, Dr. Sanjay, on this panel. So the session that we have, this is the final session of the conference, Adarsh?
Yes, sir.
So once again, compliments to all of you. You've saved the best for the last.
Yes.
Whatever has been discussed till now will not be possible without funding. And funding is what we are going to discuss now. And just to lay the groundwork for the discussions forwards, COVID has been an enormous medical, social, humanitarian crisis. So we are, of course, bombarded by those number of cases, the number of tests being done, number of vaccines being given, number of deaths. But dimensions of COVID and dimensions of this pandemic go much, much beyond these numbers. We have to look at the entire canvas. And when we look at it, we are going to see that this is not something which will end tomorrow. We've been struggling with it for the last 18, 20, 21 months. It's not going to end tomorrow. It's not going to just go away. And nor will this be the last pandemic that the world is going to see. We have to be aware of this thing and prepare for the future as well. Now, how do we prepare for this?
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Before you start, I just wanted to give a quick introductory note for you so that all the panelists and the audience can know about you, a little bit about you. From my side, I think I missed it. Group Captain Raji Patni was commissioned in the Indian Air Force in 1989 and has had a distinguished career in India and abroad. He has over 32 years of experience, leadership experience, including Sterling Assam Cancer Care Foundation as a head operations. He is currently a consultant advisor, health services, integration, innovation, improvement with the ACF and under Tata Trust. He is alumnus of AFMC, AIMS, MHA. He is also trained in international business management, IFFT, military medicine, Israel, and aerospace medicine and NABH aerospace. Sir, over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you for that kind introduction, Adarsh. So let's take this forward. To set the context, we have seen what COVID is capable of. And I would like to compare it to the Second World War. In 1944, while the Second World War was still raging on, representatives of 44 countries met in Bretton Woods to decide on how they would rebuild the world after the war was over. The war was not over yet. 44, 45, the war got over. And they said, let's sit together. This war can go on, but we have to look at what is going to happen after this and how we are going to build the world after this. Out of that, two institutions came out. One was the Bank for Redevelopment, which was later on called the World Bank, and the International Monetary Foundation. One was to build back better, and the other was to build differently. So the pandemic has shown us there will be issues in access, there will be issues in equity, there will be issues in continuing what regular healthcare used to be. We are also grappling with primary healthcare, universal healthcare. With this, I would like to invite the first speaker of the day, Professor A. Venkatraman. I have his brief resume in front of me, and it reads like an encyclopedia. He is the professor of HRD and Health Systems at Faculty of Management Studies at Delhi University. I'm going to just cherry pick a few things so that we can devote more time to the discussions and listening to the experts. He has received his master's degree from Tata Institute of Social Sciences and PhD from FMS itself, and did his faculty training from Harvard Business School. And his research interests focus on exploring and leveraging PPP, which is the topic that he will be discussing with us, to improve equitable access. He has worked in advisory responsibilities with the World Bank, WHO, DFID, USAID, GIZ, BMGF, and governments across Asia, Africa, and Eastern Mediterranean region. He's also published a book on public-private partnership in healthcare in India. He's a member of Global Advisory Group on Private Sector, Government, and Universal Healthcare with WHO, Geneva. He is also a recipient of several awards and fellowships, notably McNamara Fellowship, World Bank, Ronald Coase Fellowship, UC Berkeley, ICSSR International Senior Research Fellowship, Erasmus University. With this brief introduction, I'm sure what I have said does not do justice to the full expertise of Professor Venkatraman. May I extend a warm welcome to you on behalf of the organizers, and I'll request you to share your presentation and views with us.
Thank you, Captain Rajiv. It's a pleasure to have known from your words about more than what I am. Thank you so much for making a larger than life picture about me. Thank you once again to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on something that is very passionately I am involved in. If others, would you like to share the screen, or should I do that? I mean, if you would like to have my presentation, otherwise I can speak extempo. That's not an issue.
Let me, sir. I have given you right. If you are able to, otherwise we will just write from our side.
No, would you prefer my presentation, or would you like me to just speak like that?
Sir, if you have a presentation, then we would be happy to see that presentation, sir.
Okay, let me
session.
try.
So yeah, it will be.
Let me try. Let me try. Yes. Are you able to see this?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen. Yeah.
Yeah. Start with the. Let me go for the. Are you able to see the full slide, or is it only partial?
Sir, you'll have to make a full screen, the entire.
Okay, I'll just do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you once again for this patience. I hope I don't exceed the time limit of 10 to 15 minutes. A lot of things that I'll try to skip because I want to focus on more on the last few parts about what makes it important to look at the public-private partnership. I do not use the phrase public-private partnership because this is very, infrastructure kind of a driven thought. So I'm using a broader phrase called the public-private sector engagement. Yeah. And wherever the characterization of PPP comes into play, I'll use that phrase. But otherwise, I would use a very generic phrase called a private sector engagement. Just to set the context, it's no brainer to understand that a great deal of India's population, especially if you look at this particular chart that I have shown, over the last 3 decades, it's from the National Sample Survey Organization. You are able to clearly see that the proportion of people seeking care, especially the hospitalized care from the private sector, has constantly gone up. It is more, it's more in the urban area than in the rural area, but then nevertheless, we are not looking at the outpatient services. We are looking at only the hospitalized care. So in the last 30 years, we have, in the urban area, 30%, at least 10% increase in the proportion of people seeking care from the private sector. Why is that? Why is the population seeking more services from the private sector? That's a different story. I will not focus on that. I'll skip this part because we all know that what is the reason why there is a need for private sector and the public sector to work together, because both the sides are not necessarily in the great interest of population or, for that matter, public good as such. There are certain strengths of the public sector, there are certain strengths of the private sector, and if they can only work together, it would really improve the healthcare system at large. So I will skip this part. Let me focus on this. Where is the scope for working together? Where is the scope for public and the private sector to work together? There are 3 broad, pillars on which we define the objectives or the scope of partnership. The first is India is very poor in terms of health infrastructure. That's a gross understatement. Just to give a kind of data about this, India is about 6 beds per 10,000 population, 5 to 6 beds per 10,000 population, comparing it with 43 beds for 10,000 population in China. So if we were to really bring it to even 2 beds per 1,000 population, we perhaps would require about 1.6 million additional beds as of today. So building a number of hospitals and beds is not going to be very cheap proposition. Where are the funds going to come for such kind of expansion of the health infrastructure? It is the private sector which perhaps have to really pitch in. So with the government, restricting itself to not more than 1% or 1.25% of its GDP into the health sector financing, public financing of the healthcare seem to be a little more far-fetched at this juncture to expand the infrastructure. Then comes the next issue, which is about the number of, let's say, the healthcare providers, more specifically the doctors in India. Again, we go back to this, data that shows that in India, about 8.6 doctors per 10,000 population, compared to about 19.8, doctors per 10,000 population in China. So again, if we were to really go for 1 doctor per 1,000 population, we would require about 600,000 doctors as of today. So, which would mean that we would require either expansion of the existing medical colleges or creation of new medical colleges. And I'm sure the Niti Aayog has taken cognizance of that, and there is a new model concession agreement for medical colleges. The second bucket of reasons for why partnerships are important is that a large proportion of public sector facilities, whether they are in cities or whether they are in district headquarters, they are grossly underutilized. When I say the grossly underutilized is that, for example, even at the community health center level, which is about 150,000 population, you have almost 70 to 80% of specialists are vacant in these community health centers. District level hospitals are understaffed and a large space is available for the hospital to optimally function. But then you don't have that kind of a space to expand or investment to be made in that. So what can the second option for this is that the possibility of management contracts with the help of private sector, that the public hospitals can function. The third list of reasons why there is a need for partnership is that since a large proportion of Indian population are going to the private sector and most of them are uninsured, nearly 70, almost 60% of India's population is still uninsured. So can the government purchase the services from the private sector? For example, Ayushman Bharat is an example of purchasing of services, either through the strategic purchasing mode or capitation or fee for service mode. So these are the three broad spectrum of reasons why private sector engagement is critical. There are several models of public-private partnership as well as private sector engagement. I am bucketing them into three of these. One is for infrastructure reasons, building hospitals and medical colleges. There are hybrid version of the models available in terms of design, build, finance, BOOT model or BOLT model, or even joint venture models, etc. Then there is this service delivery kind of mechanism where a government facility could be contracted, what we call it as management contracts, to the private sector, including a co-location of a specialist services, as in the case of Doon Hospital, Coronation Hospital in Dehradun, where there is Fortis Hospital has a separate ward for cardiothoracic surgery. So such kind of a co-location options are also possible. And the third bucket is in terms of protecting the out-of-pocket expenses from the poor population, because in India, almost 70 million people fall below poverty line every year due to medical expenses being unaffordable. So the government's responsibility is ensure that people do not pay out of pocket and fall below poverty line. These are some of the examples of the public-private partnership models in India. So I'll not explain each one of them for the simple reason that for the sake of time. The Fortis Hospital I mentioned to you, the Apollo Medical College, then there is a BSES Municipal General Hospital in Mumbai, then you have the Medical College in Bhuj. These are some of the management contract models, starting from the primary health center, board-based clinic, specialty hospital, even mobile van-based, mobile facility for reaching into the Uttarakhand. For example, this mobile van that you see is in Uttarakhand. Likewise, you could also have financing of demand-side financing or supply-side financing of services and purchase it from the private sector. These are some of the schemes that are there currently, has been there in the past. So some of these are opportunities to explore. Now I'll focus here a little more and we'll leave the rest of it for the question answer. Having said that, there is enormous potential for private sector engagement in India, but yet there are several bottlenecks that does not seem to be conducive for the current at the current stage, conducive for private sector engagement in a sustained manner or in a more professional, systematic manner. Right, this engagement seem to be more of ad hoc relational contracts rather than having a very systematic approach. What are the barriers? Let's start with the number one. This
Have we lost Dr. Venkatraman?
Yeah, we're not able to hear him.
Okay.
I think he is not on the panel right now due to some technical error.
Yeah, maybe we can.
We will
Can
request
you
him
reach
to
out to
join.
him?
Yeah. So
yeah, I think he'll be trying to log in. If video is a problem, the video can be switched off, so we save on bandwidth, because that usually is a problem on.
I think he should be back, so we are going to accept him his request, because I can't see him on the. He will try to rejoin.
Right, so we'll give him another
for
minute, 30 seconds. Yeah. Dr. Sanjay, you also have a presentation, or you'll be speaking external?
Yeah, I have a presentation.
You have a presentation.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's there, so I'm going to admit him.
Right. Perfect.
Dr. Venkatraman, can you hear?
My apologies. I think the electricity just went off and came back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Shall I continue, or is it all right? Fine.
Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just summarize this. I think one of the first reasons that I mentioned to you, do you still want to have the slide, or let me see if I can just pop it up. Okay, I think it should be visible. The second most important reason why we have this problem is that there is a lot of political dynamics and administrative issues related to the private sector engagement. I think political parties have a great deal of sensitivity, and bureaucrats tend to have a lot of sensitivity about engaging the private sector. Different political dispensation, different IAS officers have different kind of a perspective. As a result, there is a great deal of problem of trust between the public and the private sector. I'll explain this later on, and we get more time to debate. The third most important one is that unfortunately in India, we out of 29 states, only 4 states in India has or have some kind of a PPP policy in the health sector specific PPP policy. None of the states have a legal framework, and only 5 states have some kind of PPP units or contracting units within the Ministry of Health. So you cannot engage private sector on a more professional and a systematic way without such kind of an ecosystem being there. The next most important issue is about what PPP can bring on table. What is the objective with which PPP is being launched? Many governments tend to assume that PPP can solve a lot of temporary problems, but that's not the way to go about it. The last one here is about a number of problems related to the payment of private sector happens to be due to line item related budgeting protocols from the government. They don't have a separate headings under which the private sector engagement budget could be earmarked. So it's a missing line item, and that is what we normally see from the government in terms of their payment mechanism. So in essence, what I wanted to say was this, that if the PPP or the private sector engagement is to be professionally done in a systematic way, in a more prolonged period, in a long-term perspective, you need to create this ecosystem, which is about licensing, regulation, quality and accreditation, policy framework, the capacity of the government to work with the private sector, and the payment in time. There are more writings that I have, so any of you are interested, you can look up. These are some of my reflections, starting from my book way back in 2009 till last year. We had this World WHO document, which was about engaging the private sector. I stop here. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I had exceeded my time limit.
Thank you very much, Professor Venkatraman. You have brought out the complexities of the PPP ecosystem and the importance of the policy framework to enable it. So it's not just about funding and financing and engaging. We need to have a robust policy framework for the engagement and to have a fruitful engagement. And the second aspect, of course, is the issue of political dynamics and bureaucratic sensitivities, which always comes into play when public health is discussed. We'll park the questions for the time being, and we will take up all the questions towards the end after all the three speakers have spoken, so that we have a more comprehensive view before we get into the discussion. With this, let me invite Dr. Sanjay Bijwe. He is professor and head of the Department of Pathology at Grant Government Medical College. Professor Bijwe has a teaching experience of over 35 years and administrative experience of over 20 years. He's worked with various arms of the government, and he's also been involved in setting up of 3 new government medical colleges. That's huge. This is in Kolhapur, Latur, and Akola. He's been involved with the crisis management in various humanitarian aspects. He's also been involved in reforms in medical education and is member secretary of the PPP committee set up by Government of Maharashtra. He has also contributed to legislation framing. So maybe some of the questions which Professor Venkatraman has raised would be addressed by Dr. Bijwe in his discussions. He's been contributing to the Pradhan Mantri Swasthya Suraksha Yojana and also to the Medical Council of India. He also has immense international exposure. So let me extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sanjay Bijwe. He will be focusing on the challenges of PPP in healthcare and the social, emotional aspects, the vision, policies, and whether it's a problem of vision and policies or it's a problem of implementation. Over to you, Dr. Bijwe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raju, and at the outset, my profound gratitude to the organizers and also to my dear friend, Dr. Chandrasekhar, with whom I used to work for many, many years. I was in the ministry for a quite long period in Maharashtra government. And during that time, I interacted with Dr. Chandrasekhar, and we share many fond memories. And my background is more of from a like academician, but about 10 years I was in the ministry in administration, and also I was quite involved in the Medical Council of India work. So I had a chance of for about 20 years. It was quite fortunate. So all parts of India I must have visited, and all different medical colleges, and that opened and widened my horizons. And I would be speaking little bit my views maybe from the perspective of a medical college, but I will try to be generic. And recently, the government of Maharashtra wanted to have a public-private partnership policy. So they form a committee, and it was a very committee of elaborate elite members, and I was fortunate to be the member secretary of that committee. So we delivered that report, and I hear that cabinet has approved that policy. So I'll be speaking about what our report was and how this also relevant to this conference. So can I share my presentation?
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
share the screen. Okay. Yeah. So I may be skipping some of the slide because I don't want to repeat the same things. So really, as Mr. Dr. Raju has said about the COVID-19 pandemic, and really it was an eye-opener. And some of the things which we realize is that our poor healthcare planning budget, which is the very, very minimum all throughout the years. There is a disproportionate development of high-end healthcare and neglect in particularly rural areas. And most of the districts were not sufficient, having not sufficient health infrastructure. And medical education and public health also, like in Maharashtra, in many states, those are separate departments. Some states have a single department. So those are also, we're having lot of issues. So COVID-19 pandemic was an eye-opener, or it has really opened everybody's eyes regarding our healthcare. I think PPP, what is PPP? You all know, we bring together the best of the both worlds, private as well as the government. And it is necessary to have government support or government policies. Without that, this may not happen, because there are many issues where the government support is absolutely needed. Now, why PPP? Really, because there is a really crunch budgetary constraints. It is absolutely must that we must involve the private players. But there are many means. We were exploring this. We were given this task of PPP model, and then for the many months I was researching what is this PPP, what are the different countries' experience. I had been fortunate to see the Singapore healthcare and also healthcare in US and UK. So I had some idea about the different kinds of the developed world, and also Singapore, which really transformed their healthcare similar to ours. So I think PPP is the basic need of this hour. And this is the doctor population ratio. And this is, we are way behind. Financials also, India is way behind the other countries. And here I think we all have to now improve. Now there are, very strangely, we realize that different types of PPP are there. Government run and private run. Now private run also, like greenfield project and brownfield project. Government run was a sort of discovery. It was also, it was a pleasant surprise for so many in Bombay, and we used to interact with Tata Memorial Hospital. And all these years I was thinking that Tata Memorial Hospital is something to relate it to or governed by Tata people. And that's why it is such a wonderful hospital. But after interacting with them, Dr. Padve, who is the director, he was also part of, he was the member of that committee. And very pleasantly or surprisingly, we realized that it's a central government institute. Tata is not involved in any way. In fact, Tata had given that kind of building in 1950s. So it is a central government hospital. So it was quite an interesting learning, which I will be sharing with you. Then brownfield projects, of course, government is giving land or district hospital to the private player. And greenfield means totally only land is given or the private person purchases the land and they develop the institute. We also tried to find out which states they are doing this PPP, and we could find that only Gujarat has a successful experience of implementing the PPP. Then we also shared or we learned a lot from Gujarat people. So these two different models which we came across. One is the Gujarat model, which is based on the Niti Aayog also, and they about 4 to 5 institutes they have very nicely they have developed, and also they have developed or help some of the hospitals and supporting the equipments to some of the hospital through this PPP model. Now, this is a very interesting thing, this Tata model, where the initial infrastructure it is given by private, that means Tata in case of Tata Memorial. And then the total management is done by the government. So this was a very novel model. So these are the success stories to date, national and international, is TMH and Gujarat model in India. There may be one or two few experiments or try, but to the best of my knowledge, I don't think any state where other than Gujarat was successful. Now hospitals, there are many based on the PPP model in India, many hospitals, but medical institutions are few. Internationally, the best example is Singapore, Canada, UK also, they are going ahead in this PPP model. But I think in US, this is not much, it has just begun or not very successful. Please forgive my ignorance if it is other countries or in these countries also. To the best of my knowledge, this is what we have learned. Now, very briefly, Gujarat model, they greenfield and brownfield. They have kept some period of 16 to 22, 2016. Then it is for whole state. Greenfield is open to whole state, but in brownfield, they have sort of selected few districts which were lacking the facility of the healthcare, and they wanted private player to go to those places so that the people there are benefited, like Tapi, this Amreli, all those districts where the healthcare was lacking. So there they were willing to give the district hospital, and also they were willing to support the budget for few years. And then that hospital, that private player has to manage afterwards. They have also willing to give this rupees 7.5 lakhs per year per seat. And then these initial support, various measures to help the private person so that that facility is developed in a medical college. Now, greenfield, of course, it is much more easy, only the land and few of the 50% discount on the prevailing land prices and other some benefits. Now, this is a interesting model, this Tata model, that is with the private partner not being sustainable. Like PPP in private sector, it was not sustainable initially. And there was always a profit motive of the government and the private player. So those are the conflicting kind of approaches. So generally in private, the motives are different. No philanthropy or charity can run hospital for long, and maintaining good quality, it is important. large business houses have withdrawn from such ventures due to unsustainable operating costs. And this is one hospital, Tata Memorial, where the success story is for 75 years. Now, this is in short the success story of Tata. It's a world-class healthcare. Their distribution is total free for 20% people, partial subsidy for 40%, and paying patient is 40. So this is, they have a cross subsidy model. Very interesting. This is where I want you to, I want to stress. The hospital expenditure is about 300 crore. And they generate income about 270 crores. So only the 30 crore that is given by the central government. Generally in government setup, the whole this 300 crore would have been given by the government. So see the benefit of the this kind of excellent model where the institution is at par world class, and they have developed this kind of a governance model. Then they have a revenue sharing model where faculty, they are shared with the income depending on their different kind of a modality.
Sir, we cannot hear the voice.
You are unable to hear the voice?
Yes, we're not able to hear the voice. You'll have to give that the audio right, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. Let me try.
While sharing the screen, there will be an option at the bottom where you'll have to click giving the access to audio rights, if I'm not wrong.
Dr. Sanjay, we have only about 1.5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then I'll skip this.
Yeah.
So there is a Tata Memorial success story, and also Singapore hospitals also, they have similar infrastructure, and that is also, they have transformed this PPP model. Canada also, they have been successful through this PPP. Now, for a medical institute, normally the budget is about 1,000 crore to have a setup, so which is a huge infrastructure cost, and it's very difficult for any government or even for a private player to do that. This is a gap of general and specialty healthcare in India, and based on that, we ask ourselves, do we need a medical college or do we need something else? What is the need of the society? So what we realize is the need of the society is not a medical college, but the hospitals with the specialty and super specialty facilities at each district level. And then it can be undergraduate and postgraduate medical college is not a very important thing. So based on this, we propose a reverse model, reverse approach. What does reverse approach means? It is basically to have a master plan, but to start with a kind of a hospital with a specialty and super specialty healthcare, and then you start after 5 years, 7 years, undergraduate medical college. And with the hospital, you can start the DNB courses so that you are a PG institute first. So this is what a reverse approach which was proposed, so that you are sort of self-sustaining model. It's a need of the society, and also you will not end up in sustaining the medical college and fulfilling the norms of the NMC. Now, these are the changing norms of the NMC. I'll skip this. These are the few of the site phase-wise development given by Dr. Chandrasekhar. I'll just his idea is to develop a master plan and then develop the facilities in a phased manner. So again, due to short of time, I may not be able to do that. But his idea was to have a complete master plan, but develop those in phases as per your budgetary constraint need and step by step so that the project is successful. So I'll take just 1 minute more with your permission, of course. So this is the way forward that we have sort of taken, our government has taken policy decision about the PPP. So the need is to have a governance change. A PPP will not work. It has to have autonomy in governance. So we have proposed sectionate company to manage these as at the central level, but also at the local level. So that institute is a sectionate company and they will manage all their affairs there and there. And so this is just sectionate company. And apart from that, other reforms like time-bound promotion, then rotation, DNB courses, giving facilities to faculty, all these things are necessary. There are some challenges also, those also will have to be looked into. And this is the overview of the PPP model. So in summary, the PPP is the way forward. Government run or private run, both are welcome. Both the models are good enough and the success stories are there. And reverse approach we propose to be the safest option, and we discussed this model with the World Bank and Asian Development Bank, and they agreed that this is the best ever approach we have come across, and this will never fail. And we should have some pilot projects, and World Bank and ADB, they are absolutely willing to help such project so that we have the hospitals. So I again thank you for the time given to me, and I think this is what in short I had to say. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay. That was a very, very exhaustive presentation. I'm feeling at a loss because you had so much to say. Unfortunately, time did not permit us. Maybe during discussions, some more of those details can come up. But thank you very much for sharing your comprehensive view, national, international, the models which you have studied and implemented. With this, I'd like to welcome Ms. Sabhyata Verma. Sabhyata is Manager Healthcare and Medical Devices Sector. And she also comes to us with immense experience. She started her journey with a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Manipal Institute, and then built on it with a master's degree in business analytics from the prestigious W.P. Carey School of Business from Arizona State University. She now works as manager in the healthcare and medical devices sector at Invest India, the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, promoted by the Government of India. Invest India is also the execution agency for Government of India's Startup India, that is Agni, accelerating growth of New India's innovations under the PMG initiatives. She has in the past worked as a management consultant at McKinsey & Company, and she has also led India's digital transformation journey in the area of public health. I would be very keen to hear more about your journey in digital health and public health field, because that's a very challenging area and I've been passionately involved with that. She is very passionate about equal access in healthcare and using it for improving people's lives through technological innovations. Her field of expertise includes digital health, business analytics, and strategy formulation. She will be focusing on the loan guarantee scheme for COVID-affected sectors, LGSCAS, that was recently launched by the Honorable Finance Minister for targeting the healthcare infrastructure sector. Over to you. Take it away. Right.
Thank you, Captain Rajiv.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. I'm Group Captain. Captain is a rank in the army. The equivalent rank in the army would be a full colonel. So, right. So, I'm an Air Force officer. Right.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thanks a lot to the fellow speakers as well for bringing in a very distinguished view about the public-private partnership model. Along with that, I'd also like to thank the organizers for having me here. As you said, in the area of digital transformation, I've typically worked with the Clinton Foundation to sort of build a digital product for India, along with the Ministry of Health. That was typically for the HIV/AIDS. What was happening back until now was all registrations, etc., supply chain, patient registration across all hospitals in the public sector was typically done on registers, and everything was sort of manually done. However, what we sort of brought in at that stage was a digital product to sort of help in giving national visibility, not just to the government, but also to the frontline healthcare workers who are working on ground, to sort of get a visibility of the supply chain, as well as products, as well as the services that are being delivered to the HIV positive patients. So that's what I've worked in. I've also been part of McKinsey & Company in their digital transformation journey. Right now, I'm working as a manager at Invest India, where Invest India typically works at the intersection of private sector as well as public sector. We work with the government and ministries, starting from business advisory to the financial investors who are looking at investing in India. Also helping them with regulatory approvals that they would require from the government, along with that, sort of hand-holding them in terms of facilitation till the end of their journey. We also work with the state governments to sort of help in the grounding of the FDI that comes from these financial investors. And today, what I would be presenting would be, as you rightly said, on the loan guarantee scheme that was very recently launched by the Honorable Finance Minister of India. And I really feel that this would sort of help the audience here, given that it typically targets the healthcare and infrastructure avenue, looking at people who are looking at setting up of hospitals, particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So what does that scheme sort of entail? What does that have to offer? Who is the target audience for that, given that it's the right time after COVID-19 to sort of build Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as come out of the COVID-19 pandemic and help India stand again. So I will quickly share my screen. Just allow me a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just a second. Coming to the healthcare statistics in India, some of the key market stats, which I believe most of us would have already seen or spoken about during the course of the 2 days today. The India's digital healthcare is growing at a very, very enormous stage and is set to reach approximately $7 billion US by 2024. And the market size for the Indian healthcare industry is set to grow to approximately $372 billion US. The diagnostic markets is also growing heavily and is expected to reach approximately 32 billion by the year 2022. Coming to some of the growth factors that we're looking at in India in terms of both micro as well as macroeconomic trends. Policy support, insurance cover, growth of e-pharmacies, medical infrastructure, increased life expectancy. There's a huge rise in medical tourism as well. A surge of telemedicine due to the massive spread of technology and online, which was heavily taken up due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the launch of telemedicine guidelines that did take place in 2020. The recent economic package of INR 20 lakh crore that was sort of laid out to help India revive from the pandemic. Along with that, the robotic process automation. So the government of India has laid out a couple of initiatives for the people to sort of rebound in the healthcare sector. So these are the areas that we're looking at in terms of a strong expansion in the healthcare sector. Coming to the Indian journey and how we're sort of coming back on track in terms of the economic recovery. The India's estimated economic growth for 2021 to 22 is forecasted at 9.5% as per the IMF. And the service sector is leading its way with 28% growth expected in 2021 to 2022. The India's merchandise trade recovery is pretty strong as of now. What we're looking at is a huge rise in employment numbers again, because given that there has been a lot of reallocation of budgets, reallocation of new initiatives and schemes that have come out. The whole idea is to make India Atmanirbhar as well as increase the employment generation. Looking at the rebound that is taking place very, very strongly after the COVID-19 pandemic and what has really happened in terms of expansion as well as the new initiatives that the government has taken up. There has been an increase in vaccination, as we all are aware. A total of 75 crore doses have been administered as of 15 September 2021, and nearly 13 to 15% of the people are fully vaccinated. That is to account for the huge population of India as well. Coming to the increased revenues, the occupancy of the companies is expected to bounce back to 60% from 52% in 2021, with the companies returning to profit again. There is an increase in testing that we're also seeing over the course of time. Along with that, there's an increased expenditure on the healthcare as a percentage of GDP, which has gone from 1.3% in 2018 to 1.7% in 2020 to 21. The expenditure totaled to approximately 71,268 crore, which is approximately a 10% increase what we've seen in the last year. Coming to what this loan guarantee scheme for COVID affected sectors is, I would like to give a very brief overview about what this scheme would sort of entail. This scheme basically proposes a guarantee coverage for the funding provided by scheduled commercial banks to eligible projects in the healthcare sector for setting up of modernization or expanding healthcare facilities. The whole idea behind this scheme is basically a specific response to the unprecedented situation that came up because of COVID-19. And the whole idea being that now India should rebound and come back to that Atmanirbhar Bharat. Along with that, who is it who would be benefiting from this scheme and how will it benefit? It sort of seeks to ramp up the COVID-related healthcare infrastructure and services in the country, and also allow India to be future ready, not just for this pandemic, but for any foreseen pandemic as well as outbreak that does come up. Coming to the eligibility and the target projects for this particular scheme, a total loan requirement up to rupees 100 crore INR, including fund-based and non-fund-based facility. The whole idea that is pivoted for this particular scheme is that the hospitals or the infrastructure that is being developed should be in a non-metropolitan area, given that there has already been a lot of focus in the metros. Along with that, there is a lot of funding available for the metros. This is a great scheme for somebody who's looking at setting up hospitals, dispensaries, clinics, etc. in a non-metropolitan or a tier 2, tier 3 city. The projects pertaining to the healthcare sector for setting up of modernization or expansion, that is again both greenfield as well as brownfield. Loan is being provided out of COVID loan book of the scheduled commercial banks. Loans provided in individual capacity will not be covered under the scheme. Coming to who the target audience or who is the target projects for whom the scheme is valid. As I mentioned, people who are looking at development or construction of hospitals, dispensaries, clinics, medical colleges, pathology labs, diagnostic centers, or any other public healthcare facilities. Along with that, this scheme is open to people who are sort of looking at manufacturing of vaccines, oxygen ventilators, or any priority medical devices. Coming to the duration and the interest rate for this particular scheme, this is applicable to all eligible loans sanctioned during the period from 7th May 2021 till 31st March 2022, or till guarantees for an amount of 50,000 crore INR are issued under the scheme. So whichever is earlier, this is typically what the duration of the scheme is. Along with that, the interest rate on loans covered under the LGS CAS would be charged as per the RBI guidelines and shall be capped at 7.95% per annum till the availability of the guarantee cover. Coming to what the selection criteria and guarantee for this scheme is, the scheme is open for assistance to new units, as I mentioned, greenfield projects, as well as existing eligible units who are going for expansion or modernization, that is brownfield projects in the sectors that were specified. The entire funding provided under this scheme shall be provided with credit guarantee coverage by NCGTC under the scheme as per the details below. For greenfield projects, approximately 75% cover. For brownfield projects, it's typically 50%. However, projects in aspirational districts shall qualify for 75% cover. As I mentioned, that the whole idea behind this scheme is to sort of give more power to investors or people who are looking at setting up of these public healthcare facilities or healthcare infrastructure, especially in aspirational districts that would sort of help benefit India in tier 2, tier 3 cities very, very specifically. Some of the prominent banks who are offering this guarantee, both from public as well as private banks, are within the public sector. We have Union Bank, Punjab National Bank, SBI, Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank, amongst others. And within private banks, we have IDFC First, Kotak, Axis, ICICI, and HDFC. There's a list of 24 banks that is available on the website as well. I'd be happy to share this presentation with the organizers so that it can sort of benefit the larger audience who are looking at setting up or modernizing any healthcare infrastructure, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 cities or a non-metropolitan area. So these basically are some of the important links that are provided. All of them are also available on the Invest India website, where we've specifically curated a microsite dedicated to the LGS CAS scheme in terms of implementation of the or modernization or expansion of the healthcare infrastructure and the funding available for that. This is the team who's typically working at Invest India and in the healthcare and medical devices sector. We'd be happy to sort of facilitate any of your questions anybody might be having either at this stage or at a later stage. You could write to us at health@investindia.org.in. These are some of our social media handles as well that are available in case anybody would want to know more about the scheme, the eligibility, the criteria, etc. We'd be happy to sort of have a session with the Department of Financial Services also, who's very closely looking at facilitation of this scheme as well. So I would just stop my screen. So that was the main areas that I wanted to focus on today about in terms of outreach or what this scheme sort of entails, how this would sort of benefit the larger audience in terms of the given theme that we have right now, given that it's the right time in terms of the post-COVID-19 pandemic that we are living in right now, and sort of to strengthen the India's healthcare sector, both in terms of somebody who's starting off fresh in the greenfield area or in a brownfield area. Happy to take any questions, discussions. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
You are mute.
You'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sabita. That was a very encouraging presentation, and I'm sure it would have stimulated many questions in the minds of the audience. But while we wait for the organizers to collate those, let me just sum it up for everyone. We started with Professor Venkat, who spoke about the scope and different models of private sector engagement, and who showed us that the PPP is more of an infrastructure related term, and private sector engagement may be a better way of taking it forward. The need for policy, legal, and institutional ecosystem was highlighted by him. And then Dr. Sanjay Bijwe shared his experiences with various medical establishments, institutions, and his studies on the Indian side, as well as what he's seen abroad. And one thing which he mentioned, which has been appreciated, is the reverse approach, that rather than starting a medical college, start a hospital first and then build on it to develop the undergraduate and postgraduate studies. I would be looking forward to inputs and views from the others also on this aspect, because this has been slowly, it is being implemented as well. And then we had Ms. Sabita Verma, who spoke about the loan guarantee scheme. And although everyone is painting a very grim picture, what she has painted is a picture of hope and something to look forward to, and something that we can build on. So what the previous two speakers have also said, they have shown us the path on how the government can engage with the private sector to build better and build differently. With this, I'll stop here and wait for the questions. I see Dr. Chandrasekhar and architect Shamit Machanda are also here. Dr. Chandrasekhar wants to say something. Sir.
It was a wonderful, session, because, it has enlightened. Professor Venkatraman has already shared how the policy makers work, how the bureaucracy, political, and what are the challenges, how the policies are not yet being made. See, Dr. Bijwe also talked about Gujarat model. What is actually we experienced even when we were part of the Niti Aayog and we were trying to work on PPP, and Niti Aayog made a policy also. The problem is, when you'll keep all the rights with you, you'll say land, I'll give you admission also as per my this thing, fees which will be charged is also regulated. Then who is going to invest? And that becomes a challenge. And in Gujarat, what has happened was, it was during the chief ministership of Dr. Narendra Modi, he has already put in all those industrialists that as like a CSR project, try to put in and start working on it, but that is not all the time the challenges. Therefore, when the Maharashtra government took the challenge, this was found to be better. How? During COVID, everybody was hunting for hospital. Beds were shortage. Any nursing home, private, anywhere they were trying to go, and preferably they looked for a super specialty. Now the problem is, super specialty becomes a more core area. So government of Maharashtra with the Bijwe's team and all, they decided, let us build a super specialty with DNB courses, etc. You can always start it can be a educational part also, and give the facility to the local, and then subsequently you build the medical college. Before that, you build the nursing college, build the paramedic institute. These people will be useful for your own hospital. That is how the model was actually being taken up, and also requested all those MPs and MLAs of those particular district to take initiative and go ahead with this. So otherwise, everyone wants to build a hospital in Mumbai. That is not because that also has become a part of the business. So this is how the motivation was there. I was very happy to see Sabita sharing the encouraging movement that how the Invest India is helping, because there are a lot of inquiries which come to me. They want to set up, and what are the kind of a financial this thing. Even when I being a part of the Indo-UK Institute of Health, where we are setting up various 1,000-bedded hospital with also various clinical model also, where the screening can happen outside. Why should everybody should visit the hospital? And during COVID, we want that majority of the care is taken care in the wellness center. They need not visit the hospital. And wellness center, you equip them with basic equipment like your diagnostic and particularly the ECG and other thing. Only in the crisis they have been referred. That way you will reduce the crowd. So such models are being in this thing, and I believe your Invest India and those presentation will be encouraging, where I can share those things with the people, and probably you must be helping them as a consultant, I believe. So if that is so, I can also direct them to you so that you can help them. Yes, Dr. Venkatraman wants to say something.
Thank you for that. But if I really sounded a little pessimistic, I'm sorry if I didn't. That was not my intention. My intention was that engaging the private sector requires a professional approach. It cannot be on the basis of certain kind of ad hoc or a bit of a whimsical aspect from one kind of a bureaucrat to a politician. So that was my primary message. India has enormous potential for private sector engagement, but there are certain governance issues that are still unaddressed. And one of the governance issues is related to the regulation. The second is related to the lack of a policy towards the private sector. You go to any of the ministries of health, directorates of health, they do not have a single nodal officer to transact or to interact with the private sector. Unfortunately, I keep saying this repeatedly. I think ad nauseum Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar would have heard this several times. The public sector somehow tend to believe that they are custodians of only the public health facilities, not the entire health system. It's like a Minister of Civil Aviation saying that I am in charge of Air India only, I'm not in charge of any other airline. That's not the way. I mean, you need to have that. For example, what Ms. Verma was saying, that it should be channelized through directorates of health services. If a private sector comes to knocking on the door of a government saying that please allow us some kind of a concessional rate, a land that we would like to build a hospital in tier 2 or a tier 3 city, and the government should have that kind of one window facility where Ms. Verma can come and say that here is the list of options. This is the VGF that the government is already earmarking for you. So go ahead and do it. For example, in June last year, I wrote an op-ed in Hindu saying that many of the district hospitals where the people rush for the COVID care, they don't have an ICU system or ICU ward at all. Why not create a ICU ward to begin with? Co-locate, get the private sector people to start a laboratory, have some kind of 2 or 3 bed of ICU system, ICU beds in those hospitals, slowly expand. Because if today you create a large hospital or large ICU unit in a district hospital, you will not be able to deploy the specialists required at the district hospital. So in an emergency, you can do it, but it is not going to be sustainable long term. So I didn't mean to paint a negative picture about the private sector. Just that I wanted to say these are certain kind of facilitating conditions would increase the scope of engaging the private sector.
Thank you so much for expanding on that, Professor Venkatraman. When I mentioned about the optimism brought by Sabhita and the pessimism otherwise, what we are talking about is the whole world is after COVID, after the pandemic, is being very pessimistic. And what Invest India is saying that whatever's happened has happened. Let's move forward. Let's build for a better future, which is a very encouraging message. Shamit, did you want to say something?
No, thank you.
Right. Okay. So I have a couple of questions here. One is we've heard both sides of the story: build super specialty hospitals, and we've also heard that the health and wellness centers are important and the district health centers are important. In fact, if we build better primary health care and we are able to build institutions, and when I say institutions, I am talking of the primary healthcare centers and the community health centers and the district health centers, in which the community has trust. The biggest problem we have is trust deficit. Why does everyone run to AIIMS? Because they have trust deficit. I was in AIIMS when the dengue outbreak took place in 2006. And everyone with any kind of fever was coming to AIIMS, and we did not have enough beds. And it was something like COVID. We had to discharge patients. We had to postpone surgeries. We had to create new infrastructure overnight to accommodate all those patients. Why this happens is because people don't have trust in the other facilities. So when we talk of PPP, should we focus only on the higher end, the tertiary care, or should the engagement with the private sector players be increased in the primary health care as well? What are your views, Dr. Venkatraman?
What Dr. Sanjay mentioned about is very interesting because they are looking at it in a reverse order. Unless you do that kind of a need assessment at every district level, in terms of, or even at the community health center level, in terms of whether the government itself can be the provider and financier of the services, or the government can become a financier and the private sector can be co-opted for delivering the services. That kind of a need assessment will go a long way in actually identifying the potential for the private sector engagement, whether it is at the tertiary care level or at the primary care level. Having said that, primary care level somehow globally is seen as a responsibility of the government, which cannot be negated because there is a lot of public health goods, good that the private sector will not be interested. For example, TB care, control of communicable diseases, or vector-borne diseases, vector control, sanitation. These are the areas where private sector may not have that kind of a greater appetite. They will have a greater appetite for super specialty services. So it's possible that we could begin to look for opportunities to engage with the private sector at the tertiary care level and using purchasing options like the PMJY to incentivize and regulate the behavior of the private sector at the tertiary level. But when it comes to the primary care level, I would see that there is a possibility of the government taking the predominant role and engaging the private sector wherever there is a need for them to be playing the role.
Thank you. I'll come now to Dr. Sanjay. Dr. Sanjay, what we have seen is there are deficiencies in the infrastructure, and these deficiencies are not unique to India. These deficiencies are typical to the world. The entire world stands naked right now. Even the best, the countries which boasted of the best healthcare have suffered immensely during this pandemic. And the reason for that is simple. you can't build a healthcare infrastructure for a pandemic. A pandemic, you can only respond to it with some surge capacities. You can't build for it. So we saw Europe also suffering, and they had bed shortages. USA right now, once again, is suffering with bed shortages, and I have colleagues over there. I'm sure you also have similar connections over there. They are having to turn away patients because they don't have beds. This is what we saw for a short period during the second wave in India, but unfortunately, USA has been reeling under it for a very long time with only some little respite in between. So I find your thoughts very encouraging on building on that reverse approach. Build the hospitals first, and then build the medical colleges, because whatever infrastructure you bring in, HR is always going to be the bottleneck, because healthcare is not about buildings and equipment. It is more about the people who are going to run it. You can have the best equipment, you can have huge ICUs, and yet not be able to run it because you don't have ICU trained nurses. So I'd like to hear from you some thoughts further on how to develop the HR facilities. And HR is not only doctors, it's nurses as well as allied healthcare workers. Fortunately, the world has changed. In India, we have changed the terminology. Till now, it was called paramedicals. Now they're called allied health workers. And by doing this, we have recognized their importance. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you, sir. And in fact, these are the during our journey for framing the policy of that PPP with the government of Maharashtra. All these aspects were thoroughly discussed, and that's why we came out with this reverse approach. And I little bit miss that with the hospital, you also have to take care of the nursing paramedic institution, because they are the totally supporting to the hospital first. So we wanted a financially viable model, and also we thought of that the governance is a very important aspect. It must have autonomy. So even a small hospital will be totally independent. The PPP government's controls will not be there. There may be their representative, but the decisions will happen right there and there. That's why we, after studying, taking the expert opinion from the financial people, Section 8 company is the needed, which has the many advantages instead of charitable trust or a society model. So it was a well debated approach, and also in our report for the government, there is a little bit of two different ways. We were more of telling the government what is to be done, government run and private run. So we also in this pandemic, we have seen that many exploitations happening in private hospitals. Of course, I don't want to be pessimistic, negative, or critical. Many good private hospitals, but many different scenarios which we have seen, and people were bankrupt. And definitely, this is probably not debatable, that the private motive is always money oriented. Of course, it's not bad. And the government is totally, up till now, they were never thinking of generating the income. So what this Tata Memorial was a pleasant surprise and eye-opener, that within the government also, all infrastructure were given by Tata, the private person. So that development, that kind of a help was given by Tata people, and then the maintenance and running of the hospital was done by the central government, and they were generating income. So very little government's money, the public money was sort of required to be put in. So as means a little bit I have deviated from what you had asked, but basically in this reverse approach, we want to sort of have the optimum utilization and financially viable model, which is like initially hospital. Then you can add DNB courses because there is a craze of medical college. We have seen in the government, every politician wants a medical college. Now I have seen throughout India, all these private medical colleges, because of the regulations, are set up outside the cities. Now you please tell me, are you going to have patients outside the cities? This is not an agriculture college where you want 25 acres of land. Basically, the medical college has to be in the midst of the city where the people can go immediately within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Whereas all private colleges are in outside the cities where there are no patients. Magnificent infrastructure, but patients are almost seen hospitals when we had a surprise visit. So total waste of the money, and also the purpose is lost. That many beautiful infrastructure with no patient, and it's not benefiting the society. That's the reason we sort of propose this, not to go for medical colleges, but with this approach and phase-wise all kinds of it, we must have a master plan. Sorry, sir, for a long...
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. Yeah, I think Dr. Venkat wants to add something. Yes,
sir.
Just a quick comment to what Dr. Sanjay said. I think Nitya, I was involved in one of the model concession agreements for creating district hospitals into medical college cum district hospitals by Niti Aayog. So the model concession agreement is there in the Niti Aayog web portal. So if and there is a enormous, I mean, there is substantial, I would say, VGF which is also given by the government on this particular proposal. So use the district hospitals to expand it to build a medical college, so that district hospital is highly functional, gets specialist services, and also your medical graduates could be brought out. So that's the idea behind it. The second thought that I have is that I think it's important to understand that the PPP models allows us a great deal of flexibility. I think there is a Queen Victoria Hospital in London, which has a £1 billion worth of a contract, wherein the private sector was doing only that, what we call it as construction, design, build, finance kind of a thing. And afterwards, the private sector was retained only for what is called a facility readiness service charges. The government was bringing in the staff, the equipment was also left to the private sector to really keep it ready. This is also a very popular model in Australia. La Trobe University Hospital is also considered to have this kind of a opportunity where the private sector builds the building, puts in all the equipments, provides all the support services. The government brings in the specialists, surgeons, or whatever nursing staff required, and runs the hospital. The private sector is paid both annuity as well as the service charges that are required to be paid for the availability, of the infrastructure. Yeah, just as a supplement to what Dr. Sanjay mentioned.
Thank you. That's a very important component. There are many different ways of engaging with the private sector, and we need to use all opportunities in the different formats which are there. Sabita, I would like to come to you now. We were discussing various brownfield and greenfield projects. My experience from what I have seen internationally is you get more bang for the buck if you invest in primary health care and public health care rather than tertiary health care. Tertiary health care is definitely a requirement, but you get much more health care benefit when you do a cost benefit analysis. So is this Invest India scheme also looking at promoting primary healthcare, or the focus is only on the hospitals and diagnostic centers and other such things? Yeah.
Right. So before that, just taking a step back at what typically we do, and then I'll probably come to your question. At Invest India, what we do here is we do get a broad horizon of investors who are looking at investment opportunities, both in primary care services as well as tertiary side as well. So it again depends on what the investor or the person who's looking at setting up not just a hospital. It could be, we've seen a very keen interest in multi-speciality hospitals, super speciality hospitals that are coming up of late. So it really depends on what sort of thing that they are looking at from their side. So I wouldn't sort of restrict myself to being sort of giving more leverage to the primary care services as of now, because it really depends from people to people, country to country, and the person individually who's looking at their investment portfolio. Coming to the second point with respect to the scheme, etc., what we typically work with the Ministry of Commerce and Trade under the Department of Promotion, and this particular scheme that has come up is a very one-off scheme that did come up. And again, as I already mentioned, this was specifically targeted given that COVID-19 happened. And it was the need of the hour to sort of strengthen the medical healthcare services infrastructure, because we've seen, given the population of India, the metros and the top states can sort of do that by themselves with the kind of funding they have. It's the need of the hour for the government to sort of come and leverage and help people at the tier 2, tier 3 cities, as well as, again, depending on the kind of setup, it could be something as small as a small dispensary that somebody is looking at setting up. So this is a very one-off scheme that has come up. Typically, what we work for is some of the production linked incentive schemes that we have to offer for investors who are looking at setting up their units, again, both greenfield, brownfield, as you mentioned, specifically in the areas of like pharmaceuticals, in the area of medical devices, people who are looking at setting up their manufacturing units. So they come from a very, from an area where they're looking at setting up primarily in the metros, or they're looking at areas where these cluster or these parks are already available. This was a scheme that was launched to sort of help people who are not aware of opportunities that could be there in these areas as well.
Thank you. Sabhyata, thank you very much. I think we have overshot our time. We were supposed to finish before 4 o'clock. We started about half an hour late, but it's almost 5 now. So I would like to thank all the speakers on behalf of the organizers. It's a wonderful engagement. And as I said earlier, I wish we had more time, because nothing that has been discussed in the last 2 days can move forward without funding. And funding is what we were discussing in this session, whether it is through the PPP mode or any other mode. That is the most important. And I think the take home point from this session, which the organizers may wish to carry forward, is the institutional ecosystem, the policy framework which is required to enable a private sector engagement is the most important thing. You have to have within the state governments as well. Invest India is contributing towards that side, but we need many more such efforts and policy efforts from the governments. Thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasekhar, Architect Shamik Manchanda, and Adarsh for supporting us, you and your team for supporting us. And I would like to once again thank Professor Venkatraman, Dr. Sanjay Bijwe, and Ms. Sabita Verma for your contribution, for your very, very valuable contribution. I wish you good health and all the very best.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure interacting with all of you, knowing each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And it was a great interaction here. It was a great day. I think you rightly said funding is required for every project, so nothing can be possible without funding. Great, sir. So with this, we end the final day of HPIE 2021 virtual program. Thank you all the panelists once again. Now, on behalf of MEP Services India and Advanced Media Group, I would like to thank all our industry partners, industry colleagues, medical and healthcare infrastructure experts for sharing their knowledge and innovations. During the presentation sessions, discussions, and on the first virtual healthcare planning and infrastructure expo, you all have made 2 days conference expo a very successful show. I would definitely like to mention, special mention about our, of our mentors, Professor Chandrasekhar, and Architect Shamik Manchanda for guiding us through the challenging time in curating the conference and expo, which has given a platform for the industry leaders, innovators, and best mind in medical care to put together a vision to state art of the technology knowledge for more inclusive health system and that addresses need of the people. For a quick overview of it today, futuristic and well-tested ideas were shared as part of our partner presentation from our partners like SOCOMEC, KNAUF Ceiling Solutions, and the panel discussion and presentations on MEP Services, the backbone of any health care project, IAQ and fire safety, green and sustainable hospital architecture, rating system, energy, evidence-based design, quality management in healthcare, the pivotal role, managing large healthcare project delivery, and of course, last session, funding for healthcare infra and PPP. That was a presentation mode. So I once again thank all our sponsors, a special gratitude to all our partners, to name Microtech, KNAUF Ceiling Solutions, Philips, Mehta Tube, Orient Bell Tiles, TransAsia, Medica Bazaar, SOCOMEC, IIA, RAFA, AHA, Association for Hospital Academy, Academy for Hospital Administration, our featured exhibitor, Akhil System, Sidara Healthcare, Dispoline, Indiana, and ZHL, and our supporting associations like ADMI, AMED, HPIE, Invest India, NESCOM, QI, and of course our media partner Medgate today. So with this, now I would like to invite our mentor, Professor Chandrasekhar or Architect Shamik Manchanda to say a few words, if you can, sir.
I think I'll say before Dr. Chandrasekhar, he should have the last word.
Sure.
It's been a very interesting 3 months of working with MEP Services and AMG to curate this conference under the mentorship of Dr. Chandrasekhar. Initially, when we started, I was wondering if we'll be able to capture the attention for 2 days. It's a long duration, and especially virtually, it is still difficult because physically you can get people and they remain in the hall. But as others told me yesterday that there was 1,000+ registrations, and so it's amazing the kind of audience that we've had. Getting this topics, the 10 topics which we discussed over the last 2 days, which Adarsh has just enumerated, getting the right people to speak on those topics. And a big thank you to Dr. Chandrasekhar to identify these people, to get them to come and talk. With his vast experience and connections, nobody refused. It was really enlightening, not only to create this and curate this conference, but even the last 2 days have been really interesting, and the knowledge sharing has been really great. Thank you very much, everybody who contributed to the success of this event. Dr. Chandrasekhar, sir.
Any conference success is always a teamwork. And everyone, like all your Düsseldorf team, the technical support, and all the people who are behind the show, they are also equally important. Sometime in the high-tech conference, we discuss about the technical parameters and artificial intelligence, and we say, sorry, there is a technical glitch. My presentation, I am not able to make it. So these technical glitches was the one which I took this to Niti Aayog once, that, sir, we come and make a presentation that will connect healthcare with telemedicine and network. And then I was narrating a case where I was traveling to in Uttarkashi area. Suddenly the vehicle stopped. I said, what happened? He said, no, you continue talking. I said, what? Once I finished the talk, I asked him what happened. Sir, he said, after this, you will not get network. So it is better you finish your talk here. And same way, sometimes we talk about medical education, the distance learning. And one thing I'll tell you, the infrastructure strengthening was the need of the hour, which I had requested, and they had taken up. And you must have heard that new satellite being launched and how the network was strengthened. That strengthening of network only has helped during the COVID time. In fact, those who were reluctant to be digital, also by force, they become digital. The entire system has changed. And that is how today we are in a position to, on a virtual mode, we are able to connect with each other. I heard yesterday Surajit talking about saying that, sir, a lot of people were saying, Dr. Chandrasekhar, due to him, we all came together again and met each other. We haven't met for a long time. I said, they are all my friends and we have been always exchanging our ideas, but sometimes this becomes an occasion. And others, you have conducted your entire session very, very well, and literally controlling everything and taking, sometimes you have to take a damage control also to it. But one thing I tell you, though we have overshot sometime in the time, but actually the content was so interesting. We have reluctance to stop anybody. It is something they were come to deliver. So it is better to hear them. So overall, a very good experience. And on my keynote itself, I had mentioned that 2 days of feast of knowledge, those who wish to carry, they are going to get it, because very, experienced speakers were in the panel all throughout, and they are all with a rich experience and a combination of, private and government sector and army all together, hospital administrator, architects, engineers, even the developers, they were all together. That's a great experience. And thanks again to Düsseldorf and your media, this thing, and also the Medgate, who are the media partner. And sometime I was little worried that your programs are going on YouTube. So people may think, "Arey yaar, YouTube mein dekh lenge, baad mein recorded." So whether they are joining, but they were all very enthusiastic and they joined the session. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. With this, at the last, I want to say a few lines. We have another program which is 11th MT India Healthcare Awards. I also take the opportunity to invite all the industry stakeholders who are attending the conference program to attend this program. This is 11th MT India Healthcare Award, organized by EMG, Advanced Media Group, in association with Medical Fair India. These awards are an opportunity to recognize the contribution of individuals and institutions towards a safer world during these turbulence time. Please join us at 6 p.m. onwards to celebrate the success. To attend this program, our industry colleagues can just type MT India Healthcare Award in YouTube, and they will be able to join live 6 p.m. onwards. And the industry can also go and just simply type Medgate Today TV. They're a YouTube channel. This will be available 6 p.m. onwards. So we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you so much once again for your time, sir. Thank you.
People suffering. Hospitals crowded. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, helping the needy, staying distant but connected and caring. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. MEP Tubes Limited supplied Mexflow copper pipes and accessories to more than 2,000 hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. We would like to express our gratitude to all frontline workers, hospitals, and MGPS contractors for their selfless dedication to our fight against COVID-19. Health is wealth. For more details, please visit us at www.mexflow.com. MEP Tubes Limited, the company with metal. people suffering. Hospitals crowded. Let's take the positive. The pandemic taught us some good life lessons. Whether it can be learning from each other, helping the needy, staying distant but connected and caring. Our responsibilities have been redefined as a result of COVID-19. MEP Tubes Limited supplied Mexflow copper pipes and accessories to more than 2,000 hospitals across India and abroad for the installation of emergency COVID-19 wards. We would like to express our gratitude to all frontline workers, hospitals, and MGPS contractors for their selfless dedication to our fight against COVID-19. Health is wealth. For more details, please visit us at www.mexflow.com. MEP Tubes Limited, the company with metal.
First, we lit up the world. Then we helped people to see it in all its beauty. But that's only part of our story. You see, since 1891, we've been improving lives. From supporting medical professionals to helping people recover. Our innovations have given people life, and some a second chance here. We're with you during a pandemic and helping shape the future with less waste and more hope. We're reimagining healthcare and making it accessible to everyone. Because for the last 130 years, every single one of our innovations has shared the same goal: to make people's lives better, so we can all move forward together.
तो फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच नहीं लग सकता?
हाँ, नहीं।
शर्त लगाओगे?
हाँ, लगी शर्त। मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
लग गया? देखा?
कहां?
है?
अरे मान जाइए सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा। स्क्रैच, वो भी फॉरएवर टाइल्स पे। इस जन्म में तो भूल ही जाइए। ओरिएंट वेल फॉरएवर टाइल्स, जो है एक्चुअली स्क्रैच फ्री। तो आइए डिजाइन पसंद कर ले।
हाँ, बिल्कुल।
चाय।
अखबार का मजा तो चाय के साथ ही है।
तुम्हारी फेवरेट चीज बनाई है, गरम करके खाना।
लव यू डैडी, आपके लिए सरप्राइज है।
लहर आती है, कश्ती डूब जाती है, पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर, 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस, 12 करोड़ हैप्पी कस्टमर्स, मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की।
चाय,
अखबार का मजा तो चाय के साथ ही है।
आ गए, तुम्हारी फेवरेट चीज बनाई है, गरम करके खाना।
लव यू डैडी, आपके लिए सरप्राइज है।
लहर आती है, कश्ती डूब जाती है, पर रहते हैं जो लहरों के आगे, तो लहर खुशी की आती है। माइक्रोटेक का मेडिकल ग्रेड ऑक्सीजन कॉन्सेंट्रेटर, 35 वर्षों का अनुभव, ऑल इंडिया सर्विस, 12 करोड़ हैप्पी कस्टमर्स, मेड इन इंडिया। माइक्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर प्रोडक्ट्स, लहर खुशी की।
तो फॉरएवर टाइल्स में स्क्रैच नहीं लग सकता।
हाँ नहीं।
शर्त लगाओगे?
हाँ हाँ लगी शर्त। मैंने कहा था ना सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा।
लग गया? देखा?
कहां
है?
अरे मान जाइए सर, स्क्रैच नहीं लगेगा। स्क्रैच, वो भी फॉरएवर टाइल्स पे। इस जन्म में तो भूल ही जाइए। ओरिएंट वेल फॉरएवर टाइल्स, जो है एक्चुअली स्क्रैच फ्री। तो आइए डिजाइन पसंद कर ले।
हाँ बिल्कुल।
People suffering. Hospitals crowded. Let's take the positive.